Once upon a time there lived a man who was known as the strongest. He was called a master swordsman, revered as a lord of the sword. He challenged others to prove himself. At the same time, he wondered if he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The hero says he thinks he's won. The monster says it's real. He's not imagining it. He will undoubtedly win. This means he's reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The creature says that thinking that he took the life of someone as strong as he is the best thing. He is satisfied. He decided to ask something. Does the man have any desires? He's the one who managed to please him. And finally, he wants to fulfill his wish. The hero says there's no point in doing so. He'll soon pass away anyway. Besides, his wish has already come true, and he's happy. What about magic? It's long been lost in their world, and besides, he has no need for it. Even if he survived, he still wouldn't seek it, unless he'd just reincarnated, or something like that. The creature understood the man's desire. The boy opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Now he understood the unpleasant feeling that had haunted him until that moment. He realized that he had been reincarnated. He exhaled and said that, in any case, it didn't matter now. Indeed, it doesn't matter now. Today is the day he turns 6, the day he learns his skills and abilities. These are a person's talents. They not only allow them to discover what they're good at, but can also provide the opportunity to test themselves. This is what their previous world lacked. Skills and abilities are a way to determine their current and future potential. A girl named Lena greeted her brother. She congratulated him on his birthday. She told him to try his best today. The young man said that he didn't have to do anything today. His sister advises him not to get too nervous. Soma responds that he's actually more interested than excited. Considering he's the older brother, she wouldn't be surprised if he has skills 3 and 4. He's happy that he'll soon be able to use magic. He wants to be able to use magic. He dreamed of it even when he was in that world. Once he masters his skills, he can begin studying magic. He's worried that he might not be able to cope with the excitement. Lena is also eager to know what kind of magic he can use. Soma goes ahead, eager to discover what skills he possesses. The hero is shocked. He asks his mother to repeat what she said. She said he'd never master anything, be it martial arts, magical skills, or anything else. That meant he was talentless and untalented. The mother recalls her son telling her he wanted to learn magic. She said that if that was all it took, then no problem. She promised to teach him. Soma walks through the forest and says that it doesn't matter that he has no talents. He was looking for a suitable tree. The teacher called him a child genius. He completed the school curriculum in 6 months, even though it takes 3 years and he's only 5. Soma thinks he's not a genius. He already knew everything. I never wondered if he was a genius. Given his reincarnation, he has his past memories and knowledge. But being talentless means he'll never be able to use magic. He'll have to give up. There must be something. He recalls his teacher's words about how, when speaking of skills as a manifestation of some talent, not having talents doesn't necessarily mean being talentless. Anyone can swing a sword, even without talent, and there have even been reports of people without the skill defeating those with talent. Although this could simply be an exception, he decides to try as hard as he can. He takes on the challenge in another world, just like that day with the dragon. With only a stick in his hands, he aims at a 100-year-old tree. And this boy won't be able to master anything, be it javelin throwing, archery, hand-to-hand combat, magic, or even basic skills. All he has is this useless, incomprehensible sound skill. It's nothing. He uses different skills, sword principles, god slayer, dragon slayer, divine protection, imitation of self-taught movements, steel-cutting blade. He was able to cut down the tree. With this, even he can use magic. The tree fell. Formerly the strongest in the world, divine level caliber. Proof of completion achieved. This soul will no longer grow. All that remained was to figure out exactly how he would use magic. Suddenly, he lost consciousness and fell. A girl appeared from the bushes and asked what it was. She saw a boy. The girl asks if this means she has no talent, but the ominous sky is as impressive as she expected. Not a soul around. She made the right choice in coming here. Suddenly, a tree fell in front of her. She doesn't understand what it was. Is it supposed to be like this? Nothing will change if she just thinks about it. She decides to go check. She heard a tree fall. She assumes it's here. Demons are rumored to haunt the evil forest. She came here because she was certain she wouldn't encounter anyone. But why is this happening? She thought someone had come to attack her. but apparently that wasn't the case. She saw an oak stump. She couldn't understand what was happening. The cut was too clean. It didn't look like rot. Suddenly, she heard a voice asking what was there. She panicked and stepped on the hero's head. Then, looking around, she realized it was a child. The lady greeted him and asked him to say something. But the boy didn't move. Soma asked her to stop trampling on him. He simply couldn't move for some reason. She asked him what those reasons were. He replied that it was difficult to explain. They were skills from his past life. Using them without preparation could be too reckless. Virgo asked him what he was doing in such a place. He replied that he was lying motionless. The girl wasn't satisfied with this answer, since she was asking how he had gotten to this point. He seemed energetic to her. Soma replied that he could move his mouth, but that was all he could do right now. But if he rested for a day or two, he'd probably be fine. The girl thinks that, no matter how it looks, he's suspicious, and he's alone. She shouldn't interfere. However, she decides to help him. If he refuses, he'll leave a bad impression. He'd better be grateful. Soma smiled and thanked her. He was too close to her, which made her feel embarrassed. The young lady wondered who this guy was. Alone, in the eerie forest. She asked him not to put all his weight on her. He was too heavy. Lying in bed, the hero thinks that he screwed up. His muscles ached, even though he felt like he was about to collapse. He thought he wouldn't be able to move at all. It was good that they helped him. He realized that he still didn't know her name. If they met again, he should thank her. Henfield entered his room, her unique ability, assessing skills. She noticed that the hero looked much better. She asked if anything was bothering him. He replied that nothing was wrong, he was just tired. Camilla apologized and said that she didn't think she could help with this. In this state, he wouldn't be able to read a book, even if she brought it. Soma replied that it was enough for him that she visited him every day. The boy thought about how his mother had only come to visit on the first day. She seemed still worried about it. He asked if she could give him some assignments. The woman was surprised. She mentioned that she didn't know how much he'd learned. He replied that it wasn't a problem. He was only interested in magic and didn't know anything about it yet. Camilla began to consider this. Soma told her everything was fine. He'd do anything for information about magic. The woman smiled and said she would prepare a task for him. He would look forward to it. A week later, the hero recovered. He got out of bed. He didn't know what to do because it was still early morning. He decides to start his routine. He needs to get his weakened body back into shape. Camilla says it's good that she became a home teacher, but why it brings more trouble than she expected. It all started with a skills assessment. All she did was assess, but she wasn't happy with the results. His life is ruined. He was the heir to a ducal house, but now he's not even allowed to exist. If he hadn't been born in this country, if he hadn't been born into this family, if the assessment had been different, he could have lived a happy life. Since then, she's been feeling bad about the outcome. She decided to become his personal tutor, replacing the many teachers who came before. The problem is, to find out what he'd already learned, she was given 10-year-old books to read. Camilla didn't understand why the teachers hated him. What should she do with his lessons? She shook her head, trying to clear her head of the thoughts, as they wouldn't do any good. She decides to take a little break and notices the hero. He greeted her and said it was a coincidence that they met. She agreed and asked what he was doing there. Soma replied that he was simply going about his daily business. The teacher asked if his mother hadn't told him not to go there. He replied that she had indeed told him, but he didn't remember agreeing. The girl remarked that this place wasn't as dangerous as people thought. Then she remembered how he wasn't allowed outside. She asked how he managed to bypass security and come here. Soma replied that he'd simply slipped through, as usual. The girl wondered if perhaps his guards had become more accepting of him after assessing his skills. In any case, she thought it must be hard for him to just stay home. She suggested he go to training. She's interested in his everyday life. Swinging a sword is nothing special. She offered to help him with his sword. She didn't seem suited for the role, as she was quite skilled with axes. Soma replied that he was ready. He took a stance. The girl noted that he was in good shape. She suggested he practice a little. Just some light sparring, she wouldn't hurt him since he was still recovering. Besides, unlike his wooden sword, this was a real axe. She'd let him make the first strike. Soma accepts his offer. She told him to attack. The next moment, she was lying on the ground. She was in shock. The hero asked if she was being too pushy. She said it would be an easy sparring session, but that didn't even qualify as that. Camilla laughed. She thought she'd be in bad shape since she was still recovering. She didn't understand what had happened. Naturally, she hadn't been vigilant. Suma asks her not to restrain herself so much. It's also natural that she did. The difference between advanced axe skills and no skill at all is impossible to overcome. That's how it should be. She suggested he give it a try for real. Being highly skilled in something is like being a genius. However, for a child who doesn't have a single skill, it must be some kind of mistake. Camilla had only planned to do a light workout, but the guy was giving off incredible tension. She understands everything. Every cell in her body tells him. All her experience and intuition tells her that she needs to give it her all. It doesn't matter that this is a child without skills. This swordsman is very serious. Camilla stands opposite the main character. He seemed to want her to take the next step. She raised the axe, and the next time she struck, advanced axe technique, world martial art, mind's eye, supernatural phenomenon. Camilla strikes. Her axe cuts through the earth. However, the hero did not even flinch and the next moment struck the teacher. The girl decided to use the advanced axe technique. Next came the mind's eye, supernatural phenomenon, and world martial art. She thinks it's starting to amuse her. If he can stop that battle axe with a wooden pole, then how much potential this guy has within him. It's a fight between a bungler and a seasoned warrior with an axe. But differences in skills are absolutely undeniable. Otherwise, skills can exist, and then the assessment of skills. The girl prepares for a new attack. She screams and swings. She uses various skills, advanced axe technique, world martial art, supernatural phenomenon, warrior's sorrow, and dance of indignation. And then she delivers the titanic strike. The battle lasts 5 minutes. She's speechless. They're not at the same level, so she's forced to strike each time. One day she ruined the life of a young girl, and she refused the responsibility of assessing skills for this reason. Despite knowing everything, Sophia remained her friend. She suggested they leave the past behind and move forward. The teacher and student continued to cross sword and axe. And now her life and her son's. If skills and skill assessment are unreliable, the fact that her assessment skills ruined his chances. If it was flawed, he will despise her. The girl got distracted, and the young man said that she was caught. The next moment, she knocked the stick out of his hands. Her axe continued to fly towards the guy. She tried to stop the blow. She ended up falling on the guy. He noted that it was impudent on his part and he was ashamed. She said the last blow was strange, but at least he'd used some force. Suma replied that he'd been distracted. Camilla said it was because he forced himself to do this without first recovering. The young man thinks he's already had some rest. The girl is glad to hear it. She can't wait. The boy's break was over. He had to get back to work. The teacher said it was unfair to just leave being the leader. The boy told her to go if she had work to do. She apologized. Suma told her what he wanted to say about her lying on top of him all this time. Camilla said that, first and foremost, he needed to be taught respect for women. She was still pinning him to the ground. Camilla said she was coming back, and the guy better not come to that forest and be late for class. He told her not to worry about it. Souza lay down on the ground and said he was completely useless. He'd let his attention wander and dropped his sword. It seemed he had a lot to learn. He said he already knew she was there and that she no longer needed to hide. The girl asked him how he knew. He replied that he knew she was there, so he just did it. In any case, exactly a week had passed since they met. He decided to thank her again. After all, she had saved him back then. The young lady blushed and looked away. She said it didn't matter, he shouldn't thank her. But he just did it. He thinks that's all he can do. And then he notices that he still doesn't know her name. She notices that he didn't ask, so she didn't tell him. Soma said there was a reason he'd appreciate it if she told him. He introduced himself but told her to call him whatever she preferred. It's just that if he needed to call her, he'd need to know her name, that's all. If it bothered her too much, she could come up with a nickname. The girl sighed and said she was Aina, but he could call her whatever he wanted. The hero decided to call her Aina. She was embarrassed and asked why she wouldn't receive a san. He reminded her that she had told him to call her whatever he liked. She decided to do the same and simply call him by his first name. The young man sincerely calls her by her first name. The lady is irritated. She doesn't like how calm he is. Regardless, she suggests finishing what he was saying. Suma doesn't understand why she's so angry. He told him that if she gets into a difficult situation, she should let him know. He'll help her any way he can. Aina asked why she was doing this. He replied that she had helped him last week. He meant that he would repay the debt someday. She repeated that he didn't owe her anything. She simply helped him because she wanted to. The young man knows this. That's why he wants to thank her and repay her. The girl blushed and smiled. The guy looked at her strangely. He said he'd been thinking about it since their first meeting. He was right, the smile really suited her. He means that, frankly speaking, he thinks she's cute when she smiles. Ina blushed and blushed. He simply stated that she really is pretty, objectively pretty when she smiles. She asked him to stop. House Newmont, Camilla sighed heavily. Soma asked her what had happened. She thought it would be good to check him out in person, but he had already read all the books. He really had gone that far. Now, regarding their lesson. First, she suggests starting with his connection to this house. She means its history, local geography, and so on. She's thinking of starting with the evil forest. Camilla asked if he knew why it was called the evil forest. It's actually very simple. This sword marks the boundary of the mages' territory. Long ago, mages wandered here and began their invasions from here. They'd been talking for a while, but the young man was hinting that it was safe to go there now. He replied that, as he'd expected, he hadn't seen any signs of mages in the forest. What he meant was that there wasn't even a trace. It was truly a quiet place. That's why he wondered why such an elegant house was built in such a remote location. But if you think of it as a border, it makes sense. It seems his family is the one tasked with controlling the front line. Camilla noticed something he grasps quickly. She didn't even teach him about royal families. She bets one of his former teachers mentioned it. Soma thinks this place is just like his old world. The girl asked him how much he knew about mages. He replied that they were said to be the enemies of humanity. Besides, he wasn't sure. It sounded like the kind of thing people tell children. But it wasn't true. They were simply outsiders or heretics. For some reason, they couldn't help, but they opposed his country. Along with several other groups of exiles, they were able to unite and form a single collective, an enemy nation. Camilla noticed that this sounded right. She saw that he was a smart guy. He had a good understanding of the unimaginable. Of course, his former teacher was also amazed by this. That's why they didn't tell her anything, so she could evaluate his abilities without preconceptions. Thanks to that dirty duel they had, she had to experience it firsthand, for better or for worse. Camilla thought the mages were just like he'd described. However, they were definitely dangerous. These guys were generally considered to have a high level of skill, because of the feeling of how they fight in battle. They say that to combat the lowest level mages, he needs an intermediate skill. Ordinary soldiers wouldn't stand a chance. She looked at the guy and asked what had happened. He replied that he understood, but she simply said that they weren't up to par, but to immediately assume that their skill level was higher because of it. Soma says that, of course, there's a possibility that they're strong, but they don't know whether they use special skills or black magic. That's another mystery. They concluded that they were stronger. It seems that that country simply takes the skill level of mages as an absolute fact. To avoid being reduced to a small, needy country, people were organized based on their skills, divided into shared spheres. As a result, skill became the foundation of human affairs. Soma understands. The royal family's eldest son, tasked with governing the country's border territory, lacks the skills. Natural, but unacceptable. Camilla said he had a right to hate her. He didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl explained that if she had come to her senses in time and been able to achieve a decent result, his life would not have ended, and he would have been able to remain with his family. The young man says that this is a bit excessive, not to mention that it is illogical to hate her for not cheating. Besides, this assessment does not have much meaning. Camilla said it changed his whole life. Soma repeated his words about not caring about anything but magic, although, in reality, he shouldn't say that it doesn't matter. Rather, he should probably thank her. Thanks to her, he was freed from his domestic situation, so now he can focus on studying magic. The girl was surprised at first, then agreed with him and smiled. She understands. She understands. She must learn all the ways to study magic. 1 year later, Soma uses fire magic, but nothing happens. Ina says she's seen him do this over 100 times. Honestly, nothing's changed. The guy said he learned a lot from doing this. The thing is, without any preliminary research, he discovered it was a complete dead end. He knew from the start that learning magic wouldn't be easy. Everything is as he expected, so he can continue this way, even without getting any results. He does it however he wants. Ina asked him if the efforts expended were worth it. He replied that if meaning meant something dependent on success, then if it didn't bear fruit, it was ultimately meaningless. No matter how much effort he put into it, it was useless. Suma said that if they talk about meaning, then it's truly useless. However, finding the value of these efforts is a completely different matter. Whether it has an effect or not, this criterion is just one possible basis for her value system. A single act can connect a huge number of things. It's possible that a dead-end connection can be very valuable. There are many such cases in this world. Aina isn't sure she understands what she's not saying. The hero points out that he may not have expressed himself clearly. Giving her a concrete example made sense in today's practice, but he didn't think he'd achieve anything. Aina was surprised by his statement. He continued to say that he was sure that today's routine had been valuable. The value was that he was able to deepen their relationship by talking about it. The young lady blushed and asked about what he had said. He thinks that over the course of this year, her interest has become part of his daily life. Looking at her, he asked if that vulnerable expression meant he'd finally earned her trust. Until now, she'd let him do most of the talking, and it was clear she was being cautious with him. Aina asked if he was simply waiting for her to relax. He agreed, adding that otherwise they wouldn't be able to speak honestly. The girl believes he's right. She's a dubious figure. If she were in his shoes, she'd consider herself suspicious. Suma says he didn't mean to imply that he was suspicious of her. Virgo says everything is fine. After all, she should have known he would understand. The young man said he just wants to know what's bothering her. Either way, it was clear she had something on her mind. He assumed it. He recalled his words about offering a helping hand if anything happened. He was simply waiting for this opportunity. Aina said she understood him and decided to tell her everything. They call her a total loser. Aina says it was around the time he was taking his aptitude assessment. She was also taking the assessment part of coming of age, and she failed. Suma assumed she had no aptitude, but she replied that her test results were good. Mage, a special class. This skill had unlocked within her. The hero joked that she was bragging to him. The girl denied it. Suma still doesn't understand why she was called useless. She says the people were delighted that she had such a special talent. The day before the celebration, it became clear that she couldn't use magic. It's not a skill she'll eventually learn, knowing the others. The boy thinks that if she has the ability, she can use it instantly. He recalled Camilla's words about magical research not being particularly advanced in this country. He says it's strange that she can't use magic, but nevertheless, it's now clear why they called her useless. He asks what it looks like when she tries to use it. Aina decided to demonstrate. She said the word fire, a special class mage, a mage of royal divine protection, a magical torch. Everyone assured her she'd do it right, and they were all surprised when the spell didn't work. After that, she researched a lot, tested various things, but to no avail. 3 days passed, a week, a month, but all to no avail. The hero said he'd figured out the problem. There was something he wanted to confirm. No one knew why she couldn't use magic, which meant they hadn't found anything strange. Anaya said what they said, that if they had found anything, they would have definitely corrected it. So, they didn't find anything at all. Or maybe no one even noticed. He asks her permission to allow it, and they'll see everything. The girl doesn't understand what he's talking about. The young man made a cut. The young lady asked him what he had just done. He replied that she should be fine. The first thing she needed to do was try using magic again. She said the word fire. The girl is shocked because fire has appeared in her hand. This is spontaneous fireball magic. It went out immediately. The young man said that there had been only a little flame just now and she should try again, and she succeeded. Aina thanked him. She didn't know what he'd done, but he'd definitely done something. The hero smiled and asked her to stop crying so he could be happy too. Sitting at the table, the guy thinks that he not only solved Aina's problem, but also made good progress. He decided to ask the teacher, is it true that magic is something that cannot decline? The girl confirmed this, but she still has to say that everything depends on how much effort he puts into it. That is, when he uses magic, his concentration remains the same. For example, he won't be able to parry an attack or defend himself if his skills aren't high enough. In that case, he'll simply dodge. But only recently had he witnessed the decline of magical powers with his own eyes. And she's at the highest level of magical mastery. She's a special class, so there must be a reason why the spell didn't work. The girl said there are exceptions. People of special classes ignore the most basic principles. So there's nothing surprising about it. Things like this happen, things that can't be explained with simple words. The young man considers her words. Camilla realized he'd had another crazy idea. If special classes could do incredible things, then, as she put it, they could teach him magic. What did it mean that Ina could teach him magic? She asked how he came to that conclusion. People from a special class are particularly unusual, but he knows she was able to use magic yesterday. If he asks her to teach her something she doesn't understand, it's not like he's asking her to teach her something she doesn't understand. But still, it's a fact that she used magic, so it would be excellent if she taught him what she could. Ina understands that it seems she has no choice if he means she owes him for yesterday. She told him to stand as usual. She began to explain what he needed to say while charging his palm with magic, but the hero asked her to wait. He asked about charging the palm with magic, which is what magical power is. Ina said that magic is just magic, but if he couldn't concentrate it in his hand, then how was he supposed to use it? If he can't feel it, he'll never understand. If only it were possible to feel it. The girl said she had a bad feeling about this. She asked him what he was going to do. He replied that he would understand everything if she hit him with all her might with magic. Ina asked if he was serious. There was no point in saying anything, he wouldn't listen anyway. She said everything would be fine, it would just hurt a little. She speaks words and asks him to show his power in accordance with his will. They incinerate the dust that stands in her way. Sword principle. Divine protection of the dragon god. Intuition, eye of the mind, spiritual focus, eye of the void. As expected, the hero doesn't quite understand it. The girl shot him with a fire arrow. But if he cuts it, he can. He uses the sword principle, God Slayer, Dragon Slayer, divine protection of the dragon god, absolute slashing, 10,000 demon blade, intuition, self-taught movement imitation, and the sword of evil execution. He thinks his usual plan didn't work. He needs to think about this more seriously. Ina asked him what he did. He replied that he merely dispelled her spell. She says he couldn't simply dispel magic. He replied that he meant it to be no different from cutting through the air. The guy goes and realizes that it hasn't borne fruit. If he doesn't come up with something, everything will be bad. He met with Lena. He greeted her. She looked away. He remarked that she looked good, but he didn't mind if she called him brother. She replied that she couldn't do that. The young man suggested she go outside because she looked tired. They hadn't been outside together for a long time. Lena screamed his name. She's grateful for his thoughtfulness, but despite his generous invitation, she simply doesn't have time for such things. He, too, should shed his useless responsibilities. She advises him to find something more productive. Every minute counts for her, so she leaves, the hero thought. He told Camilla what had just happened. He guessed that this period of time had been difficult for her, or that she had grown up hating him and he hadn't noticed. The woman said that it really did backfire. He can't get everything under control. The ball. Lena will thank the guests for their congratulations. It's her 5th birthday. It should have arrived as safely as always. This year should be the happiest of all. They finally finished assessing Suma's skills. Her brother, whom she had hoped to see develop both in military craft and in art. She thought he would now not only be influential, but also possess brilliant skills. However, he never came. She noticed her mother and decided to approach her. She asked where Suma was. She told her to come into her office. Her mother told her that she could now consider her brother no longer to exist. He never existed. The girl understood her. That day, all her childhood hopes were shattered into pieces, and she still dreams the same dream. In it, she chases her brother, almost vanished into the bushes, on the day he left the estate. She knows she shouldn't be dreaming this, but she can't help but feel the curiosity she feels about his eagerness to leave, and his figure, deep in the forest. What she sees is a glow. The teacher turned to her and asked if she was listening. She replied that she was listening. She said that peace in their country was achieved thanks to her father and mother. The teacher asks her to pull herself together. Of course, if she doesn't want to end up like that talentless guy. Lena told her to choose her words carefully. This man doesn't exist. The woman agreed with her and said that therefore she must become an exceptional leader. As the heir to the Newmont family, Suma should have been in her place. But she doesn't have what it takes. Fortunately, as her skills demonstrate, Her Highness has demonstrated a remarkable amount of natural talent. Specialty, swordsman. The same skill as the greatest swordsman of all time, her father, Sir Klaus. She remembered her brother, who was also fired up by this at the time. It was all a delusion and a lie. She can't pretend nothing happened. As the family's heir, she shouldn't accept his existence, because that's what her family had decided. The more absurd this decision seemed, the worse she could stand the thought of him being a carefree idiot. She can't give in to this. Her attachment. Even if she destroys every last thing, she still can't get rid of him. If she could really get rid of him, that would be wonderful. She is walking through the forest. She keeps an eye on her brother. She hears what he says, that since they've come to this point, he'll say what he couldn't think of anything better. His sister doesn't understand who he's talking to. It's Aina. She says that even so, he still can't just stand there like a pillar while someone casts a spell. It felt like he was about to be roasted. Lena is irritated. She wondered who it was and what they were doing. The hero turned in her direction. She understands that he looked that way. Even at the estate, no one noticed her. She used an advanced level of stealth, isolation, although that time he saw her too. This time it was definitely just a coincidence. Aina asked what had happened. Soma replied that he could not explain it. He asked her if she thought there was someone else here besides the two of them. She replied that there was no one here. They looked around. The young man pointed to the place where Lena was standing, and the next moment she appeared. The girl is shocked, because until that moment she was sure there was no one there. Lena realizes that he really has noticed her. They greeted each other. They stood in silence. The young man suggested that they have a little competition, like they had done before. The girl nodded and agreed. Soma asked Aina to step aside. He picked up a wooden stick. It was the same stick he used for fencing practice. The girl thinks that he hasn't changed at all. Just like before, he still doesn't understand anything. That time, full of confidence, he performed these silly dances. Just like then. His stance could hardly be called sturdy at all. Posing like this, he'll realize how ridiculous it looks to someone like her who's practiced fencing for so long. She says that she will put an end to his unsightliness anyway. Lena and Soma decide to start a fight. They stood at attention. The girl said what she was about to begin. She struck the first blow, whose power is beyond comprehension. A power possessed by only a few, associated with disaster, so she'll at least let him live. Even if he uses a stick, it can still easily pierce flesh. She uses a special class, swordsman, spirit focus, Ganuki. She uses a second nature strike. She struck, but the boy took no damage. Instead, something hit her forehead. She doesn't believe what's happening. For someone who isn't a special class to stand in her way, this can't happen by miracle or luck. Soma said that we need to put the jokes aside, otherwise now they are asking to play. The girl pressed her lips together and launched an attack. She thought he was making fun of her. She uses her special class, swordsman, spirit focus, second nature, Tanuki strike. Soma is calm. He avoids her blows and pokes her in the forehead. She doesn't believe what could happen. In her opinion, it shouldn't have happened, because if this is how it turns out, then everything was a mistake. Soma's skills, her situation, and her behavior. She launched another attack, using a variety of skills: special class, swordsman, spirit focus, heaven's intent, glimmer of light. The hero appreciated her efforts, but said that she still needed to train. Lena uses the skill, 100 blooming petals, but the stick flew into her forehead again. For a whole year, everyone encouraged her. But in reality, she wasn't happy. The hero wanted to ask something. Perhaps she didn't have enough experience sparring with another person. She confirmed it. And all because no one was close to her special class level, and so she realized that she was probably jealous. She charged again. She used special class, swordsman, spirit focus, heaven's own intentions, and the extreme skill, failure. She'd worked hard for a whole year. She'd endured so much, and even improved her swordsmanship. She was hit on the forehead again. Soma said it was fine, but her last movement revealed her true intentions. The girl wonders if it was all in vain. Has this whole year been meaningless? It can't be. She decides to attack again. She uses the heavenly sword, special class, swordsman, limit break, human determination, and the secret technique of the final duel, star sword. She screams. Soma cuts through her attack with ease. The next moment, the girl is lying on the ground. She really has lost. The hero sat down next to me and said that this last attack was simply wonderful. Honestly, it was close, and she became a good swordsman. He's sure she has talent. He stroked her head. The girl blushed. She remembered the moment when he, too, stroked her head and told her that she had a talent for fencing. She understands that her wish that day, her memories, they are all true. Her older brother, truly her older brother. Soma said it's quite important to have someone to spar with. He feels like he's starting to lose steam, but it's quite difficult without a partner. If only he had a partner he could train with. The girl had a regretful expression on her face. She stood up and addressed the hero. She said that she would be his partner. Ina sighed and said she was going home. Lena hoped it wasn't because of her. Soma mentioned he wanted to try a few more things. The girl mentioned he'd started trying some silly things, like putting magic in his head, so that was it for today. If he keeps doing dangerous things over and over again, the chances of something bad happening will increase. The guy says that if he can't learn magic by doing ordinary things, then a little risk won't hurt. Lena laughed and said that's what he's all about. Ina said that they were like brother and sister. She said goodbye to them and left. She walks along and thinks that it was amazing. A special class, someone with such a level of technique, can be called gifted. But beyond that, the very fact that Soma was able to easily defeat her, even though she's a special class, a mage like her can't stand up to a swordsman like the hero. But it was her that he asked to teach him how to use magic. She is glad that she met Soma. Suddenly, someone turned to her and said that he had finally found her. It was Albert. He said he had to look for her. He didn't think he'd find her in such a place. He noticed that a lot of time had passed, and he called her a princess, hiding in the shadows and ruling from beneath them. Cloaked men sit at a table. The old man asks if this is really true. The other replies that he was convinced of it himself a couple of days ago. It's time to come out of the shadows, all for the sake of the magician king. Ina watches her friends. Lena asked her brother if he was ready to attack. He confirmed it. She used the Dragon Blessing Sword Law. She did it. She managed to get him to block his attack. The boy said it was wonderful. He poked her in the forehead. And then he asked what the point was if she stopped there. She was only thinking about how to get it out and protect it, but nothing more. The hero replied that if she understood, then he thought she'd scrape together enough to get a passing grade. But it looks like it will take some time for her to be able to hit him. When she does, she'll demonstrate. He hopes so. Soma apologized to Ina for keeping her waiting. She replied that she hadn't been waiting at all. Their battles were quite interesting to watch. She doesn't see the point in lying. She wouldn't just sit with you to keep them company. Still, she'd wasted a ton of free time sitting here. The guy had a proposition. Time was priceless, so she had to use it wisely. Maybe she should come up with a signal in case she gets kidnapped. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. She asked if a situation where she would need this signal would really happen soon. The young man said it was important to be prepared for the worst. In any case, even if he knew about her abduction, would he have saved her? The hero confirmed this. The girl thought he was joking. But Soma said that if she were kidnapped, he would save her no matter what. Ina turned away, blushed, and apologized. He replied that she had done nothing wrong. The girl responded with what she understood. She declared the conversation over and then abruptly left. Lena approached her brother and asked him what he would do if she were kidnapped. He replied that it was a rather difficult question. The sister didn't understand why. The hero explained that she was training so that she could defend herself against such people. So, if she wants him to save her, she needs to stop training. Ina felt like she'd been making things worse lately. Soma looked at her. Camilla mentioned that it seemed like they'd been talking about the store last time and suggested continuing their discussion. He'd find this information useful. The term humanity. It's used to refer to all humanoid races. First, there are humanoid races, there are humans, then demi-humans, forest spirits, monsters, and vampires. All 5 races, starting with humans, are humanity. The teacher asked him if he knew why they were called humanity. He replied that he didn't know. At first, he thought they were called that because of their appearance, but then it didn't make sense why the dead souls weren't included. It's quite simple. It depends on whether the race has its own country or not. That's why dead souls don't count. They can't create their own country after all, and that applies to phantoms too. Although the question still remains, should they be considered a distinct race? The young man asked about the dwarves. The woman replied that things were a little different there. There are so few dwarves that they don't necessarily count as a separate race, including purebreds. Soma asked if that was one of the reasons he was here. Camilla didn't understand what he meant. He replied that she was, after all, a dwarf, and most likely a pureblood. She's surprised. She didn't think he'd be able to figure it out. He always thinks that anyone could figure it out if they just put some thought into it. The woman said something people don't realize is a dying race could be right before their eyes. She also slightly embellishes the fact that she's growing very slowly. They've gotten a bit off topic, so she suggests they get back on topic. She asks him how the word humanity was coined in the first place. The young man replied that magicians were involved. Magicians were the ones who officially created this designation. But rather, before the creation of wizards, if one race disagreed with another, they had serious problems. They soon realized that at this rate, sooner or later, they would destroy each other. This happened when the hobbits were on the brink of extinction. So, magicians were created to end these divisions, a race that would be the enemy of humans. It was a foolish idea and didn't even have any effect on the divisions. The young man asked why this story would still be useful to him. She replied that he would definitely leave the country and begin his journey. Soma doesn't understand why he would do this. Camilla replied that as long as there's a place in the world where he can learn magic, he'll definitely go there, and that place will definitely be inhabited by mages. He understood that she meant that he shouldn't make the wrong choice of friends. But for now, he wouldn't be able to do anything until he became an adult. Suma's battle again. She talks about how she was a complete failure. She disappointed everyone and then ran away. Albert asked her if she was planning to return to the Sorcerer King's reality anytime soon. He is one of the 4 most powerful sorcerers, divine commanders. He is the god of death. They're called gods because of their exalted positions. To think that someone like him needed her, a complete failure, was a disappointment. The old her would have surely agreed and been happy. But now she has friends who are waiting for her. Albert realized she had already made her choice. He thought he had come at the right time, but what about her? She smiled, and then said that she hadn't laughed at him. She wondered why she was worrying about such a trifle. Albert asked about her decision. She said yes. The man apologizes for keeping them waiting. As one of the mage's heavenly generals, he announces the beginning of the plan. Another man sees that they will initiate him. Albert apologized for this, but if everything went smoothly, the plan needs to be started and completed that same day. He is told that he is not to blame. Everyone present must understand. And this delay is necessary so they can carry out the plan. If she had been more accommodating, however, the plan would have gone more smoothly. If they rush things, the quality may be insufficient. He promises to bring her here, so he goes to them, and they must do their part for the sake of the Lord of Magic. Aina sighs and says that she is lonely. Suddenly, someone put a sword to the back of her head and told her not to move. The girl realized that it was Lena. Aina asked her to stop, as it wasn't good for her heart. She replied that she wanted to surprise her older brother. The mage pointed out that her brother wasn't here yet. Her sister said that would do too. The girl didn't understand what she meant. She definitely surprised her. But isn't that too much for a joke? Lena asked why she assumed it was a joke. What does she find strange about pointing a sword at a mage? Aina flinched and closed her eyes. The girl put away her sword, sighed, and noted that she was so defenseless. Aina doesn't understand what she means. She explains that if it weren't for her, her life would have been taken. She must always be on guard when she comes here. The mage asked if she really wouldn't kill her. She didn't understand what she was talking about. It's true that she sometimes feels irritated because she gets along with her older brother, but that doesn't mean she hates Aina to the point of wanting to kill her. Of course, it's just a joke. It would be more accurate to say it's a warning. She should be more aware of the danger to a mage like her. Her older brother and Aina didn't even have guards with her. The older brother could have handled this somehow, even if he hadn't been on guard. She'd always wanted to tell her that. So it was convenient that she was alone today. The girl asked her not to surprise her like that. Lena really did have a bad personality. She replied that it wasn't a joke, and if she hadn't surprised her, it wouldn't have had the same effect. The magician agreed. In any case, she asks her to be careful from now on. If someone else finds her, it will end really badly. Suddenly, some kind of magic pierced Lena. Aina turned around and saw Albert. He said that it was a shockwave and ordered the girl to go away. The girl tried to explain to him that he was wrong. She didn't mean any harm. There was no need for him to save her. The man thinks that this, too, was a choice. If he had done so, he would have allowed her to experience even greater despair. It's a kind of shame. It seems there's no need for that. Perhaps it's all thanks to his good deeds. Should he call this guidance from the Lord of Magic? Albert asks her not to worry. It seems this girl can also be turned into a real victim, so he won't kill her. Aina doesn't understand what he's talking about. He replied that the King of Magic was calling her and asking her to come with him. The girl reminded him that she had refused him before. She wouldn't go. Albert understands that she's telling him she doesn't care what happens to this girl, The magician doesn't understand why he'd go so far. He says, firstly, that this man will never agree. Ina shouted that her father would never forgive this. He explained that it was all at the behest of the master of magic. Albert says there's nothing he can do about it. He'll have to use force to take her with him. He'd planned to do this all along. Ina was enveloped in magic and lost consciousness. The man thinks it's time to return. He's also acquired some unexpected goods. The master of magic will be delighted. The mother said that Lena had been missing class once a week this month, but she would be showing up until next month, so she didn't believe it was a problem. The teacher confirmed it. And when she went missing today, she thought it was a normal occurrence and didn't tell her. According to her information, shouldn't she be in class tomorrow? She just assumed she might be there. The woman understood the situation. It seemed she knew nothing more, which is why she apologized. The teacher hesitated. The mother repeated her apology. She shuddered, bowed, and left. Camilla exhaled, watching her go. She'd been thinking about it for a while, but why would she hire someone like her? She replied that even she didn't want to hire her. But she had no choice. Even someone like her was better than most. Camilla says that since she used her, she thinks she can't just casually fire her. That's usually true, but this incident is more than enough reason. First, they need to decide what to do. The teacher said that all they currently know is that she disappeared about an hour ago. More likely, closer to 2 hours ago. No one could confirm whether Lena was still inside the mansion or not. She was still there during lunch. She was having lunch with her mother. So either she was kidnapped or she left alone. It's easier to believe she left alone. Mom asked what made her believe that. She replied, does she really believe there's anyone capable of penetrating their barrier at full power? If there was a suspicious person there, she would have acted already. Camilla asked what they needed to do. The woman wanted to ask something first. The teacher believes it will come to this eventually. She'll make sure no one finds out. In truth, she wanted to get out too. Camilla understood her. Didn't she know that she was already used to taking care of her problems? This time, nothing had changed. She went to the door. As soon as she left, Soma met her. He asked if she had anything to go with and where to start looking for her. Camilla assumed he was eavesdropping on the conversation. He said, simply put, he'd overheard a bit of gossip while walking down the hallway about Lena disappearing from the mansion, and she talked to her mother about it. The woman said that he knew, which made things much easier. In that case, she'd go looking for her right away. She didn't know how long she'd be gone, so he could study on his own in her absence. Soma asked if she had any clues about where she might be. She replied that she would start her search from the evil forest, maybe even a little further. The guy left that to her. The teacher was surprised. She expected him to say something like, I'm going with you. She wondered what he was planning. He replied that he wouldn't follow her. Walking through the forest, a woman approaches a young man. He asks her what happened. She reminds him of what he said about not following her. Soma replies that he's not following her but showing her the way. They ran very fast. Camilla says it's good they're in such a hurry, but he's sure it's the right path. The young man confirms this. He says he didn't think they'd use her. It would have been better if they hadn't. The mark she left when they tried to kidnap her. However, this isn't Lena's mark. Ina was most likely kidnapped along with her. She's the girl he met in the forest, and she left a mark that only he can see. Simply put, he's following the mark, which will lead him to Lena. Camilla asked him what he was doing there anyway. He replied that she was useful now, so she didn't need to think about it. The teacher asked him how he knew she'd been kidnapped, and how he'd guessed Lena had been kidnapped along with her. He replied that he'd learned about Lena by pure chance. After realizing Ina had been kidnapped, he immediately returned to the mansion and discovered her face was missing. The woman asked why he hadn't gone after her right away. Because of the distance between the marks, he's certain the enemy used teleportation magic. He only knows the direction, but he doesn't know exactly where they took her. He's prepared because, at worst, it could take several days. Kidnappers can use high-level magic. Even if they have a magical item to help them do it, it doesn't change the fact that they will meet a problematic person. Camilla understood the situation. It turns out she has to go after him now. Even so, she's a little shocked. The young man doesn't understand what she's talking about. She's surprised he seems calm in this situation. She's not suggesting he panic, but she expected him to look at least angry. The young man said it doesn't matter how it looks. His hands are shaking. It may seem like he's still inexperienced. Camilla wishes he were more emotional. They emerged into an open field. It looked like they'd have to accept it. They wouldn't see any more marks here. In any case, the hero doesn't expect them to attack immediately. They were initially following their tracks, so they need to refrain from making careless conversations. Suma said it would be great if they knew the approximate time it would take to catch up with them. He wants to explore the nearby areas. Camilla says that's no problem. And she herself thinks that there is nothing she can help him with. She is truly amazed by this boy. First, they need to find the city. The guy doesn't think it will be difficult. They walk along the path and find a sign that points the way to the city. They found something resembling a village. They didn't expect this. If they go there, they'll immediately realize they're not locals. The problem is whether they'll agree to share information. Camilla says there's no point in dwelling on it. They need to go. Suma says they've completely failed. Everything happened just as he thought. He shouldn't rely on the teacher too much. Suddenly, an old woman approached him. She realized that there was something that was still bothering him, even after talking to several people. He explained that certain circumstances had arisen that had brought him here, but he was unfamiliar with the area. Since he needed to prepare before going, he wanted to know if there was anything to be wary of. Now, the old woman understood why no one wanted to help him. Soma asked her what she meant. It's an unpopular story, so he's never heard it. There's an altar in that direction. It hasn't been used for 100 years. This place was once used as a shrine to some god. The hero realized that this place had once been used to summon an evil deity. The old woman confirmed this. That's why everyone avoids talking about this place. They can't imagine what would happen if someone went there. The evil god was a god of chaos who descended into this world several hundred years ago. Legend has it that the evil god wanted to destroy humanity but was defeated by a hero. And wizards are people who worshipped an evil god. Soma asked how long it would take to get there. The woman replied that the journey from here would take a day. She would advise them not to go there. Even without the evil god, there were plenty of monsters roaming nearby. The hero replies that even if he doesn't want to go there, he's obligated to. Regardless, he asks if there's anything else in that direction. The old woman replies that there's nothing worth mentioning there. She draws a map for the hero. He thanked her for providing him with so much valuable information. She asked him not to worry. She hadn't said anything worthwhile, but she was glad she could help him. Soma asked if she had any problems. He would do everything he could to repay her. At first, she wanted to refuse, but then she asked him to listen to her story. It wasn't the most interesting, but she wanted someone to hear it. The guy replied that he would be happy to hear it. This story is about a foolish old man. It happened about a year ago. That day, they met a little girl. They lived in a small place similar to this one, and they immediately realized she wasn't from here. Of course, they guessed that she had some problems and it would be better if they left her, but they simply couldn't. In the end, they let her into their home. At first, they wanted to tell her to leave. They decided to let her eat and rest, and then ask her to leave. But even after resting, she looked very pale. The old woman suspected the problem lay not in her body, but in her heart. The reason they couldn't ask her to leave was because she could have died. But they couldn't help her. They knew she was struggling with something, but they didn't even think to ask. Then suddenly a smile appeared on her face, and she said she'd made a friend. After that, gradually, the girl began to smile more. They didn't do anything for her, but that smile made them happy. Even though they didn't have children of their own, they began to treat her like a granddaughter. But at times, she still looked puzzled. It wasn't as often as before, but sometimes she looked very sad and burdened. But recently, she laughed. Suma reminded her of what she'd already said, that the girl was smiling. The old woman explained that it wasn't a true smile, but one that came from the heart. They couldn't do anything, but they realized that someone had saved the girl. This fact made them happy. They understood who she was. But they couldn't tell her. Even in such a rural area, rumors could spread. They were truly happy. They decided to tell everyone. The guy asked her what she meant. She replied that they told the man that the girl was fine. She didn't come back, so she thought it was because of her. So she probably went home. It's a little sad that she left without saying anything. The old woman came to the conclusion that there was nothing they could do since they were in different positions. She thanked the guy for listening to her story, but she had one more request. She asks him to convey her words to this girl. They are very sorry. She asks him to tell her this. Soma was forced to decline. The old woman said it was a perfectly normal reaction. After all, it was a selfish request, and she was very sorry. The hero said he would definitely bring Aina back, so she'll tell her herself. They definitely have other things to talk about. The same goes for Aina. Suma decides to set out on a journey. He will definitely return with her. After the girl was kidnapped, Dina woke up in a dark, damp room that resembled a stone basement. Looking around, she concluded that it was a prison cell because no other comparison came to mind. In the corner of the room, the girl spotted a familiar face, Rina, and was surprised by her presence. Her friend merely greeted her playfully, wishing her good morning. Indeed, Diana was irritated by her carefree manner of speech. In such a place and at such a time, it seemed out of place. Then the image of Rina lying on the floor flashed before her eyes again. She was glad to see her normal, although her friend questioned this statement, but promised that her life was definitely not in danger. However, Rina did not understand why she was locked up in prison. She asked her friend if she knew anything about it. The unhealthy-looking man with a monocle reminded that he had already said that this was the will of the Demon King. Dina was certain he was lying, as none of this could be true. But then, it could very well be that Albert had acted on his own, or perhaps even that her father had ordered her return, and the man had used this order for his own ends, distorting it beyond recognition. The neighbor noticed her thoughtfulness and wanted to know what conclusion she had come to. The girl, frightened, tried to reassure him that nothing of the sort had happened, although she later clarified that she had guessed the reason for their imprisonment, then briefly outlined everything she knew and the conclusions she had been able to come to. Rina was amazed that it turned out that her friend was the daughter of the Demon King. However, having received an explanation, the girl began to understand what had happened. But one thing was bothering her. She did not understand why Dina was locked in a cage, and along with her, she herself. The girl tensely replied that she too couldn't find an answer. The demon princess suggested that Rina might have been intended for sacrifice, or perhaps she'd simply caught their eye at the wrong time. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A man noticed their confusion and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Albert came to them, and Dina immediately asked him if he could explain the reason for his capture. He was indeed willing to do so, but they had already figured out most of it themselves. The princess's first suggestion proved correct. The young man confirmed that they would both be sacrificed. The girl flushed, for she was certain her father would never have permitted such a thing. At first, Albert didn't understand what she meant. He sighed wearily, feeling deeply sorry that the girls had misinterpreted everything so much. But Dina didn't know what exactly she could have misunderstood, but the young man's firm voice interrupted her. He believed that the current Demon King was not worthy of this title. The girl froze in amazement, and Albert continued to explain that the entire demonic people had never recognized him as a ruler, and that at all times there had been only one demon who had the right to this title. However, even in positions of power, there were fools who called Dina's father the Demon King. The boy was certain that when their lord was reborn, they would realize their folly. The princess clarified that by this title he meant the old ruler. He reiterated that the status of Demon King should always belong to only one demon. The girl was surprised, because the previous ruler was dead, and that was how they were going to resurrect him. Albert explained that the king would soon be reborn, which is why he had been busy preparing for the ritual all this time. Dina couldn't believe what she was hearing. She was convinced that nothing could come of this undertaking, and even if it was theoretically possible, what were the real chances of success? But then a thought occurred to her, and she realized why the sacrifices were necessary. The demon confirmed that this was exactly how it was. Because simple sacrifices were no good, they would not have been able to awaken him. However, now the supporters of the former ruler had two gifted children on their hands. The princess tried to intimidate him, so he wouldn't think he could get away with what he'd done. However, the boy hadn't considered that anyway, but they were still planning to revive the true king. All those involved in the revival of the deceased ruler intended to destroy the pathetic parody of a king, and all his henchmen. Now the moment of rebellion and bloodshed had arrived, as well as revenge against the ignorant people who had called the people demons and driven them from the lands. The princess looked at Albert and did not understand how he managed to take off the straitjacket. Dina understood what the demon was driven by, and he was able to appreciate it. The guy was saddened that the girl would not be able to take revenge along with everyone else, but her sacrifice would be the first step on this path. The princess, however, was uninterested in all this, and believed there was no point in dragging her into the struggle for the throne. The next moment, Rina tore down the bars of the cage and moved closer to the demon. This left the boy unimpressed and emotionless. He wasn't surprised that the girl had expected her attack to go unnoticed. The young man had already managed to inflict a wound of his own. The demon was one of the strongest generals, even though they both had special classes, but Albert had come extremely prepared. When she fell, the boy paused. He'd simply parried her own attack, but now she could die. He smiled and decided that one victim would be enough for them and that it would not interfere with the plan in any way. Dina stood up for her friend. She wanted to burn everything to the ground with the help of a special class of witchcraft, the patronage magic of the Demon King. She fired a fire arrow at the demon, but failed to hit. The princess looked at him in shock, and the boy was genuinely surprised that she could already use magic. He wondered how she had regained her powers so quickly. His reaction was also connected with the fact that the demon was trying so hard to seal Dina's power, but the girl did not expect to find out about this at all. Albert realized that she had managed to break the seal without even realizing it, but before he died, he still decided to tell her everything. It turned out the princess couldn't use magic precisely because he had placed a seal on her body. The demon himself considered his action worthy of one of the generals, and none of her fellow tribesmen were able to notice her. Dina wondered why it was necessary to seal her at all. For Albert, the answer was quite obvious, so that the princess could plunge into the abyss of despair. The boy had long ago chosen her as his victim, but he himself couldn't have expected the effect to be so powerful. Moreover, as the young man admitted, her escape had caused him no small amount of trouble. The demon made a slight bow in gratitude to the princess. For him, good was something that also ended. Dina got angry and used her special class of witchcraft, the Demon King's patronage, magic again. Her blow again missed the enemy. In fact, it was she who suffered the damage. Albert explained that magic of her level couldn't pose any threat to him. However, the girl was making too much noise, so he suggested she lie down for a bit. Blood oozed from the princess's mouth. The demon cited his indifference to collecting beetles as an example, but that could have been quite interesting, and he intended to replace those insects with the princess. The young man stepped on the girl's hand, causing pain. She barely managed to pronounce his name, which surprised the boy. He'd expected the captive to start crying or moaning, but she showed far more courage. The demon concluded that this was the result of 2 years of hard work. A malicious glee crossed his face, as he now had the chance to have some fun. He continued to squeeze her hand with the sole of his shoe with even greater diligence, but even so, Dina only pressed her lips tighter and did not make any sounds. Her tormentor was slightly confused, because before it seemed to him that he was dealing with a pathetic princess, but from now on he had to change his attitude. The demon continued to mock her with fury, declaring how ridiculous and wonderful it all was. The girl was being held captive, like an animal over whom they had power. Even her escape did nothing to improve the situation. He tried to tell her that she had been betrayed by traitors, but he didn't reveal their identities, allowing her to figure it out for herself. Her resilience fueled Albert's desire to force her to surrender. He increasingly wanted to force his message through force, but he knew she wouldn't live to see the ceremony at this rate. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Since Dina was in such ill health, the young man suggested she beg for mercy. If the princess surrendered, he promised to heal her wounds. The demon believed she was in danger of dying anyway, but he understood that the captive didn't want to feel the pain of her wounds. Her princess succumbed to his provocations and continued to remain silent, enduring the pain. Albert exhaled. He was growing bored, and he assumed she was hoping for someone's help, but explained that such a thing simply couldn't be true. Dina believed that she certainly shouldn't even hope for such a convenience as help. The demon did not calm down. Her silence did not give him peace, so he decided to literally squeeze a scream out of her. The guy, with brutal passion, raised and lowered his boot again and again, hoping that she would be able to entertain him one last time and draw out a cry of despair in her voice. Suddenly, a voice was heard, the owner of which was already quite tired of listening to Albert's lamentations, and he suggested that he himself should emit cries of pain, since the demon so longed to hear them. The words were followed by action. The young man was blown away by a magical spell, and then Dina was able to raise her head and see the former strongest swordsman standing nearby, who was the light of hope breaking through the haze of despair. The guy turned his head and apologized to the victim. He explained that Lena was a little worse, so he gave her help first. The young man came to save the princess, as he promised, although a little late. Then he offered to treat her wounds before leaving. Then the swordsman inquired about Dina's condition and asked her if she could use healing magic on her own. The princess closed her eyes in annoyance. She couldn't do it herself. The guy sighed, realizing they had no choice. But Dina waved him off, asking him not to worry about her but to save Rina. However, the young man did not quite understand what she meant. Without waiting for an answer, the swordsman raised his hands and placed them behind his head, preparing to cast a spell, and asked the princess to remain still, lest he miss. The young man employed the principles of the sword, divine protection and intuition, as well as imitation of one's own technique, a secret sword technique, and the sword of goodwill. After the spell was completed, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. The sword of goodwill technique was capable of healing others by sharing its user's life force with them. His fears were confirmed. Using the technique twice in a row proved quite difficult. But he preferred to consider this a trifle. Dina's condition was much more important. The guy suggested that her body should be fine. The princess began to examine her body. All the wounds and abrasions she had received had disappeared. The young man was happy, because this meant that everything went well. When Dinah finally came to her senses and recovered from the shock, she again reminded her savior that she had asked him to heal Lena because she had deep wounds. But, as the guy said before, he was already able to heal her too. She let out a sigh of relief. That meant everything was fine with her friend. However, he personally didn't think everything was fine, and the former captive didn't understand what the young man meant. The young man reproached himself for his broken promise to save the princess, as he had been delayed. He apologized to her for his incompetence. These words infuriated Dina, and she literally screamed at the swordsman. The girl insisted that he had no reason to apologize, because if Lena was in danger, then it was completely clear that she needed help first. The young man still kept his word and came to the rescue, and the princess did not require more. Soma was still trying to object, but she didn't let him finish and once again clarified that everything was fine. The girl tugged at his sleeve, asking him to leave quickly. She didn't want to linger in such a place, and he felt the same way. However, the guy explained that it was temporarily impossible to leave this place. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. A spherical emission of magical power appeared, more reminiscent of a portal. The swordsman once again assumed a fighting stance, preparing to use the techniques of sword principle. Godslayer, Dragonslayer, Divine Protection of God, Unconditional Cut, Intuition, and Blade of 10,000 Demons. From behind him, a haughty demonic voice was heard, making comments about how annoying guys were not liked by anyone, hinting at the one who had thwarted his plans for the princess. But Albert himself didn't care who didn't like him and how much. He menacingly explained to the young man that he couldn't take the two captives. The girls were necessary sacrifices for the revered demon king. Dina was surprised the man hadn't been harmed by the previous attack. He'd been sure his attack had hit him, but the demon had managed to heal. Albert explained that he was able to allow himself to be distracted precisely because these sacrifices were so significant to the ruler. He was upset by the possibility of showing his bad side. The swordsman didn't need any justification, since everything was clear to him from his past actions. But he truly found the demon disgusting. If he had remained lying wounded, the young man might well have spared him out of pity. The man was surprised when he heard his words, but they only made him laugh. But the next moment, the laughter turned to rage. The demon was beside himself with the arrogant tone of this guy. Waves of magical energy began to emanate from the young swordsman, enveloping him. He sighed in frustration. Albert didn't like children. They often acted insolently, not knowing their place, and the young man did not even understand who he had run into, but the demon did not worry about this because the guy was still in danger of death. However, the young man was not going to give up, and the intimidating words did not make any impression on him at all. He continued to use his magical techniques. He managed to dispel his opponent's attack, which greatly surprised him. Albert did not understand why the spell did not work, because the youth was standing right in front of him, and how he managed to dispel one of the most refined spells so easily. The guy reminded him of his own words about knowing his own place, which, unfortunately for the demon, he knew well. The swordsman even suggested that the enemy had miscalculated his strength and could not even comprehend the difference in their strength. A shudder ran through the demon's body. He saw something threatening within the young man, and Albert was about to help the man experience that difference for himself. However, he then changed his mind because, according to Albert himself, it no longer mattered. He got angry and decided that because of one lucky chance, thanks to which the guy was able to dodge his attack, the guy had already begun to think too highly of himself. The young man was disappointed because his opponent had become too arrogant. Suddenly, the young man felt something strange. Then he bent down and took out a wooden sword. Now he was armed with two wooden guns. At this time, in another place, a fierce fight was taking place, and the young man was grinning at the girl in anger. She spoke casually to herself. She had wandered through similar places for a long time, but had never met anyone else. Apparently, all the enemies had long since died out. There were 8 people in total, all looking rather suspicious and plotting something. However, from now on, they wouldn't be able to bother anyone. The traveler was deciding where to go next. There was one more place she needed to check, just in case. A stranger appeared behind her, his face and body covered by a cloak. He was hostile and wanted the warrior princess dead, but she saw him as nothing more than a fool. Before the enemy could even comprehend what had happened, he was cut in two by her axe. With such undisguised murderous intent, her highness was unstoppable. He wished a curse on the Black Steel Princess, but she only gave him an emotionless look in response. She brought the axe down on him again, finally putting an end to his tirade. The girl realized she had been wrong to draw attention to herself. She considered that if nothing worked, then, at worst, who knew what it could lead to? With great reluctance, the princess went to check the last place, because there was always a chance that she could still help somehow. Albert fired a fire arrow at the guy, but this time, too, he only slightly deviated from its trajectory to avoid being hit. Then Soma dispelled the magic with his defensive items. The demon was horrified, unable to comprehend who this youth truly was. It irritated him to the point of pain that both they and his magic were being treated this way. Albert had already seriously suspected that the boy had a special class too, but the thought of a child capable of such a thing drove him crazy. The next time, the man used the fireball. The result was the same again. The attack was mercilessly dispersed. But this time, a sinister grin played on the demon's face, because this spell implied a shockwave. The young man was not at all worried about this. He was able to cope with this task. His plan was justified. He was able to see for himself using Albert as an example, because he behaved in a bad way, and his abilities were the same. But the young man was not a villain, so he was ready to give the demon time to repent of his actions, so that he could die without any regrets. For such words, the man intended to take revenge. As one of the Demon King's 4 generals, the patron saint of death, Albert, he intended to make him die in deep despair, filled with regret. The Black Steel Princess felt a strong aura emanating from Soma. It was a feeling of danger. 10 years ago, she had already encountered such a feeling. It was the most powerful demon clan, the Body Snatchers, again, just like before. The girl needed to hurry to help. Arriving at the place, she saw clouds of dark magic, controlled by a demon. When enough power was released, he aimed it all at one standing guy. The young man met the blow with alacrity. The swordsman dispelled the magic again, leaving Dina to sit in amazement, and the princess, who was rushing to his rescue, could not believe that the beauty that was happening was not a dream. Albert threatened the swordsman to get to him so that he would not dare to swing at him. The man couldn't understand how Soma could even stand against him. He urgently needed to resurrect the king. He made a promise to himself that next time he would definitely not miss and would grind his opponent into dust. Albert wanted Soma to answer for his words with death, but for the hero, he only created a lot of noise. The young man himself began to feel irritated and even thought about starting a serious fight. He was surprised that the demon still couldn't realize its inability to cope with him, so the best way out was to give up. For Soma, Albert's goal was insignificant, and his worthless life had no meaning at all. After these words, the demon exploded in a wave of immeasurable rage, now releasing much more dark magic than before. A wave of destruction rushed towards the young man again. He braced himself, released the excess air from his body, and again destroyed the spell with one swing. The demon couldn't believe his eyes. The way Soma parried the attack left a mark on his body. The general's face was distorted with shock. He did not understand how the boy dared to wound him. For him, something like this seemed impossible. The man again began to threaten to kill him and attack, but the young man again repelled everything and reminded his opponent that he was too weak. Soma's blows left wounds on a demon's body. After a short time of fighting, he was already quite battered. Then the guy asked if Albert regretted his attack on their team. With an ominous look, he added that it was too late to run, but there was still a chance to try to apologize, or to destroy himself. The general's wounds healed, and he told the swordsman not to try to fool him. The young man was surprised, since he hadn't done anything like that anyway, but he was interested in whether his opponent had any conscience left. He honestly admitted that he even felt sorry to kill the demon. He had enough problems without that. Realizing that he had been shown mercy, Albert decided not to hold back any longer. He assured that the young man would regret what he said. The general acted unexpectedly. He aimed his next blow at the injured Dina and Lena. The Black Steel Princess only managed to utter a single word before the spell hung over the head of the Demon King's daughter. The demon was about to take the girl with him and believed his attack was unstoppable. But Soma exhaled again and replied that it was too slow. The next moment, the blow was again deflected and dispersed. The princess didn't even have time to fully comprehend what had happened. The general was shocked at how he was able to notice this, as only the dark arts were capable of such a thing. Soma allowed him to consider himself a devil if he so desired. For him, this was fine. An oppressive, dark aura began to emanate from the swordsman. He was giving Albert a chance, but his patience was running out. The demon, too, felt all the pressure emanating from him. The general took the lead and attacked Soma again, but this time he didn't simply attack from a distance, but approached with a spell. However, this failed to crush the enemy. The young man used his techniques and only succeeded in causing his enemy's death. One of the four generals, the patron of death, a demon named Albert, was cut across his entire body. He finally realized his demise, and the boy confirmed that there really would be nothing left of him. Now, the man could regret his stupidity in the other world. But the young man still forgave his adversary on the threshold of death. The hero closed his eyes and turned his head to the side. The princess immediately tried to clarify that she had come just in case, but she saw that it was already over. As she thought, the young man had sorted everything out on his own. For him, the problem of Albert was just a small thing. Dina, hearing his expression, took a closer look and explained that he didn't really understand what he was talking about. His opponent was a demon lord. But the boy still believed the general was weak, and if they'd learned of his rank earlier, they might have reacted in an unfathomable way. He was right about that, the princess agreed too. The girl looked at the scale of destruction left behind after the battle. She had seen the Demon King defeated once before, but this was a completely different case. Unlike her, Soma didn't have any special skills. Although this time the case was not so serious, with or without experience, with or without talent, she still chose the path she followed. If the Black Steel Princess had met Soma earlier, she would still be yearning for the Seven Heavens. But she understood that it no longer mattered and the argument was pointless. In any case, the hero was able to figure everything out, and she agreed with him. He smiled and said he'd leave everything else to him and Dina. The princess was surprised by his words, but the next moment the young man fell unconscious. The girl read the sheet and exhaled. She didn't know what to do next. A friend disappeared where demons lived, and they could take her with them. All this could lead to a terrible war. However, in the worst case, she will have to act first. Those who tried to resurrect the Demon King became like him themselves. Demons were those who truly worshipped and believed in it. They were the true adversaries of humans, thirsting for the collapse of the world. It doesn't matter whether the Overlord was alive, but if he were, it would be too terrible a coincidence. These creatures lurk in every corner of the world, and when they begin to act, everything will fall into darkness. If evil spirits began to act, then Camilla could have died. The girl didn't care what others thought of her, and that was always the case. Perhaps that's how it should be. The girl wondered what Camilla might have done in her place. After all, she'd destroyed it, and Soma had fixed it. That was what they called self-irony. The letter contained a line asking not to read it. She ran her eyes over the lines again, then squeezed the sheet and burned it. The girl kept him away from the world, but as he grew up he would have to travel, and all she could do was watch him sparkle. Soma came to his senses and was ready to set out on his journey. Dina was still frowning, but asked if he was sure his condition had improved. The young man thought he'd rested long enough, had already said goodbye to his teacher, and Rina was expected to wake up soon. Finally, he wondered if the princess had really wanted him to travel. The girl hesitated before answering. She was simply worried about him, but decided to change the subject and asked again about Rina's well-being. Soma himself hoped she was okay, though it no longer mattered. The princess didn't understand what he was hinting at. Meanwhile, a spy was sitting behind a tree, watching them. The young man explained that Dina shouldn't worry about her friend. He was interested in something else, what the princess was going to say in her defense. The first thing the girl did was apologize to the young man. They had known each other for a whole year, but she hadn't told him anything, but she promised to do everything in her power to make amends. The boy agreed, but if he hadn't managed to save her, things could have turned out differently. He hoped she understood how dangerous it was. Of course, Dina understood everything, but her friend had never asked about her origins before, and if he had found out, he would probably have stopped communicating. Soma winked at her and apologized. He really should have known more about her, but it would have been much better if she had told him right away. Then he asked her to tell him where she had been living all this time. The princess became nervous and again couldn't find an answer. The girl admitted that she could not stay on her side because it was very dangerous. For this reason, she decided to travel, and a year ago she managed to find a village. To get to the other side, she had to pass through this area. At least, that's what Dinah thought. She was trying to pass quietly, so she waited until nightfall, and also to avoid disturbing the villagers. The princess felt tired and decided to rest a bit. She wondered what she should do, but an elderly couple noticed her and gave her shelter for the night, and in the morning she left a note. When she wanted to leave, people noticed her and told her to come back any time, which almost brought tears to her eyes. Therefore, she was worried that Soma wanted to set out on a journey, since too little time had passed since he lost consciousness. The young man twisted his shoulder joint, loosening it up, and then admitted that some parts of his body did hurt a little. But even this didn't hinder him. He could still travel. The swordsman immediately warned that he would be temporarily unable to fight, but that his strength would soon return. He believed with complete confidence that it was fashionable to run for office. Then he asked the princess what she thought about it. However, the girl didn't quite understand what they wanted to hear from her. He shocked Ina by saying he was going to send her on a trip alone, just as he himself would wander alone. Since they were lucky enough to meet and were heading to the same place, it was a coincidence, but it was inevitable. Dina didn't frown, because all this was completely unrelated. Then the young man expressed himself more specifically and suggested traveling together. He suddenly thought the girl might find this disgusting, but he was still convinced that two people were better than one. He asked if she understood what he meant. Dina timidly admitted that he was right, but something still bothered her. She believed that if she went with him, she would only get in the way, which would only cause him unnecessary trouble. Soma listened to her and sighed heavily. Suddenly, he grabbed the girl's hand, making her blush and become nervous. He confidently explained that this was his wish, and she would never be a burden to him. The hero had no intention of letting his companion go, and the next time something happened, the swordsman would be there to protect her. Dina's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and the right words couldn't come to mind. Soma suddenly brought up the metaphor of God being in the sky and the world below. His companion again didn't understand what his friend was trying to convey. He brushed it off, saying it was just his thoughts out loud. But he was looking forward to a fun trip, and his friend decided to simply agree with him. People sat at tables in the tavern while a wind blew through the room. The girl sighed with boredom. While she was grieving, a hooded stranger approached her from behind. The sad woman offered the stranger a drink, but she declined because of the work ahead. Flames engulfed the entire village, and the boy standing there. The child didn't want to allow this to happen. He only wanted to exact a little punishment on his offenders. The man hiding behind the robe claimed that with this, his vengeance would be fulfilled. Although the stranger had overdone it a little, in his opinion, it was a trifle. But first, he thanked the boy for his help. The man hadn't known when he was leaving, but he was going to pray to his God, so the young man would be able to handle everything easily when the time came. The wind tore the leaves from the trees and carried them through the air. They hit the traveler, forcing her to squint. She walked behind the others and listened as Rina explained that her sixth sense told her she was having some trouble getting through. But the young man believed that if Nee said so, it had to be that way. He volunteered to go with her. In the end, Dina couldn't take it anymore and yelled at these two fools. She'd already repeated many times that they didn't have time to go around. Soma began to recall hearing something similar, but he'd completely forgotten about his agreement. Rina supported him, but the princess mercilessly ordered them both to remain silent. She reminded him that they needed to reach the next territory within a day, or things would be dire. The boy admitted he'd heard the warning, but pointed out that the route looked too suspicious. Even though the swordsman kept saying so, they were never able to come up with any confirmation. Rina clarified that it was precisely because of the princess's warnings that they hadn't been looking for trouble. But this worried her even more, and she believed that the time had come for something to happen. Her friends, however, thought that only spineless individuals thought so. Dina whispered in her friend's ear whether it would be a problem for them later that they didn't tell the guy that the Newmonts were dukes. The girl did not see any difficulties and believed that the right time had not yet come, and in case of emergency they would definitely tell him. Dina looked sad, and her friend was already hurrying to catch up with Soma. The young man closed his eyes and, with a thoughtful expression, clarified that he seemed to know the topic of their conversation. Inea felt lonely when she slept alone. That was the problem, the breakup. The princess, horrified, asked again what he was talking about, since she had never heard anything like that from her. The young man asked with disbelief whether she had really not experienced anything like this, even the slightest bit. She blushed, and her refusal did not sound very convincing. Her companions immediately noticed her pause and the way she initially hesitated. The princess began to feel ashamed, and again ordered them to be silent. Even though Rina said this, her friend asked her to stop, because it was a secret. In the Radial Kingdom, the territory of Baron Avesta, Yester, the city was located in the northernmost part of the land and bordered the Newmont territory. It was a notorious place where nothing existed but monsters and wastelands. And so the Adventurers Guild branch struck it lucky again. Doris Hansel was a staff member of the Yestera Guild branch. She found it odd that such places were so fun. Sheila Lionheart didn't immediately understand what she'd said. She explained that she'd simply been talking to herself. Though her masty was full of life, she sometimes found herself pondering the meaningless things she'd once held in her hands. It would be nice for her to spend time eating and drinking, just like the guests. Sheila asked if she really wanted to. But Doris wasn't so depraved as to do that at work. Besides, it was forbidden. However, all of this was already clear, but the employee hoped her friend wouldn't pay attention to it. This is exactly what Hansel would have wanted to do had this clause not been included in her contract, but even this had been stipulated by the clients. The guests were happy and asked Nassan if she liked everything, but she couldn't experience such feelings since she was simply stuck in that place. But looking at these guys didn't seem like such a bad option to her. Doris wondered if she would grow old in the same position and in the same place. Sheila looked at her friend with confusion, but her friend told her not to worry, as she was just talking to herself. She was thrilled to have been accepted for the job. However, over time, she realized things hadn't quite worked out as she'd expected. There was a knock at the door, followed by an unknown guest asking if this was the guild branch office. He was answered in the affirmative. After this, a monster with a boar's head entered the room. Sheila and Doris immediately became alarmed. The boar was pushing his way in, and the girls were trying to find out what he wanted. The uninvited guest explained that first impressions are very important, so he thought it would be a good idea to make a splash. People did not understand where the crazy boar came from. Rina covered her face with her hand. This time, she wasn't sure she could cover Nia. Dina thought it was pretty easy to be surprised that way. She was willing to bet he wasn't, and she was right. Visitors were even more confused when they saw that children were hiding under the boar mask. The young man awkwardly stroked the back of his head and apologized for the inconvenience. He then suggested they forget the misunderstanding, as he had something he wanted to ask them. The boy asked permission to register in the guild as an adventurer. However, all he heard in response was silence. Soma paused. He had thought the place had seemed more welcoming after his rather unusual appearance. The young man genuinely couldn't understand what could have gone wrong. The companions explained that everything had been wrong from the very beginning, and now Nia had no way out. Doris smiled, and then it became funny to her. She didn't know what to say when the action was on another level, where it was impossible to keep up. She then welcomed them to the guild branch, and then Hansel introduced herself. Soon, everyone was told to continue their work. The guys thanked them for the kind greeting, and the guild workers were at their service. Doris had asked them to avoid formality, because anything could happen, but it always ended with her ending up in this place. The swordsman was surprised, and the girl explained that she would end up as a figurehead or would never dare to move forward. It turned out she had only recently been assigned to this branch of the guild. Dina noticed how freely she could communicate for someone who had just started working in a new place. Hansel joked that adventurers who looked down on others didn't live long. However, the guests found this hard to believe, so she concluded that she was considered easygoing. Doris decided to get down to business and clarified that the guys were interested in registering with the guild. The three travelers looked at her in silence. They seemed like children to her, but unusually mature, even more mature than some adults. She especially singled out Soma because he seemed exceptional among their team. Those with rapidly developing minds acquired a high level of skills. Based on this, the worker concluded that the friends had defeated the mad boar whose mask they had brought with them. It was a monster that only a group of high-level adventurers could subdue. She was going to test them and see if they were fit to be adventurers. She later realized they were trying to raise money through adventures to cover all their travel expenses. This was a common reason. The young man thought he could sell the monster piece by piece, but no one wanted to buy from him. As it turned out, there was nothing to be done about this problem. Even if goods appeared in local stores, the merchants had nowhere to sell them. Now, everything was clear to the young man, whereas he had assumed they were simply not trusted. The girl explained that this could also be the reason. Often, if people needed something, they delivered it themselves. Rina concluded from her words that if some unpleasant person brought materials to their guild, they would not buy them. Doris evasively replied that the organization existed for adventurers, a profession where it was easier to get into trouble, and that the masters didn't need such complications. This, in fact, was the harsh truth of society. It was for this reason that the worker was obliged to check the newcomers. She decided to cut to the chase and asked Soma to take the test first. The boy noticed something odd and asked if they weren't supposed to do this as a group. Doris asked suspiciously, was it really that hard for them to pass the test alone? By her logic, if he refused, the others would follow suit, and if he failed, the rest of the group would be eliminated as well. Such rules seemed easy and simple. The guy realized that the fate of his companions was in his hands, and this was a great responsibility. Dina noticed that her friend seemed very carefree, despite his earlier words. Rina, on the other hand, was supportive. She believed Nia had no problems. Doris asked him to listen to one important thing. He would compete with her and would be able to get a grade based on the competition. It was all clear to the young man. In other words, it was a training fight. The girl scratched her forehead with a pistol and added that victory or defeat was not subject to assessment. She was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Sheila, who asked if her friend had any objections. Doris didn't understand what she meant, so Lionheart explained that she wanted to fight the boy instead. Hansel was surprised that she wanted to be the examiner. Sheila nodded in agreement. Now his opponent was a girl armed with a katana. The guild exams began, and the young man was the first to rush into the attack. His technique was the basics of the sword, the blessing of the dragon horn, and his own style was the long sword swing. The young man's expectations were met. She was indeed able to parry his blow. Even though the cloak completely covered her and greatly impeded her movement, the boy understood that it had been sewn for precisely this purpose. The next blow was delivered by his opponent, and the young man easily parried it. A smile appeared on his face, and the next moment he was next to her, taking advantage of the moment of surprise. When he began to attack, the girl jumped back to maintain her distance. Her katana didn't miss a single blow from his opponent's wooden weapon. Rina noticed that Sheila was stronger than her, but in the end, this did not surprise her, because the world is huge. Dinah exhaled, releasing the tension. She was no longer able to distinguish anything, and she could not figure out how Sheila managed to move so quickly in her cloak. Doris watched the fight in amazement. Soma turned out to have far more ability than she expected. But despite this, Sheila was also good. It was the first time the girl had seen a katana in her hands, and the first time she had witnessed the adventurer wield it. Judging by the elf's extensive skill, she specialized in this type of weapon. Hansel was also surprised that her friend was showing her hands, even though she'd always preferred to hide them. This could mean she'd had to go this far in this competition. Doris wondered what could have made her show them, but then decided that Sheila simply wanted to do so. Everyone was concerned about how long the competitors would continue to compete, since the exam was supposed to end at the examiner's decision. Dora replied that it was enough to see the limits of the skills to end the fight. Rina thought Nee had long since realized this and continued fighting with some purpose. One thing she couldn't understand, why his opponent was doing the same. Dora didn't know the answer to that question either. They had no other way to find out, but they had to ask the girl herself. In any case, the swordswoman wasn't one of those foolish losers. The worker was sure that she was interested in something. Rina wasn't surprised by Sheila's interest. She even found a reasonable explanation for it. After all, Soma was her opponent, and it was only natural to show interest in him. The princess, however, grimly noted that she was more impressed by the way her friend's mind worked than by the situation itself. The competition continued, the opponent's blades clashing again. The Demon King's daughter would have liked to say that the end was near, but the fight was so intense that the spectators could literally feel the physical pain. Dora assumed the boys wanted to finish it all with the next move. This upset her a little. Sheila and Soma met eyes. The girl's face was unwavering, while the boys expressed relaxed confidence. The guy had only one-handed sword left in his hands. He swung to use the new weapons techniques: high shooting, mental concentration, quick grab, and lightning shot. Dora pulled the trigger of her pistol, signaling the end of the exam because she couldn't let them go any further. However, she had no intention of stopping them if the fighters wanted to continue, but the test was over. And if they continued, the girl asked them to postpone it until next time. The young man stopped and took the signal, and Sheila was able to see everything she wanted. Hensel wanted to announce the exam results immediately, but the location was unsuitable, so she suggested everyone return. She was willing to bet that everyone already knew the test results, and it was, of course, positive. From that moment on, the boys were allowed to call themselves adventurers. However, they had no way to prove it right away. The young man didn't understand what Dora meant, but he had heard of guild cards. The employee was surprised that he knew about such things. This made her job easier. Existing staff weren't authorized to issue cards, so new recruits were considered adventurers. The girl intended to act as their go-between, but they still needed to go to another branch. Dina immediately decided to clarify what would happen if they went to another guild office without the necessary things. According to Dora, they shouldn't have any problems in the nearby towns, but things turned out differently. To pass the next test, the kids might need acting skills. Rena also thought there was a way around this, but having to take the test at every branch could get annoying, so she asked Soma what they would do next. However, the young man himself didn't know what to do. He was wondering which nearby city would issue them these cards. Hazel thought for a moment, then pointed to Lumberg on the map. If the comrades went there, there shouldn't be any problems. They could get there in about a week by cart. 1 week on a cart meant the city was far away. Dora did not deny the obvious facts, but she believed that it was worth going there no matter what. The ruler lived in this city and managed his affairs from there. Ultimately, it was the Baron's domain. Lumberg was the most prosperous city in the region, a hub for information and goods, so there was no harm in visiting it before other matters. She would like to know why her friends were traveling, because everything depended on their goals. The guy with a peaceful expression admitted that he traveled for the sake of magic. The woman was surprised to learn that he was a magician, but she mistook him for a swordsman. The young man confirmed that Doris was, in a sense, right, because he did not actually have the ability for magic. She was even more surprised by this information. She did not understand why, in that case, he needed to travel. In the young man's opinion, the answer was obvious, because he couldn't use magic. He wandered in search of a method that would allow him to learn it. Dora and Gala stared at the hero in amazement, but he did not understand the reason for their reaction. In a country where skill dictated the rules, the boys stopped at nothing to find a way to use magic. Sheila was a different matter. The elf pulled her hood further over her face, and her friend asked if she was okay. The girl replied that everything was fine, and she could trust them. She removed her hood, revealing her appearance to the guy. Sheila introduced herself. As the boys could see, she was an elf. She was an elf. She had a request for them. There were ancient ruins beyond Lumberg, and she wanted them to take her there. This story was supposed to be a fairy tale, and the place was supposed to be an ordinary old ruin. The man insisted that everything was indeed fine, but that would have created problems with the last place. According to the literature, an ordinary person couldn't have done such a thing. He'd given him some leeway, but now he wanted to go and see. After all, no one had started moving yet. The man had left the corpses behind him. Now it was time for him to try. If everything was bad there, then in that case he was going to reconsider his plans. Suddenly, the man remembered one thing. After all, he had done the right thing by leaving him alive and eavesdropping on the conversation. The victim wanted to make it part of history. It was a great idea, so the mysterious stranger had a request for him. He wanted the man to tell everyone what had happened, without leaving out a single detail. He should have concealed neither the presence of this strange man in a cloak, nor the presence of the enormous dragon. Thus, the gears of the conspiracy began to move, along with the shadow of the mighty dragon. The comrades stood in front of the cart while things were loaded into it, Doris entrusting Sheila into Soma's hands. He insisted he could be relied upon, but was the worker really okay with it? Dina also thought it seemed too much to trust someone you'd never met. But the girl took it this way. If they deceived Sheila, it meant her skills in correctly judging people were poor. The team set off, Doris waving goodbye. The elf watched her friend's retreating figure. The road was uneven, and the inside of the cart was unsteady. The young man asked about the old ruins. According to the girl, the boys needed to master magic if they were going to this place. She nodded in confirmation. She'd heard this from the madman in the black robe in the bar of Limborn. This man insisted that the source of the demon's power lay dormant. Then he told about the ancient ruins that were nearby. Although the man knew of the ruins' existence, exploring them was beyond his capabilities. So he passed information on to adventurers who seemed capable of doing so in his stead. The price for the information was to tell him what would be found if the expedition was successful. This seemed too suspicious for the young man. Sheila clarified that upon entering, she sensed something, the presence of someone irritated. It was just her intuition, but excavating alone was very difficult. Rina understood why she'd decided to go with them, but it would have been better to look for adventurers in the capital. The young man supported his friend, as it would be easier to find people with the appropriate skill level there, but there was still a high chance that word of the recruitment would spread throughout the capital. The princess believed that such a thing was out of the question. It looked suspicious from every angle. If they ended up falling into a trap, the friends were prepared to simply break through it. Soon, they arrived at the right place, the entrance of which looked very strange, reminiscent of a dungeon tower. Doubts plagued Dina, as people couldn't possibly have been unaware of such a large place, especially one located close to the city. Sheila noticed a hidden barrier. The place was undetectable, even by magic. The princess suggested that her comrades first get ready, since they came there immediately after arriving in the city. Soma thought differently. They didn't need to worry, because all they needed to do was look around first. Gathering information was also important. He decided not to delay and called his friends to go further. The boys entered the strange building, and as soon as the last person was inside, the trap was sprung. They tried to escape, but couldn't. The boy let out a tired sigh. He had prepared himself in case they found themselves over a pit of spikes, but this place was surprisingly ordinary. The elf nodded in agreement. She had also been preparing for something similar, but was glad that it hadn't ended so badly. Dina was uneasy with their carefree manner of speech and was surprised that they were not surrounded by some strange creatures. However, for the young man and his former rival, this was not a significant problem. She used katana art, special level, forest spirit blessing, mental concentration, extraction technique, mind's eye, and one-hit slash. The young man was even a little worried, but everything ended without any problems. Sheila thought that those three monsters were coming for him, just as she expected. The princess was utterly shocked that her companions could kill ghosts, but they themselves saw nothing unusual in it. The girl was sure that ghosts were incorporeal entities, and in a normal situation the guy would not be able to defeat them without magic. Soma didn't know about it, but the swordswoman assumed it was because of their special class. Rina didn't think so. She had a special class too, but she hadn't noticed that she could have harmed even a single ghost, and their comrade hadn't had a special class to begin with. The elf's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that the young man didn't have a special class. His friend was surprised that he didn't tell their new acquaintance about this. While we were on the subject, he decided to admit that he really didn't have any skills, let alone anything like that. Sheila was even more shocked because she remembered their demonstration duel, in which the guy showed similar fencing skills without any abilities. She thought it was nonsense. Soma was clearly an incomprehensible person. The young man noticed her gaze on him and asked what could have happened, but the girl waved her throat, saying that nothing of the sort. The team reached the next doorway, through which another corridor was visible. They walked through it and found themselves on the street. After searching for some time inside the building, they found the place they were looking for. It was the last room in the ruins, a vast, empty space. Closer to the wall opposite the entrance, there was an altar, and nothing was hidden behind it. The appearance of a black dragon came as a surprise, and the altar was a place of worship for this creature. The young man extended his hand towards the beast, and his friends called out to her in alarm. However, he was disappointed, and the princess, mind you, scolded him for notifying them of his intentions before going forward personally. She worried about what he would do if danger arose, but the boy, as usual, was ready to quickly sort things out. Then he noticed the place was empty. Rina asked the elf if she had any idea what they were supposed to do next. The girl denied it, knowing only that it led to the source of the demon's power. The young man decided that this might be how her wish would come true. However, it all seemed strange. She never spoke of her desire to anyone except Doris. Soma also found the situation suspicious, but there was nothing new in it. The companion apologized, saying she should have questioned the man more. The hero asked her not to worry about it. In that case, it would be easy to conclude that the source would allow her to use magic. Regardless of the time, the boys would still have been able to find out everything. It turned out there was nothing there. The young man noticed movement from Aina and asked what she was doing. She was looking at something resembling a nightstand. The hero asked her if it was empty. She answered positively, but something was still wrong. Suddenly, there was a wounded sound. Rina got scared and yelled at her friend. The guy tried to reassure her. Apparently, the thing was made to be removed. Sheila confirmed his guess. They noticed something that looked like a letter. The elf believed that it could be ancient sacred writings. The girls saw something like this for the first time. Such writing had been used several centuries ago. But this letter was not that old. Sheila had no way of knowing for sure. Rina assumed that few people could read the ancient language these days. Soma muttered under his breath that the dormant source of demon power lay there. Rina didn't expect that he could understand ancient writings. He realized what this meant. What Sheila had heard was true. But if he assumed there was a secret compartment in which something could be hidden, then there was a possibility that someone might have already stolen the item. They still had hope, albeit weak, because if the object was there, then it continued to be somewhere else. However, one way or another, the young man saw that various tricks were being played in these places, but it could also be something that prevented Sheila from entering the ruins alone. She wondered if there was anything of that level there when she came alone. The hieroglyphs on the tablet were symbols from his past world. Then he suggested that the girls go back, and they had no objections. The man was delighted with the opportunity to discover some potential. He was even going to give the guys the task of occupying the seal. But this could interfere with the overall plans. The current situation did not suit him. There was nothing more irritating to him in all seriousness, yet it was all done for the sake of the demon lord and his plans. After exploring the ruins, the friends gathered to eat, and Soma didn't really understand what they were celebrating at all. Dina explained that it was in honor of their successful exploration. Although they hadn't found what they were looking for, they had managed to raise quite a substantial sum. Soma filled his mug with water and Aina with milk, and Rina and Sheila followed suit. They toasted and sipped to success. The guy couldn't say for sure whether they were lucky or not, because the result was unclear. However, the elf believed it was worth remembering their original purpose, and in this case, I was also unlucky. From an adventurer's perspective, it was a valuable experience. Nolan could have known that on the way back, the comrades would find a treasure trove. It couldn't be said that they had little money, but from now on, everything would go easier. They managed to get more from the monster than the boys could have imagined. If they weren't too generous, the funds could last them almost a year. A stranger called out to the group. He wanted the friends to give him some of their time. A strange man in a dark cloak, whose face was barely visible, was approaching them. The young man asked the stranger if he had really approached them. He confirmed it again and clarified that he wanted to share his story with them. Rina tried to refuse, but the man pointed to Sheila and said that this young lady understood everything well enough, so there was no need to be careful. The guy asked the girl if she knew the stranger. She nodded. It was he who told her about the ruins. The stranger grinned. He appreciated her approval, but since the guys already knew about this place, it meant they had been there. The evidence was a table laden with various foods. The fruit they'd reaped from their conversation with the man had been fruit, but it seemed to him the adventurers weren't pleased. Sheila said that there was treasure in that place, but an important artifact was missing. The stranger bowed down in annoyance. He was sorry to hear that such an important thing had been lost. He flashed a strange, frightening smile and offered to inquire about other ancient ruins as compensation, naturally, ones that held a different, dormant power. Soma and Dina leaned forward, delaying their answer. The new place turned out to be of a different shape. The tower was tall and elongated. The young man liked the building and found it charming. But Rina asked him not to lie and to call a spade a spade. In truth, she was concerned about the safety of this venture. The elf believed that there shouldn't have been any problems, but her answer didn't sound convincing. Dina didn't understand. If the tower was collapsing, why should all the things have been stored in it? As if to confirm her words, several stones fell to the ground. The problem wasn't the walls themselves, but the fact that the floor could collapse underfoot at any moment. Sheila thought the interior should have been different from the exterior. The guy only hoped that was true. They walked inside and found themselves in pitch darkness. The boys were simply fussing around in the darkness, but they nevertheless entered the building. There should have been lighting in the room, but it was becoming obvious it wasn't working. However, the friends knew they couldn't conduct their investigation this way. Soma asked everyone to wait, as there were supposed to be lamps nearby. Dina couldn't stand his sluggishness and took matters into her own hands. The next moment, they had light. The guy made a languid sound, and the girl immediately asked if it was connected to something she had seen. However, it was much simpler. The young man was jealous of his friend's ease with magic. The elf felt the same, but the princess could do nothing to help them. He tapped the stone surface and concluded, as even a novice could understand, that the floor and walls wouldn't cave in too easily. Then the boy forbade Aina from using offensive magic, but the girl knew everything herself. The comrades were constantly moving forward. Sheila reacted instantly and used katana mastery, forest spirit blessing, mental focus, writing technique, mind's eye, and one-strike cleave. She decapitated the skeletal monster. Her next strike was the double moon sword. The skeleton tried to hit her with his fist, but Rina arrived just in time and cut off his bones. The elf thanked her for her help, though her friend didn't see any particular need for her intervention. The group climbed to the 4th floor. Up until this point, they'd only encountered skeletons, but they were starting to appear too often. Ahead, a noticeable dark, smoky spot appeared. The young man asked his friends if they had finished preparing. They had no problem with this except Dina, who felt it was too late to ask. The young man explained that he simply wanted to make sure. However, he had a feeling she would be the one panicking the most. The princess had already traveled before this point, so she was used to it, and besides, Soma was next to her. Rina took her words as if her friend felt safe behind his back. The Demon King's daughter was emotionally begging the girl not to twist things. However, Dina's cheeks inexorably flushed because there really was something to it. The hero made a slight bow to show that this was a great responsibility for him, and Sheila supported her comrade. Suddenly, the young man rushed to the exit without saying a word to his friends. A bright light hit his eyes after the pitch darkness. This was exactly what he had expected. There was a gaping hole in the roof of the building, and Dina looked up and concluded that they had reached the top floor. As the hero expected, there stood the statue of the Black Dragon again. The princess thought this was a good thing, but she wondered if there was anything else there. Rina also thought some things were missing. Sheila understood that if they were attacked in this place, the team would have a lot of problems. She had barely finished saying this when a hail of bones rained down from above, which immediately gathered into a single skeletal body. Soma wasn't thrilled by such a boring trick, but the elf explained that such things were common in such places. It was a fine line between stupidity and genius. The princess let out a piercing scream, attracting the young man's attention. He wondered why Aina had suddenly started making such a fuss. As it turned out, she was outraged by the composure of these two warriors when a huge monster appeared in front of them. However, the young man did not share her point of view because the monster was only enormous in size, and that was all. Sheila dispatched him again with her one-hit slash technique. But something unexpected happened. The skeleton had too little resistance, and it immediately began to regenerate. She understood that no matter how many times she had to repeat her attacks, nothing would change. The skeleton healed from any damage inflicted. The swordsman knew that in such cases it was necessary to pin down the enemy before he had time to regenerate. But this time, such an option seemed impossible, since the skeleton was too huge. Dina decided to defeat him with tearing apart and exploding flames. This did not stop the monster, and he struck towards the young man but was unable to hit. Soma noticed that his attacks were monotonous and his movements were imperceptible. Suddenly, a crack began to creep along the wall. This helped the boy realize that the skeleton's true goal was to bring down the tower. Dina, shocked, tried to figure out what the monster was planning. It all became clear to Soma. He understood that there was only one way to defeat the skeleton, but they didn't have time for it. He decided to use flash, a common swordsman's cheating technique. Then the young man suggested his friends quickly find what they had come for. The girl shuffled through the pages, thinking about the 7 eyewitnesses of the dragon-like creature and the events in the kingdom of Veritas. She hoped she was just imagining things for herself. In her soul, she was tormented by doubts about whether it was worth telling him about everything. The man sighed heavily, looking into the distance. The assistant noticed his confusion and asked what was wrong, but he was only once again convinced that everything was as usual. Klaus Niemont was the first king and swordsman of one of the kingdoms of the Seven Heavens radius. They had to live in a hopeless situation for 3 years. The man often heard warnings that they were up to something, but he still considered it a bluff. However, that was precisely why they had to be vigilant. The king would be happy to think that this was all just an exaggeration. Then he turned and walked back, signaling to his assistant that it was time to finish. The young man examined the object. Its mechanism turned out to be the same as in the previous ruins. Through his machinations, he managed to retrieve a small ball which fell and rolled. The guy decided that this was their goal. The mysterious man had said that the power bound to the demonic crown resided there. Soma picked it up and examined it closely, as there was nothing else in the building. The friends didn't understand what it was, so Dina suggested going to the guild and gathering information. Besides, they had no other choice. They left the ruins, and a certain man in the right one immediately reacted. He checked the box and noticed that the boys had taken the ball with them, which meant that the plan had worked as expected. To his surprise, the adventurers turned out to be literate. In that case, they might have been able to take the next step, but he was expecting too much of them. A sly smile had already appeared on his face. With it, the goal was becoming clearer. Now it was time to make the final push, all for the sake of the ruler and the ideals. When the friends showed the object to the guild, the first girl shuddered in surprise. The others looked at the ball and shook it, thinking about something. In the end, all their attempts proved futile, but even here, Soma did not expect anything else. Dina had heard that a village near the ruins had recently been destroyed, but this information only applied to the ruins they had managed to visit. They showed the ball to people and tried to find out something about its use, but they were unable to find anything useful. Soma concluded they had no choice but to turn to someone who might know. At that moment, a cloaked man approached them from behind, and the hero immediately turned around. The stranger grinned. He noticed that the guys were waiting for him while he himself was counting on surprising them. Dina was surprised by his appearance, because where could he have come from in such a place? The young man said that Rina had warned him about this, but she knew little about the surroundings. The princess felt uneasy. Apparently, she was the only one who was inattentive. Rina and Sheila supported her, saying they were the same way. After that, she was able to proudly tell him she wasn't the only one. But the young man still believed she somehow lacked attentiveness and vigilance. Then he turned his attention to the stranger and asked if he had come to give them another hint. The man was pleased with Soma's intelligence, but he was also difficult to surprise. Rina paraphrased his words. That is, he wanted to tell them how to use the ball correctly. This is precisely what confused Dina. This unknown man was showing them suspicious kindness. Her words brought a smile to his face, and he simply explained that he had lived long enough for his wisdom to come with the years. He asked if they would criticize what they were about to tell them. Sheila nodded, answering for the entire team. This pleased the man. He was asked again what the sphere was. The man explained that, in and of itself, it was meaningless. In other words, the ball was a key. That was the essence of his existence. Dina was surprised, and Rina immediately asked where they could use this item. She thought it shouldn't have been that difficult. Sheila remembered visiting the ruins, and the man chuckled again. The elf was very smart, and he was planning to go with them. After all, even he didn't know if what they were looking for was there. Having said this, he turned away without introducing himself and silently left. The young man clarified that their next goal was clear. The princess was once again beginning to be annoyed by his excessive calm, but Rina believed he was right. Then she turned to her friend. He immediately asked what she wanted from him, but the girl simply felt that the young man hadn't participated enough in the conversation. Dina also noticed that recently, the young man began to speak less. Soma explained that there was nothing strange about it, he just had a lot to think about. After some time, the friends set out on their journey again, and trips to the ruins became commonplace for them. The princess sighed. At first, she felt uneasy, but soon it turned to relief, because they were finally able to reach the right place. Recently, my comrade had to travel a lot and do research, so quite a variety of events happened. This was the first time Sheila had done something like this so often. However, the hero noted that this was the first time they had encountered such ruins. But Dina believed that all previous ruins had been considered like this too. The appearance of the new ruins was definitely different from the previous two. The boys couldn't understand how it was possible that no one knew about this place, despite the barrier. The elf assumed that the places themselves were like that, because if you didn't know about their existence, then you couldn't get there. Rina felt terrified. She understood that she would not have come to such a place of her own free will. The young man suggested leaving everything as it was, since this place was located far from the city and was surrounded by a barrier. He believed that they should not judge the place by its appearance alone, especially since it was just an old ruin. The girl nodded in agreement. She also believed that the interior could be very different from the exterior. First, the friends should try to get inside, because they would achieve nothing if they just looked. Soma cleared the entrance, and the comrades moved on. Once inside, he began to look around. Something struck him as odd. Dina asked what it could be. It was hard for the young man to put into words, but the atmosphere of this place unsettled him. Moreover, the boys hadn't encountered any monsters along the way, which was truly alarming. When the young man mentioned this, Rina also noticed and became anxious. Sheila assumed the whole thing was because the ruins were sealed, with no entrance. Monsters usually inhabited such places. The princess understood everything. Now, they all had to be vigilant, and her comrade suddenly noticed that she, too, had managed to get used to it. However, this surprised her too, because she spent a lot of time next to him. Soma didn't understand what this had to do with the matter, but the girl looked deeply embarrassed at that moment. Rina enthusiastically assured him that she, too, had managed to adapt. The young man praised her, which made her very happy. The princess was not too pleased with her relatives, because they were simply saying that she needed to be vigilant. The elf chuckled, her expectations were met, then she laughed and tried to catch up with the others. Suddenly, the young man froze in place. Dina was surprised by this suddenness. Rina figured her friend might have found something, and she was right, but he was still pensive. Dina called out to the boy questioningly and asked if this was their goal. However, he again gave an unintelligible answer. The girl supported Soma and said they could go wherever he wanted. She was ready to follow him no matter what. The princess didn't quite understand what was happening, but she too intended to follow the young man, regardless of his decision. Sheila nodded. She relied on this young man. Ni understood everything and took responsibility for leading everyone, and then warned them to be as prepared as possible. Ahead of them, a strange female creature was waiting, its whole body swaying as if it were in a suspended state. At first, they thought it was a person, but the sense of presence was disconcerting. However, other questions arose about what the stranger could be doing in such a place. Soma realized that this was not the case, but his companion saw a person in front of them, although with a little doubt. The next moment, wings grew out of the woman's body, and a sword and shield appeared in her hands. This amazed those present, because the creature did not even look like a harpy. These creatures had wings instead of arms. The young man was the first to realize that the woman looked like an angel. Dina had never heard of such creatures before, and neither had Sheila. Soma had only one desire, to finish the creature off. He was surprised that none of them had ever heard of angels. The girls, one and all, repeated in amazement that they had never known about such a type of creature before. The young man had no doubt that the woman was an obstacle in their path. She was definitely a powerful adversary, one they had never encountered before. The hero entered into a fight with the angel. The creature parried his attacks with ease. Dina asked her friends if they wanted to help their friend. But Rina believed that there was no need for this, and besides, her own life was dear to her. The elf shared her point of view, because if they tried to kill her, they would only get in the way. Suddenly, the hero was thrown back by a shockwave right towards them. He was amazed at his opponent's strength. Her level was high, but it was strange that no one knew anything about angels. The types of illusions exceeded human understanding and imagination. An example were dragons. They took the form of powerful creatures in the understanding of people. Thus, illusions were embodied in the world. For this reason, people did not know about angels. The knowledge of monsters from the hero's previous life was, for the most part, the same as the knowledge of this world. Previously unknown angels came as a surprise to many. However, he was tormented by the question of what it was all about. Was someone really trying to create a creature resembling an angel? The most logical assumption was that the goal was to create a biological weapon. But there was always a possibility that similar creatures could have existed in this world in the distant past. Sheila noticed his confusion and asked if it was difficult to defeat her. The hero was supposed to defeat her, but if things continued like this creature would slow them down considerably. The princess noticed that the young man had something in reserve. The same applied to the enemy. Despite his superior defense, the young man might not have the strength to break through it. The elf was going to help her friend, because they couldn't rely only on him. She believed she could make a breach for him. Then she cast a spell and vanished like mist. Meanwhile, the young man rushed into the attack. The woman managed to put up a shield and meet the elf's blow from behind her. After making several maneuvers, the guy managed to kick her. He then raised his wooden weapon over his head, preparing to strike, but the angel suddenly opened her mouth. The companions became afraid for their comrade and called him. The angel began to sing, but Soma was a sword that slew demons, so he was not going to give up. He cut her ribcage open before she could finish her song. However, to his surprise, the gun broke. Sheila suddenly said that after such words, she didn't want to die in disgrace. Dina was surprised, not understanding what was going on. Then she explained that in order to protect his friends, the young man used force that broke his wooden sword. This attack in itself destroyed the concept of permission. The woman was shaking all over. The princess couldn't believe that she was still alive. Rina decided that this happened because Soma wanted to protect them. The princess suggested retreat, and Sheila believed that this way he could defeat her. But then they realized that the young man would not have time to protect them. The elf asked the girls if they could do anything for him. Dina wasn't confident in her abilities, but she wanted to try, because she couldn't protect only herself all the time. Rina also believed that she could not ask herself for inaction. The elf was quickly able to assess the whole situation, and then she used all her techniques again, along with one-hit slash. Everyone froze in anticipation. Then the princess was surprised that she couldn't attack too often. It would be very difficult for them to withstand another blow. Sheila was worried, but she only gripped her katana tighter and then threw it. The young man caught the blade just in time. The hero attacked the enemy with a one-hit slash. This time, the angel's body was split in two. Rina noted that with the right weapon, everything turned out to be much simpler. Dina thought it was all wonderful, but she was confused by some oddities. For example, how quickly Sheila threw the sword, and how Soma intercepted it without much effort. The girl didn't understand what could be wrong with that. Then she explained that if she hadn't thrown it so quickly, there was a high risk of being late, and intercepting the sword wasn't difficult if she knew it was coming. Dina covered her face with her hand and sighed heavily. For a second, she forgot that she was the only normal person on the team. Her friends didn't understand what she meant, but the princess clarified that she thought they were all crazy. The young man was glad that Sheila saved him, but it was just her movement, and to the guy it looked exactly like that, and he was simply imitating her. However, this technique was truly captivating. The elf asked if it was a compliment. Suddenly, Dina asked what they should do next after the victory. Besides, Soma's sword was destroyed, and he apparently didn't have a spare. The hero asked his friends not to worry about this, because what he needed was nearby. He picked up the sword and shield left behind by the angel, and then confidently declared that the blade was not cursed, so everything was fine. Dina sighed again as if she were dealing with fools, and then the group moved on. They soon reached the wall. The hero would never have thought that after such an enemy, they would encounter a dead end. But there was still a chance that a passage could be opened with something. This option was quite possible, but usually such items were found in other places. Dina thought that they would have to go back, but the young man answered negatively. The young man was almost certain that their target was behind the wall. If this was really the case, then they should not have come back. The next moment, the hero struck straight at the wall. After which he pushed with his foot, and the barrier collapsed. It was easy for him to see that the entrance remained intact and undamaged. The princess asked him not to deceive her because all the young man's reasoning was bad. However, in this case, they really wouldn't have to return. The girls were expecting Naya to make precisely this kind of decision. The Demon King's daughter asked her friends not to call him back, lest he become arrogant. The hero calmly called them to move on because what was done could not be undone. The team went inside and found nothing unusual. As expected, there was a dragon statue in the room and no one else was there. There was also no altar there. And the statue itself looked different. The guy thought that since he was put there, there was only one thing left for them to do. But what seemed unusual to Dina was that this specimen was taller than all the previous ones, approximately 5 meters in height. Sheila took out the sphere and was about to try inserting it into the dragon. Soma believed something was bound to happen after that. The girl returned the ball to the empty eye socket and went back down, but nothing happened. Suddenly, Loud claps began to resound throughout the hall. The man in the cloak applauded the boys, having never thought they'd be able to force their way through. It was a balm for their sore eyes. The friends didn't even have to look for the door key. He admitted that their appearance was delightful. The man in the black robe tells them that it was amazing how easy it was for them to get here. He congratulates them and expresses his gratitude to them because they helped him a lot. The guy says that he doesn't see anything to thank them for, but he asks them not to be modest because they were great. The guy asks about the magnificent ones and says that then maybe instead of gratitude he will answer him a question. He says that he can ask as many questions as he wants. He does not mind if he also accepts his congratulations, because today is a great day. The protagonist then decides not to hold back and asks what it is in the end. The guy replies that he has the right to know, since soon it will no longer matter, and given the circumstances, they must be amazed. They look at the dragon statue. In front of them now is not an ordinary statue. A long time ago, this illusion brought great troubles to humanity and was sealed. This is the evil dragon Fafnir, and the sphere they received as the core of his seal. In other words, they just took and removed the seal with their hands. Suddenly, the statue's tail starts to move. The girl wonders if this is an evil dragon, the one they, the elves, sealed with a large number of victims. The girl finds herself in a stupor and finds it difficult to breathe. She notices her hands shaking and doesn't understand what's wrong with them. She suddenly announces that this is a lie, but the man laughs and says that this is not a lie at all. The evidence is right in front of her eyes. The protagonist sighs calmly and admits that he knows nothing about this dragon, but can only guess by its name, and asks it what it wants to do after its resurrection. He admits that it's nothing special, asks him if he sees that they just want him to cause a bit of trouble here. He just wants to bring chaos back to the world. The protagonist understands and states that he should say that this is a very common reason. But is it possible, he asks Soma, in what sense he says this. Soma holds the sword in his hands and says that if he is sealed, it means that he was already defeated once. He thinks that he will be sealed again. If he starts to riot, the man laughs and understands this. But fortunately, this is impossible, so there is no need to worry about it. He tells how the dragon was sealed in 12 different parts at once, but the seals need something, the life of an elf and a royal high elf. 1 life for 1 seal, which means 12 lives were given for this seal, and their number has not increased since that day. If he remembers correctly, there were 6 high elves. That's why he will not be able to remove the seal. Soma reports that this is indeed a big problem, meaning that they just need to deal with whoever is trying to remove the seal before the revival. He reports that it looks like everything is heading that way, but there is no need to worry about this either, because this was the last seal. They ask him what he will achieve if he brings chaos into the world. They do not intend to achieve anything by this. Chaos itself is their goal, because in the end, their god wants death and destruction. The girl had her doubts, but he really does belong to the heretics. He would not like to be called that, but it is undoubtedly true. For now, he will leave everything as it is, because the concept of heresy will soon change. The girl tells him that he is very self-confident, but he should not think that because of a little rampage of the dragon, everything will change so much. He reports that, of course, this is only the beginning. Their comrades will take a step forward at their word, but one of them happened to fail. 1 or 2 failures do not pose a threat to their plan. There are many important things to do now, but could he ask one last question? He replies that he wouldn't mind if he continued, but what kind of question would it be? The protagonist asks why he's telling them all this. Then he covers his face with his hand, starts laughing, and says that it is obvious. He snaps his fingers and says that they will all die here. He opens his eye, which has turned black. The 3 girls do not understand what happened to their bodies, because they cannot move. He says that this happens to everyone who looks into the eyes of the dragon. Do they understand? He did not say a word of lies, since the seal was removed. So simple, he will reward them in a special way. The girl says that they do not need a reward. However, he says that there is no need to be shy. All their work together has paid off. Only one of them will keep him company. They have done extremely hard work. That is why they need to choose one. He will be given life as a reward. He explains that, judging by everything, they will die. Wouldn't it be the greatest reward if one of them survived? Soma follows the principle of accepting everything people give him, but he doesn't need it. He says that there is no need to be sad. Their plan has progressed thanks to them. He promises that he will tell about their actions. Do they want to choose? They cannot completely control this dragon. If they do not decide, then no one will survive. The main character says that there is no need to worry. Then the boy suddenly cuts the dragon with one blow. The man asks him what that was, and if he thinks he can do anything to the dragon who made the world tremble with fear. He expected more from him. He turned out to be such a fool, or maybe he went crazy with fear. He is useless. But if he submits, then he will accept him. Suddenly, a cut appears on the dragon's head, which surprises him. After this, the dragon suddenly starts to roar and simply falls to the floor. The man reports that this is absurd. Then he repeats several times that this is complete nonsense. He killed this dragon, the evil dragon, and this simply cannot be. The protagonist asks why he thought it was impossible. The dragon is just an illusion that has received life. If enough damage is dealt, it will not be able to support life and will disappear. This is an undeniable truth. It truly hurts him, but it's a small price to pay for knowledge of this threat. Soma tells him that everything looks terrible, but not to worry, he doesn't have to deal with this anymore. After their conversation, he won't let him live. He says that it's a pity, but he's not so stupid as to show his true self. Suddenly he feels bad, and the main character says that he forgot to say that he cut him open a long time ago. He falls to the floor. He is surprised by the absurdity that this body was split in half. The space was distorted and everything looked as if he was here. Soma says that he sees him, this is normal. He cuts through what is in front of him. He laughs and says that now it makes sense. Truly, the only fool here was him. But his game here is over. It's not so bad. The rest is up to them. The protagonist is asked what he'll do next. He replies that they were tricked, so he thought it would be best to gather some information before killing him. It was a gigantic catch. After what they've heard, they can't do nothing. She doesn't think they can do anything without Soma. In other words, as long as Soma is with them, everything will be fine. It's in their best interests to help him. Some, as expected, will not have it that easy with the dragon. He doubts that everything will be as easy as with this guy, but hopes that everything will be fine. The girls ask where they should go. He didn't say anything about a specific place. They need to find out first. This is the safest option. But if they don't do this, they will be late. Going back and forth takes time. They don't have much of it. To do something right after this, so it makes sense that they are close, but they don't know how to find out about it. Soma says that, firstly, there is no need. If they accept his words spoken recently as truth, then this place is connected to where he was. The girl asks him why he is holding his sword like that. She has a bad feeling. He says that she is imagining things. He says that they need to go forward and swings his sword. The girl asks him to wait. Then the protagonist strikes and a crack occurs. The dragon is conscious and thinks that part of his power has disappeared. It was strange, although that was only part of it. It wasn't that he was worried. Perhaps something unexpected had happened. He hadn't returned yet. Time had already passed. There was no more reason to wait. He decides to pick up where he left off. Fight him out of sympathy. The dragon takes off. In the kingdom of Radius, in the territory of Duke Niemont in Saintfort, the guy asks another guy if this is true, and he replies that without a doubt, these are the results of research conducted in collaboration with magicians. They mobilized an entire army, and there are no reports of reinforcements or ambushes, no signs of reinforcements, and no ambush sites. It was a stupid question. There are no hidden agendas here. Flying mages were more plausible, but then they would have been easy targets. There's no more room for reflection here. First, he'll ask if the officers are aware. Indeed, they can't predict the enemy's intentions. They've trusted their judgment. He thought so. He steps forward, and they ask him if everything will be all right. This is the best choice, and this is the reason why he is here, and he is not so heartless as to let his soldiers die ingloriously. This is the end of the report, and then he leaves. Soma's father asks what the situation is. Everyone calls him the Sword King. The man says that they are inspired. There are no signs of reinforcements. At least there are no reinforcements that could resist him. He communicates that he understands that one way or another, it would be quicker to strike first than to stand and think. The guy behind asks them to leave, at least a few. He will look into this matter. It depends on the enemies. Then he jumps straight into the battle. In flight, he grabs his sword. He announces that this time he will hit past. He will still hit someone. He asks them to try to get out of the way. Then he uses a special level of swordsmanship, the blessing of the country's protector. All martial arts, one sword of incomparable physical strength, martial oaths, and delivers a powerful meteor strike. The man's blow leaves a huge dent in the ground, right in front of which he stands. He asks them to look back. It seems that there are no victims. Everything is fine. The man asks permission to tell them. They will not pursue them if they run away. If they want to surrender, they will be accepted. He promises a magnificent exit if they reveal their plans to them. One of the warriors demands that he not tell them what to choose. In this case, the man has nothing more to say. He will move a little to the side, but will not kill him, so let him try to survive. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him. The man is very surprised by this. Like all his enemies, they think that this cannot be. There appears to be a huge dragon in the sky. The man is horrified and thinks that it is a black evil dragon. This cannot be. The 12 seals could not be destroyed. He looks closely at the dragon and thinks that he just looks like that dragon, although no, that is even less possible. The man says there is no need to change his plans. He swings his sword and looks straight into the sky at the dragon. He then uses all the same effects, but now uses the deadlock skill with his sword. The blow almost reaches the dragon, but the guy's sword is destroyed, leaving him in shock. The protagonist is tense due to the breakdown of his weapon, and he uses several skills, then deals a serious blow. Then the main character already understands why his sword broke. He sees that the armor on his leg is cracked, and understands that this dragon reflects the damage inflicted on it. After this, the dragon raises its head up and begins to inhale air. The main character shouts to everyone that he is using his breath. Everyone needs to take cover, even if they don't try to defend themselves from him, because it's useless. You just need to focus on running away. Then the dragon begins to breathe fire on them, but all the people are simultaneously protected by someone's magic. The man is standing, and someone is standing behind him. It is Klaus. The guy tells him that he is glad that he is okay. There are more troops behind Klaus. The protagonist asks them in surprise where they came from here. Didn't they run away? Klaus says that they were on the front lines. He saw the breath and decides that coming here would be wise. The mages also protected their retreat, and half of them were purely lucky. The protagonist understands this. The man asks him to report on the extent of the damage. They ran desperately until they got here. This is just his opinion, but he is afraid that almost everyone was annihilated. Soma reports that this is natural. First of all, they need to get medical help. First of all, the main character needs a sword or something similar to it. It can't even be called a battle if he is unarmed. Suddenly, a girl appears and asks if he needs a skilled magician. She is confident in her protective and healing skills. What will he say to this? Soma is surprised by Sophia and asks her where she is from. She came to report some bad news that had reached her ears. Was it ultimately the right decision, or was she a little late? The guy reports that no, even if they had known about it before the start, there was still little they could have done. In addition, she used special transport to get here, which is very reckless. The girl says that it is not scary, although she caused a little panic when she arrived here. The knight is about to report. Klaus asks him what happened. He apologizes, but there is an urgent matter that he must convey to him. The protagonist sighs and says that he doesn't mind, after all. Now is not the time for conversations. He asks Sophia if she will help her. She nods and agrees to help. The protagonist reports that everything is fine, then he will leave it to her. He asks the knight about what is going on. The warrior reports that the kingdom of Veritas has resumed movement. The guy, in shock, asks if they want to die. Because there is a dragon here, he thinks that maybe that is why they are here. The dragon begins to inhale again, and the guy understands what he doesn't even let them think about. He apologizes to Sophia and tells her that she is going with him. First, he needs her to heal his leg. He loudly announces that now they all need to gather all their strength. The dragon flies in the sky. The main character and his group are standing. Then he sees the guy's body and thinks that he just killed him. He asks if they managed to teleport, and the girl says that yes, somehow. This time she is conscious, and everything went quickly without any problems. She reports that they don't usually do that anyway, and most likely no one even thinks of it, since she already had experience teleporting to ruins. He asks Lena if everything is okay, if something happened. The girl says that something happened to Lena. She doesn't answer her at all. She heard that some people get motion sickness due to teleportation. Maybe that's the reason. Suddenly, the girl comes to her senses. They ask her if she's okay. The girl says that yes, everything is okay. The other one says that she looks a little strange. If she's embarrassed to speak honestly in front of that idiot, then it's not worth it. However, the girl says she's truly fine, thinking she's a little seasick. The guy asks her to tell the truth if something's wrong, but she again assures him she's fine, and Soma pauses. He reports that they seem to have successfully teleported to their destination. Firstly, where are they? He thinks that the first thing they need to do is try to get out of here and go outside. The girl agrees that they need to explore the area. They might be able to find some clues. It seems that they are somewhere deep in the mountains. He hopes that this place is connected to the altar, but he wishes that it were not so. The protagonist's father is fighting a dragon at this time. The man says that things are bad. He could not even imagine that such an unequal battle would turn out. The girl agrees. She tried not to underestimate him, but everything ended with her efforts. The protagonist tells Sophia to leave here and deliver news to the capital. He doesn't know how long he can hold out here. He apologizes because he has hurt her many times if he were there. She says that no, even if he were there, nothing would change. She would not let him do anything. Even if he tried, he apologizes. Sophia says that he is completely inept, and she knows it. She says that it is time for her to go. Then she squeezes the ball in her hand and announces that 2 magical instruments for teleportation will affect their family budget. The girl says that they don't have such a long range, but they are cheaper. He didn't know. They are located opposite each other. Suddenly, the girl is confused. The guy asks what is happening, because once the teleportation has started, nothing can interrupt it, right? The dragon says that he can't believe it. Did they really think that he would let them escape so easily? They are surprised that the dragon can speak, but this can't be true, because he would kill himself with it. The dragon is an illusion. It needs to maintain a balance between authenticity and unreliability. And if he suddenly upsets the balance, the world will not allow him to exist. And now he has spoken. By this action, he greatly increases his credibility, and this brings him closer to death. The dragon says that it is rather careless of them to be on the brink of death and worry about someone who is trying to kill them right now. And besides, don't they think that he didn't intend to kill them? That he didn't harm them because their actions seemed interesting to him, even though they ultimately didn't live up to his expectations? Suddenly, a man appears, turns to the dragon with a smile and tells him that he understands that he does not intend to kill them. He thinks that this is for sure. He must kill these 2 with his own hands. Can he hold them there? Otherwise, it will be awkward if they start to hit back. The dragon gets angry and says that how can someone like him give him an order? He then asks the man to know his place and sharply inhales a bunch of oxygen into himself. The guy is scared by this. He demands that they all remember that he is Fafnir. He is an ancient dragon that bears the name of horror and despair. The man is surprised he even introduced himself. Didn't he fight alongside Veritas? The dragon says they merely made a pact. They removed his seal, and in gratitude he agreed not to attack them. They brought him here and insulted his honor. No pact will protect him from his wrath. He then fires at the Veritas troops, who are screaming that they are in pain and do not want to die. Soma's father thinks that he is clearly going too far. Of course, he becomes stronger from all these thoughts directed towards him, but this also brings him closer to death. He is so close to it that he could disappear at any moment. The man asks him why he is doing this. They say that the illusions are afraid of death. He does not expect them to understand, so be it. He will explain to them that is the will of his king, his former ruler. Sophia asks the dragon if the demon king was his master, and he answers yes. That was the name of the one they dared to overthrow. The girl apologizes to the protagonist for saying too much after the dragon growled at them. The guy says that doesn't change anything, for he is the lord of death and destruction, and if after these words he is destined to disappear from the face of the earth, then such is the dragon and his will. If she told him he was practically crying, he'd probably be angry, but she couldn't be a good mother to her children. That's not her place to say. The guy thought so too, but he couldn't be a good father to his children either. They hold hands. The girl has a lot she wants to tell him. The guy says they'll talk on the other side. He'll be waiting. The dragon is going to destroy the entire world, just as its master intended. The main character says that he understood everything, but first the dragon will disappear. He calls it a reptile. The man in the robe says he thought he had it in his hands, and it seems he simply vanished into the distance, or maybe not. They ask him who he is. He says that he is just a swordsman who happened to be passing by, apologizes for interfering in their affairs, but they should not pay attention to him. The man asks if he should pay attention. He ended up here purely by chance. That doesn't happen. He says that their reaction is justified. But to be honest, they have no choice but to believe him. Then they believe him, and he is surprised by the simplicity. The man says that it is suspicious, but they owe him their lives. It would be a shame to repay for this with mistrust. He says that if they decided to trust him, then it would be strange to refuse it. First, he needs to deal with the dragon. He is told to be more careful. After that, he will return to his journey. The guy will use his second form evil-slaying sword. However, It seems like he was a bit hasty in his conclusion when he decided that this was a real dragon body, in which case he needed to hurry. The boy thinks that of course he can't compare to that dragon, so perhaps he should be glad that he will soon be able to return to his journey. The dragon thinks that this can't be true, because he not only managed to strike, but also repelled his attack. Who is he? The main character says that he is just a swordsman who was passing by. How much more can this be repeated? He tells everyone that he will fight the dragon. Will they be able to take on the remaining army, although they seem too scared to start an attack on them? The girl wants to argue, but the man says that it is better to leave the dragon to him. They will only get in his way. The girl agrees, and the man asks him to provide an army to them. The boy says that he will of course take on the dragon. He says that it is worth putting an end to him before he does any more harm, although in this state he is hardly capable of anything. The dragon angrily tells the guy that he is just a human. How dare he say that? It doesn't sound very menacing considering his wounds. In his eyes, he is like an insect that has only recently grown wings. The dragon asks how dare he, and the boy explains that no matter how much he screams, he'll remain an insect to him. He decides to get started. Like any insect, his fate is to crawl miserably along the ground and die. The dragons attack, and the girl is surprised at how strong he is, and the man agrees with her. To be honest, she never thought that he could go so far. He fights the dragon alone. The man asks if she knew, but she didn't know. It wasn't something she was supposed to know. She'd heard that he'd defeated one of the Demon King's generals, but even then she couldn't have imagined how powerful he was. The girl reports that this is the first time she's heard of the Demon King's general, and the man says that such things can't be spoken about publicly, and they can't be written about in reports either. In fact, she came here today to talk about exactly this, and the man understands this. He would like to ask about this in a calmer environment. Now they are absolutely sure of Soma's talent. Perhaps this is enough. The girl reports that he is right, although she believed in him anyway. To be honest, he lost to her in some things. The girl asks what he means. Didn't she immediately understand that it was him he guessed only by her reaction? The girl says that this is because she spent more time with him than he did. He spent less than 3 years with him. The man says that this is, of course, not true. He does not finish the sentence and says that it does not matter. The girl asks how he can defeat the dragon. His father was thinking about just that. Humans cannot kill dragons, because to kill a dragon is to destroy a piece of the imagination of all humanity. At least that's what he thinks. The dragon tells him that this can't be. How he avoids his attacks, it's impossible. This isn't even allowed to happen. The protagonist tells him that no matter what he says, it is actually quite possible. He offers him to give up and die quickly, but he says that he will not give up. He will never admit defeat and will never acknowledge the aura that emanates from this guy. The protagonist's father and mother watch their battle, and the girl admits that she is starting to think about something. The man asks what exactly. She suggests that it is just a dream. That would explain a lot. The man agrees with her. The girl says that she understands this feeling well. That time, she also thought the same. The guy asks if she is talking about that time when Soma saved her. He was unconscious then, so he does not remember anything. 3 girls are discussing something, and the main character's father and mother pay attention to them. The girl recognizes her daughter Lena, and she says that they haven't seen their parents for a long time. The guy says that they really haven't seen each other for a long time. But how did she end up here? She reports that she was simply traveling and accidentally stumbled upon them. As far as she remembers, she was supposed to stay at home and undergo treatment. The girl asks if it's true. An ancient power awakened in the depths of their homeland, and then everything started spinning and spinning. One of the girls asks her to come up with something better. The third says that this is already too much. The man says that she was actually following Soma, but she still shouldn't be in the middle of the battlefield. The girl reports that Soma told them to wait. But they all understood that even if they came here, they wouldn't be able to do anything, and they made this choice anyway. The man says that since they're already here, what can they do? The parents ask them not to leave them. If something happens to them, then he will not be able to look Soma in the eyes. It will be hard enough for him to look him in the eyes, but they will not make the situation worse. The girl doesn't know how to ask about this. She asks them not to tell Soma about it, and the man agrees. They said they would protect them, but if the dragon decided to attack them, they would be unlikely to do anything. They say there's no need to worry about it, and Soma's mother asks why. They tell her that because Soma won't lose, the dragon won't attack them, which is why they're here. The man understands what is going on. It seems that their faith is justified. The main character fights the dragon. Lena asks her father what he said. He says that he has no right to say that, but he just thought that he was proud of Soma. The girls report that it's natural. Then the protagonist strikes the dragon again and lops off part of its body. The dragon asks in horror if everything can end like this. He fights for his master. The main character tells him that he has his reasons and he understands this, but he does not know about them. But he knows that there is no forgiveness for him, and everything else is not important. The monster says that he can still fight and tries to resist Soma, but he demands that he not resist and fall, then strikes him again. After another blow, the dragon's head is severed and falls to the ground. The guy calmly lands on his feet. Mother, father, and Lena, as well as 2 other girls, watch as the main character wins this fight. Even the dragon will not stand in his way. Almost a year has passed since the attack of the black dragon. The girl comes to her husband and tells him that she wanted to clarify something with him. Whether he is busy now, the guy says that everything is fine, he was just reading reports. The guy says that there is only one issue under her responsibility, in which she needs his opinion. The girl says that it is about Soma and hands him a paper. He thought so. Until now, he was not officially a member of the Numod family, but now his deeds have become known to many. People were surprised that a man had killed a dragon. He was also noticed by people from Veritas, so there are third-party witnesses. They cannot hope that the Radial Kingdom will simply leave him alone. In the current situation, they are obliged to show the outside forces what was and will be with the social position of the Soma. They can't just say that he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They can lie that he is his illegitimate child, conceived by mistake, in which case Rina will retain her position as heir. This is the simplest and their only choice. They will say that they met with Soma's family to thank them for their help, and there they found out who he really is, taking into account his age. It will look exactly like he cheated on her, but they have no choice. The girl says that by doing this he will tarnish his name. He says that it is a small problem. In any case, what is his tarnished honor compared to what Soma had to endure because of him? They will still understand that this is a farce. He asks her if she talked about this with Soma, and she gives a positive answer. He said that he expected something like this. No one can compare with Soma. No matter how much of a scoundrel they are, they will do what they have to do. No matter what anyone thinks of them, Soma and Lena, they will not be able to deviate from this path. If they were here, everything could be different. If those 2 were here, they would complain non-stop, but they would never allow their country to get to this point. The man knows that there is no point in talking about a future that will never come. The 2 who became the center of the opposition war in these lands, they became the leaders of those who decided to rise up and go on a journey to defeat the Demon King. But then, refusing to watch the development of this country, they disappeared somewhere. They were in the background, but decided to come forward. What they can do now is try to do everything in their power. The girl tells him that he is absolutely right. No matter who they have to abandon because of this, they will never be able to take care of everyone. The man says that yes, but maybe Soma could. The girl asks him if he has finished with the reports. He had already glanced at what deserved attention. It was time to move on to the next task. At this rate, it wouldn't be possible to finish it in a month or 2. The protagonist finds himself at the fortress and reports that a year has passed since he was last here. He also reports that he had other plans, but everything went well. Someone asks him if anyone else came to see him off. This is the protagonist's father. The boy says that he thought that if anyone would come out to see him off, it would be his mother. He says that she still can't forgive herself for the past. He said that there was no need to worry about it. In this sense, his presence here looks even more inappropriate. Be that as it may, she is busy and could not come. He had free time and therefore decided to see his son off. He understands this. Then the father asks about the girls. He thought that they would go with him. They have their own things to do, so they won't be able to go with him. They told him about this yesterday, and if he hadn't shown up here, he wouldn't be here anymore. The man says that it is good that they managed to avoid this. Then the boy turns to his father. The man apologizes. He didn't know what to say and still doesn't know. He only knows one way to convey his feelings. The father asks his son to draw his sword. They have little time and there is no need to waste it. They will both carry out one attack at full strength. The protagonist agrees and draws his sword. After the leaf falls to the ground, the man strikes, but his sword breaks. The protagonist uses the blessing of the dragon god, determination, extreme skill, and successfully carries out the attack. The man says with a smile that he knew his son would become a better swordsman than him, from the very day he first picked up a sword, and he was often told that he extolled his children too much. The main character says that from the outside, this is exactly how it looks. The man is sure that if he heard the same thing from another father, he would think exactly the same, but today he proved that he was right in his thoughts. He tells his son that he will become the next Sword King, the title of the strongest swordsman that no one can compare to. It suits him. He says that it is impossible to refuse this title, although for him it does not change anything. Whether Neo will have any debt because of this, the man says that no, it is just a title, so nothing like that will happen. Although he will have to attend a reward ceremony, which he hears about for the first time and sounds extremely boring, the man says that this is true, although the ceremony will only take place after he reaches adulthood. But officially, he will still be the king of the sword. Is there any reason why he needs to wait until he comes of age? The man says that the reason is that it is more convenient for them. That is, the reason is political. Nothing can be done about it. Then the main character asks his father if that's all. He gives a positive answer and apologizes for wasting his time, asking him if he forgot anything important. The protagonist says that he thinks that no. The man asks his son to be careful, he leaves, and says goodbye to his father with a smile. The girl watches them from the window and understands that today they were again unable to talk, although there were many opportunities, and that she alone is to blame for missing them. And what can one do about it anyway? She doesn't know what to say. He's not a child anymore, and she's realized this many times over. It doesn't matter what happened before. If she leaves him alone now, nothing bad will happen. If she leaves him alone, it will still be bad, but he himself doesn't understand this, as if she herself understands. Then the girl hears sounds, looks out the window, someone has arrived. It looks like that's it for today. She can't be torn into two parts. She had already decided what was more important to her, so there was nothing she could do. A girl came in and asked Rina if it was her and what she was doing here. Rina is surprised by Ina's arrival and asks her what she is doing here. She replies that she was the first to ask. She found what she was missing, and now she wanted to ask about where he is. Rina says if she is sure, because Soma has already left. Ina is sure. Why was she sitting here? If she knows that he left, Ina understands that she was just watching him. Ina asks her about whether she had a lot of time, or whether she has everything she needs, but she says that no, she also realized what she was missing, and she intends to find it right now. Ina suggests that Rina hurry up in that case. Soma has already left. They cannot afford to waste time. Rina agrees with her. The young maiden will not die and the country will survive. This world has long since strayed from its intended path. Perhaps this is for the best. The girl thinks that maybe she can still fulfill her role. She follows Ina. The boy tells the evil king that because of what happened, the morale of his army has dropped to zero. They ask him to stop the war with his state. The king angrily asks him how he can laugh. His country will not fall at the feet of these traitors. Of course, they also hate them with all their hearts, but perhaps they should look for another path. The king sees that they have no choice and they will go this way. The guy agrees. The king angrily calls them useless. The most useless of them are the demon tribe, and he laid out his treasury for them. The guy asks about the fact that they are doing their job. Yes, they lost the battle, but they created panic in their ranks. Is it their fault that they thought they had victory in their hands and were unable to defeat the enemy? The king asks the boy if he's a demon. How dare he come here? He's seeing him for the first time. His voice should tell. Although it's unlikely he'll get it, he's heard he's a fool. The boy asks how he dares, who he's trying to make a fool of, and where he is. He should show himself quickly. They tell him that it is too much work and that he did not come to talk to him. The king asks why they are here then, whether he came to apologize. He did not expect such kindness from the demon. He says that he himself said that he himself is to blame for everything, how he dares to call the king a fool. The demon asks what's wrong with that. He came here to get rid of witnesses. It wasn't his job at all, but the one who was assigned to do it has already kicked the bucket, He tells the king that he came to kill him. Suddenly, a hand pierces him right through. He asks him not to be offended. It is his own fault that he decided to contact the demons. If everything is revealed, there will be too many problems, even for them. Anyone in their place would have decided to get rid of the evidence. He writhes, and the demon says he's hard to hear, though they have nothing to talk about. The one behind him laughs. Their blood is the same color after all. The castle will quickly engulf in chaos, and from there, the collapse of the country isn't far off. He can stop it. There's not much point in them destroying the country. He reports that this is all. What should they do next? He was told to deal with those who killed the dragon. Who could it be? The dragon should be impossible to kill. It can only kill itself. How could they expect that someone would kill it? The Demon King, or should he be called the former hero, would never have guessed that anyone other than those two would cause them problems. Maybe the same people were behind Albert's death. First, he needs to find the suspects, although they'll show up soon enough. He has enough of his own things to do. The last thing he needs is to go to the academy now. There's nothing he can do about it. It's time to get out of here. In Lauteran, the capital of the Radial Kingdom, a girl looks out the window at the Royal Academy. She walks along and happily talks about the beginning of a new school year. She is the director of the Royal Academy, Hildegard Lindworm. Then she attends the exam for the admission of new teachers. There are too many applicants these days, it will be difficult to check everyone. Perhaps this is due to the ongoing unrest in the Kingdom of Veritas, which is why there is a stream of migrants from there. The director says that after the death of the king, there are still problems with the succession to the throne. They say that it will take at least 5 years to resolve it. Some are approaching it too creatively. Did they confuse the test with the essay? This is not surprising. Even the fact of participating in testing has a positive effect on a person's career. She would like people to stop using it. The girl suddenly notices something and says that it is unexpected. They ask her what the matter is. She asks to look at it and understand it herself. It has interested her. The girl is surprised by what she reads on paper. They see that the ability is a special level of swordsmanship. It is problematic, but isn't it amazing? What is the problem? Unless it is a problem for her, they want to fire her. The girl asks her to take a closer look, especially to pay attention to his age. The girl notices that he hasn't even finished elementary school yet. The easiest option is to simply ignore it, but it's still better to try. They'll conduct an interview and then decide. They finally cleared up this mess. It's an excellent job. It's clear that the level of the teachers is a cut above the average. Some of them surprised her. For example, these two famous adventurers. The girl decides to see how everything turns out in the end. Someone she knows decided to get a job, and it looks like he will be here soon. Royal Academy Magic Department Professor Karin Stamets says this can't be true. The protagonist asks what's wrong. He was told to show it to them, and there won't be any problems in that case. Recommended by Klaus Neumont, Sophia, Alexis Radius, Camilla Hennefeld. The girl says that's not the issue. She doesn't think it's any of her business. She apologizes for taking so long. Everything's fine. How does he know where to go? He was told he was supposed to be assigned to a faculty, right? They needed to go to the testing grounds, where they'd be told everything. The protagonist understood, and the girl wished him luck. The girl understands that they have not yet entered, but she will still say it. She wishes to welcome them to the Royal Academy. They call 153, and the girl goes to the training ground for a practical skills test. She asks where the target is, and the guy tells her it's right in front of her. She was injured in the last test. They have already started testing, of course. She can take her time if she wants to. Maybe they don't understand the task. The girl says that she understood everything. But she needs to choose the right spell and show everything she is capable of. By the way, they didn't say what needs to be done with the target. It seems she understood everything. Then she decides to try it and uses Freeze, a common mid-level magic skill, Magic Freeze. She freezes the target and the guy tells her that it's a good spell. She passed the test, but first she could have waited until the target stopped burning. The girl asks if it's true. She's not the last one for today, so she'll have to create a new one. Let her think that this is another test, so he can learn even more about her level of magic. He shows her that she should now go there. The instructor waiting there should tell her where to go next. She is happy. The guy tells the main character that he is just in time, 54, although there is no one else here. The girl hears him announce that he's here for testing. Black hair is only for talented people. Black is the color of geniuses. The protagonist asks what he should do. He is asked if he sees the target, let him use on it something that could surprise him. The main character understands what he will use. The girl thinks about whether he will use a sword. This is a great rarity. What kind of magic he will use. Then the main character strikes the target with a magic blade, and the girl can barely stand on her feet from the shockwave. The training ground in front of them turns out to be empty. The guy in shock says that he could have withstood even the full force of the instructor. The main character asks if he overdid it a little. After a while, the guy thinks about how easily he was accepted. He thought he would fail, and now he has a lot of free time, and in the afternoon there is an entrance ceremony at the academy. In principle, he can go outside, go out early, won't be late, walk around and see the city. The guy walks through the streets, as he thought. Early in the morning, in the city there is absolutely nothing to do, but it's still better than sitting around doing nothing. He reports that, although he was hoping to find something interesting, the girl at this time uses a normal mid-level skill, spirit skill, danger detection, a normal mid-level skill, fencing and parrying. Then she wonders if she was too hasty, but no, he was the one who attacked her first. She would like to ask the three people in robes why they attacked her. She understands that they are not going to tell her anything. They attack her and she uses triple jump and then raises her sword and uses double fang to attack them. Someone starts singing to the girl about hearing her voice and not attacking. The girl tries not to give in to this. She uses a normal martial arts skill. One of them appears above her and wants to attack, but the girl parries the stranger's attack. Then she realizes that the magician is going to kill his comrade. He asks the flame to burn her to the ground. The main character says that it is noisy here. The protagonist says that he was unsure whether he should intervene, but it would be a shame if anyone got hurt. He stands next to the defeated strangers. Then, at the headquarters of the Royal Guard, the protagonist drinks tea and is surprised by the unexpected hospitality. He also hopes that he will not be considered their accomplice, but he did not try to arouse suspicion when they were found, although the name Newmont is on everyone's lips, but he did not seem to tell them it. The man reports that there was a fight, although he should first thank Soma, who has a question about what the king of the Radial Kingdom, Alexis Radius, is doing here. He asks if it is not natural to come and thank his daughter's savior. The protagonist says that it was obvious. The king tells him that he really does look like his parents. Even when he came, he did not bow. Soma says he doesn't have time to chat, wondering if he figured out who it was. The king denies it, saying they left no evidence and seemed to vanish. Could he ask him to keep an eye on her, since he can't even get inside the academy? However, they don't know each other well and don't communicate. He can't promise anything. As long as she is within his sight, he will look after her. The king reports that this is enough, relies on him, and calls him the future king of swordsmen. It seems that he didn't call him that at their last meeting. He is not that simple. That's why he is close to his father. What should he do with the princess now? The girl says she's sorry because he's late because of her. He tells her it's not her fault, she's the victim, and besides, he was just wandering around the city doing nothing anyway. He was looking forward to his first day at the academy, which is why he woke up so early. The girl asks if it's true. Soma replies that yes, she does too. In general, she has nothing to apologize for. He will relax well and be distracted from unnecessary thoughts, whether something worries him. The guy is looking forward to the start of classes, but today is only the entrance ceremony, so it's better to calm down for now. To be honest, the girl didn't think she would pass the exam. The girl asks if he did well. Soma was afraid he'd overdone it. It wasn't just about wielding power, but also controlling it. It couldn't be that the boy had never seen such power before. The girl said she wished she could say something so wise one day, and the boy said she'd probably be taught how. She says he's already met her father. He asks if she wanted to hide the fact that she's a princess. He doubts she'll be able to once school starts. She admits that she does not want people to treat her specially, just because she is from a royal family. The guy asks if she wants people to treat her like a princess. Then she can communicate with him calmly. He doesn't care about her origin. If he cared about it, he wouldn't treat her like that. Although, if she considers it rude, she can always say so. She denies it and says everything is fine. The guy asks her what's wrong, and she asks him about how he's also planning to enroll in the magic department. The guy agrees. The girl says that her name is Sylvia, and she is very pleased to meet him. Then people gather at the Royal Academy. The girl and the protagonist head forward. Soma says the entrance ceremony has begun, and he seems to say it's taking place in one of the halls. Sylvia says that's correct, and I wonder if there will be any this year. If he remembers correctly, he was told to go to the training grounds. The protagonist asks if they made a mistake. The girl says that this is what the Royal Academy means. It is more like an arena than a training ground, but there should be no mistake. People are like students. He thinks that he also doesn't know what will happen now, so they look a little confused. The girl says that it looks like a lot of students were accepted this year. Soma asks if having more students will attract suspicious individuals. She asks if he's talking about the three in robes. They look suspicious, but they did enroll in the academy. Then the door swings open, and a girl comes out with a gun in her hands, who says that firstly, welcome to the Royal Academy. Now they are probably confused, but they will explain everything. A normal entrance ceremony would be boring, but this is the Royal Academy. a place where the geniuses of this world strive for unattainable heights. This is not an ordinary place, so she asks for permission to prove it to them. She asks them to prove their worth. The students discuss her. There's no mistaking her looks, her demeanor, her dark hair. She's the best adventurer, the kingdom's heroine, the silver battle princess. The girl, however, is embarrassed when people call her that. She doesn't give extra points for flattery, so she advises him to stop. They realize it really is Camilla Hennefeld, the most prominent adventurer of the Radial Kingdom, one of the strongest, Beatrice de Mont, the Flower Knight, Yori Kanzaki from another world, and the two Numonts, known as the King and Queen of Heaven. This girl has saved many people. They say that she does not have a special skill. She is able to defeat anyone with such a skill. Parents tell their children about her exploits. They understand they'll have to fight her. The girl says they know everything. She didn't even have to introduce herself, and they seem eager to get started, but she wants to clarify something. Firstly, they will not fight her one-on-one. Here, they will show what they are capable of together. And secondly, she shows something and says that most people probably know what it is. It's a copy of the collar that blocks the use of skills. It is less effective than the original, so all her skills were only weakened. She puts it on her neck. She says that this way she will have enough strength to easily defeat them. They really intend to expel most of them, so they shouldn't hold a grudge against her. But you don't have to give up. Even when it seems like there's no chance, you need to find the strength in yourself and at least have some fun. She asks them to believe this is good advice. Then she jumps. The students discuss how, although she is the kingdom's heroine, her skills are weakened and they have the advantage in numbers, so she has a chance. The girl lands and uses dragon summoning. The shockwave destroys everything, and the students wonder if this is a joke, or if her skills haven't been weakened. She says they're definitely considering whether the collar is working. They can be sure she can only use low-level skills, but is a low-level skill an indicator of strength? Wouldn't there be a difference in strength if the same skill were used by a weak and a strong person? Skills are just a way to attack. She will teach them how to use them correctly, then she will attack them again. She tells the guy that many simply ran away, and he stopped her sword strike. His fencing skill is at an average level, and because of the collar, her skills are low, which means he will be able to repel the attack. She doesn't think that such an attack will be enough, and uses a roaring swing attack. The guy holds on, and asks if it's a low level, rather the opposite. She won't be able to repel an attack that she can't see in the smoke. The guy uses mind's eye fencing and makes a cut, but he hits her axe with his sword. She says that she wouldn't be able to repel the attack, but therefore it's possible to simply break the distance. The guy looks up at her in shock and wonders if this is possible. She hits him from the air. He can be confident in his abilities. This is normal. At this rate, she may not have time to finish, so she will have to be a little more serious. Moreover, her main rival is waiting for her. She looks at the main character and asks if they will start already. It's 6 a.m. It's the Newmont family's morning, and Soma, as always, has been training since early morning. Aina wishes Risa good morning, who notes that Soma is full of energy. His father tells him that he is clearly full of energy. He tells his father that he rarely goes out, he just has a lot of free time this morning. His father asks his son if he trains, to which he answers yes. Aina says that when she was little, she was told a fairy tale about a monster that could swallow the entire forest at once, and now she thinks that this might not be a fairy tale at all, but a very real story. Several months had passed since they had stayed at the Newmont family villa for some reason. She realized again how strong Soma was. He cut the ground, and a hot spring appeared. He struck the sky and scattered the clouds. He was insanely strong, but did he even need magic? She couldn't say for sure whether he'd be able to use magic, but now was the perfect time to learn. He wonders if he can clear the space so he can see the stars. It's a shame it's cloudy, and they're having a party tonight to celebrate the renovation's completion. Come to think of it, he only has a regular sword. The girl could show him the starry sky, but without any crazy fencing techniques. A swarm of glowing butterflies appears around the girl. She's easily capable of such a thing, but it feels unfair, and she doesn't want to hear it from him. The girl in the center of the arena is throwing the students aside, and the girl is telling Soma that they fly well. Those guys over there are standing and waiting in line. Apparently, they want to show off their abilities alone. At this rate, due to so many duels, she will simply get tired. The guy thinks that they will soon see this. After another blow, the girl's axe breaks. The guy with the sword tells her that she's caught, but she suddenly blocks his attack with her sword. She only has advanced level skills, but there is one thing that allows her to be on par with special skills, a universal martial arts style. Sylvia thought that everyone knew this. He was just stumped and simply didn't think about it. Camilla didn't think that her axe would break so quickly, and they weren't that bad. Then she would become a little more serious. She can use any weapon and the corresponding skills, therefore the battlefield, where various weapons are scattered, is the best place for her to prove herself. Then the girl throws the students aside, and the main character asks her if he can be next. She says that of course he was a bit late. He reports that she didn't agree to a rematch then. She says that now it is different. She is obliged to answer the request of her student. He says that it would be nice to take revenge, since she is now a teacher. She says that today she will win, but first she will get rid of this collar. She destroys it and asks if there is an objection, but Soma would have objected if she hadn't taken it off. Camilla says that she thought so. She suggests starting and uses the power of the gods. The girl then uses a furious explosion. She jumps to the side and waits. However, the protagonist stands unharmed, and the girl tells him what she thought, that she'd simply crush him to the ground, but he doesn't change at all, and she smiles. The main character says that although she says this, won't she be surprised? She asks why she even says such obvious things. Soma asks her to learn to throw a weapon into the air, and while it is in the air, attack with another. She informs that this is ordinary juggling. His abilities are much more amazing. However, they're running out of time, so he asks the teacher to quickly decide how long he can break someone else's weapon. The girl tells him he's a bad warrior for throwing away his weapon, but Soma says there's no arguing with that. The girl then talks about attacking, using advanced axe skills, advanced fencing, martial arts, clear vision, and doing a full swing attack. Her sword breaks from this, and she immediately takes the mace and uses advanced mace mastery, advanced bow mastery, and martial arts. The protagonist responds by using the power of the gods, his mind's eye and battle cry, making a huge cut and blocking the girl's blow. The girl says with displeasure that she thought that this time everything would work out. He himself was scared at first. They used the handle of a broken axe as a club and also hit him with a bow. Then she asks what's next. She raises her fist and asks if they'll try it. The girl uses hand-to-hand-to-hand combat techniques, martial arts, the power of the gods, clear vision, the mind's eye, selfless devotion, and attacks Soma with an explosive fist. However, the main character attacks her first, and the girl thinks that this time she seems to have lost. The main character stands calmly with a sword in his hands. The girl thinks that she knew that Soma was strong, but to that extent does he have a special skill. However, this is impossible. There are only 2 owners in the world. It is unlikely that there can be more. It is simply impossible. She thinks about what will happen next, whether another instructor should come here. The guy just stands there. Suddenly, a mysterious man appears behind the main character and attacks him from behind. Suddenly, the stranger's sword stops right in front of Soma. He turns around and asks what this means. He understands that she is Sheila. The girl then takes off her robe and says that it doesn't hurt to try. He asks her if she is sure that she should reveal her identity. She tells him that it's rude to wear a cloak at the academy, and the guy tells her that she's right about that, and he's even surprised that she wasn't reprimanded earlier. Sheila says that she simply has a special permit, but it would be better if he told her how he was able to recognize her and repel the blow. He admits that it is very simple. It is the same cloak that she used before. How could he not recognize it? The girl asks with displeasure if that's all. He says that the attack was too obvious. An ordinary person would not have guessed. If she had disguised herself, the surprise attack might have worked, at least not like Lena. The girl in shock asks how he exposed her. He tells her that she, on the contrary, went too far and it became easier to uncover her. She takes off her hood and says that he hasn't changed at all. They tried so hard to hide, but it was all in vain. They learned about the entrance ceremony in advance to prepare for this moment. He asks them if they went so far to defeat him, if he had offended them in some way. The girl asks if he did it on purpose. It was a rare and wonderful opportunity. At least once they want to beat him. The protagonist holds a sword in front of him, while the girl conjures fire, an everlasting flame. She asks him to hear her call and obey her will. The protagonist understands that she is casting a spell, which means she is too serious about attacking him. If he fails to repel her attack, will he die from it? He understands that this is his mother's spell, and the flames will not subside until they burn everything around to the ground. The girl asks if her brother will die from such magic, and she says that he is not that weak. Then the girl makes a gesture and says to devour and burn everything to ashes. This is an endless Gehenna. A column of flame appears in front of her. The girl is not sure that Soma will survive, but she thinks she overdid it, while the other one says that others could get hurt too. She says that she did tell them that she could choose a target for this spell, asks them to believe in her. If the flame has not yet gone out, then Soma is fine. The girl angrily asks whose side his sister is on. She does not understand at all how he is still alive there. She looks closely into the flame and becomes dissatisfied because the main character is standing there calmly. She thinks that he is really safe and sound. He says that now she can't be called ordinary either with such magic. They ask him how he reflected the spell. The guy says that he will just continue to swing the sword, disperse the flames. Sooner or later the mana will run out, so you just need to keep swinging. They call him crazy, and he asks if they continue, and all three girls agree at the same time. The protagonist then attacks them with an internal slash and defeats them, asking if there is anyone left. He suddenly wants to attack the girl. She gets scared, asking if she can one day become as strong. The guy understands that this is apparently all. The girl asks if they liked the initiation ceremony for new students, and she congratulates everyone on their admission. This was supposed to be immediately followed by a tour of the faculty, but it seems they don't have the energy left for that. She asks them all to return to their rooms and rest until tomorrow. She will later tell them the place and time of the meeting. The protagonist sighs with relief. A few days later, classes and academic life began. A wide range of basic education courses, students sat in a lecture, a girl explained something on the board, as well as martial arts classes, and the protagonist's favorite lesson is a magic lesson. The protagonist sits and looks at the teacher, saying that this is the picture that has emerged over the course of several days, and that this is not just the first year, so it is not surprising that he has not yet learned anything new. The protagonist sits and reads a huge book with a smile in the spacious library, thinking that, as expected, the books in the Royal Academy's library are countless. And no matter what year the person is in, he is allowed to read absolutely any books in the library. He notices the girl. She thinks that even though he is from a royal family, he is unlikely to inherit the throne. Nevertheless, she is proud that she grew up in a royal family and she wants to be useful to the kingdom. That's why she decided to enter the academy. The kingdom is too far behind in magical research, and she has a talent for magic. She must learn to use it. And after entering the academy, she learned that there are many amazing people in the world. And among them there is Soma. She thinks he is amazing. She really admires him. He answers any question without any difficulty. Even in fencing class, he was able to defeat the teacher, and it seemed like he wasn't even trying. At least, that's what she thought. The girl suddenly becomes dissatisfied and thinks that as soon as she thought about the fact that he finally decided to do something other than study, and he sat down to read a book, but in fact she can also answer at the board. She is not stupid at all. The protagonist thinks that she is unhappy about something. It has been about 2 weeks since classes started, and he is not sure that he will be able to keep up with his studies. At the moment, it is unlikely that he will be able to achieve his goals. He reads all the books that he comes across, so he does not know what will be useful for him. He thinks about the labyrinth, that this book seems to be the most useful. The labyrinth, in the blink of an eye, and the monsters, killed, return again. In the labyrinth you can find treasures and various artifacts. One of the reasons why he decided to enter the academy was the existence of a labyrinth here. The academy was built on this labyrinth, and there is also a lesson dedicated to the labyrinth. However, he is only allowed to visit it at his own discretion after completing secondary education. He wonders if there is a way to get inside earlier and decides to find out about it. The guy asks the girls if they are studying the library in search of magical knowledge. If they are looking for something specific, they are looking for a grimoire. A grimoire is a type of spellbook used to learn new magic, so you can learn a specific magic by reading it in a grimoire. It is very rare and expensive, so it could only be obtained from a labyrinth and used only twice. If you can find anything in a library, it is used grimoires. Neither he nor Sheila are trained in magic, and she wants to find something that will help her understand it. She says she's looking for a basic grimoire. She has plenty of time to take her time and try everything out. She has never used a grimoire before. They are rare things, they are not often read, except in a place like this. She'll start with the contents. She's unlikely to be able to read anything there, that's what he was told. She says she can't. It's all written in ancient symbols. Few people can read it. The girl asks him to read them, and he agrees. She is surprised that he can read them. He reads that, April 3rd, 11/7, sunny, today was an ordinary day, nothing special. The author was looking forward to the centenary celebration, but there was nothing special about it. The covers of all the grimoires are made according to one unique design. It is impossible to forge it. The main character says that it really is his. The guy glanced through the pages. It seems that here there are only similar entries. In others, it is the same. He can really read them. He asks if this is rare, since they were so surprised. The girl says the symbols are eerie, and they don't know about them. They were given to them by God, a script from another world. That's the theory. Sometimes people from another world end up in their world, and some of the technologies they brought with them still exist. The guy asks if she is like the Iori Kanzaki they know, if she understands such things, if she knows about the labyrinth. She says that you can say that. He asks how he can get into the labyrinth right now without anyone seeing him, and she asks if she thinks she can teach him how. You can get in, but only after going through the formalities. There are rules that aren't discussed at the academy, for example, that students in elementary education aren't allowed into the labyrinth, but there is an exception. Someone says that you can ask the instructor and take a special exam. It turns out it's the director. In the morning, the guy says that he has never been to this place before, whether it is a temple or ruins. They ask him if he imagined the labyrinth like this. Does the director really have a lot of free time that she personally decided to conduct the exam? She asks if he could be more gentle. She is still the strongest in this academy. He says that if it were another teacher, he might not have gotten here. She says that he is here thanks to her. He asks her not to get carried away. Then something happens, and the girl asks if it's a barrier. Soma says they put up a barrier to prevent problems even if the monsters come out, although that never happens. We need to hurry and start, is the content of the exam secret. Before they start, she will say one more thing. She will immediately send him to the 10th level. Level 10 is the intermediate level, which those who have completed a primary education reach. A test is administered there. The girl says it will take about 2 hours, and the guy leaves. The goblins are watching the main character, and when one of them jumps around the corner at Soma, he cuts off his head. Then the main character goes down the stairs and again deals with the enemies he meets along the way. He says that he is doing well. At this rate, he can go far. He asks the girl why she speaks so strangely. She gets angry at the question. He didn't want to offend her, but it's strange why she acts like a little girl. She's an adult. She asks him when he realized this. He says that as soon as he saw her, she was that dragon. She asks if everything is okay. If he won't kill her, he says that it's okay. Even if he was ordered to, he wouldn't kill. He hates murder. She says that she wanted to surprise him. She understands why she decided to personally take the exam. She did not answer her question, why the little girl did not know that dragons have gender. Her body is small because she hasn't even lived 50 years yet. When she grows up, she won't take on a tall form. In her original form, she was large, even by dragon standards. That's why in this form, she chose a small body. In other words, she is a cute girl. The guy decides to ignore it. The girl admits that she is going to have a child. He does not remember that he interested her in this regard. She says that he killed her. That's enough. The protagonist is happy, but the dragon says some nonsense. The whole plan sounds like she specially revived him here, and that's true. Has he forgotten what she said then? But he remembers. He asks if non-humans can have children. It's true that she's not human, but she should be able to bear a child in this form. It's not an illusion, but a physical body. He still has about 500 years left to grow up and conceive a child. He asks her if she has fulfilled his wish, and she gives a positive answer. But there's a catch. He can't use magic. Why did she call him? She just heard him say that he wanted to go to the labyrinth. She asks if she can examine it. She can see all his abilities. He doesn't mind. She sees a huge list of the guy's abilities. She sees special magical skills and says that there can be no mistake. The skill is there. She notices other skills too. He is forbidden from further developing magical or physical skills. She understands what the matter is. It's possible that he'll never be able to learn magic. It says so here. He asks if she's sure it will stop him. He kills goblins. He asks her what she did wrong. When she reincarnated him, she gave him her ability, but it was seen as interference with his body. Now he can't develop his skills. She ruined everything. He doesn't see any problems. From the very beginning, he understood that he wouldn't be able to use magic, since he found out the reason. This is a step forward. So she has nothing to worry about, especially since she has already done a lot by rebirthing him in this world. She asks if he will have a child with her. He denies it. A young man and woman reached the 10th floor of the labyrinth. The man noticed that they had made it without any particular problems and asked his companion how long it had taken them to reach this point. The girl replied that it only took an hour, which was half as long as she had expected, and clarified that he had managed to complete the exam assignment without any problems. He began to think that the loss of the ability to use magic was probably a consequence of the reincarnation that the girl had undergone, but he came to the conclusion that there was no point in regretting the place where he was now, since complaining would be unwise. The boy also realized that he might have already started complaining, and concluded that he could use magic without any difficulty if only he didn't have this specific prohibition skill, which is why he probably felt some resentment. The guy convinced himself that there was no need to engage in these thoughts and be distracted by them at the moment. The boy came to the conclusion that the difficult path was the most preferable for him, and he felt impatient, comparing the new situation with the path that swordsmen take, and also realizing that he would need to put in much more effort than was required before. When they arrived at the magic testing ground, the young man was watching the proceedings, and the girl turned around after someone called her name, Soma. She responded with surprise, noting the unexpectedness of the meeting, and then asked the man what exactly he was doing there. The man who called out to her said he had come for inspiration, not practice, and asked about their activities. The girl replied that they were mainly engaged in training. Then the man who had called her away turned to the girl's companion, asking what he was doing there. When the guy's displeasure flared, the girl's companion politely asked who he was. In response, the guy angrily accused him of provoking him. The girl shared with him her opinion that her acquaintance seemed to be in a bad mood today. Enraged, the guy who had called out to him turned around and expressed his indignation, asking if the other guy thought he was joking, and then asked Soma herself if she saw it. At this, Soma's companion was completely perplexed. The girl began to explain that this man was Lars Hofmannstar, the rightful heir of his family, and said that at a certain ceremony he demonstrated excessive self-confidence, but in the end it was her companion who won, and Lars Hoffmann was left with nothing. The young man gave an affirmative answer, after which he admitted that he was hearing about this family for the first time, which surprised the girl, and she decided to find out whether he really belonged to their kingdom. In addition, the girl turned to the young man and, feeling some uncertainty, asked if he had a girlfriend. He immediately asked the girl with concern about her well-being, wondering if anyone was threatening her or if she was being enslaved. The girl was inwardly outraged by this notion, after which she hesitantly stated that she was indeed fine, as Aina was a very good friend. The guy remarked that the girl was nice, but warned her that she could be awful, asking her to be patient. Suddenly, a voice behind the girl announced that the speaker was still standing in front of them and asked if they were aware of it. The boy paused for a moment, then decided the girl looked weak, though Aina, in his opinion, was stronger than any mage. He suggested that Aina might have recognized some hidden potential in her. The young man noted how crowded the group was. The girl explained that this was due to the first day of exploring the labyrinth and the presence of all the groups, declaring the situation inevitable. The young man grumbled, adding that, in his opinion, it would have been better if there had been fewer people. The girl began explaining that the participants were forming groups. She expressed doubts about whether they would be able to complete all the tasks by the end of the day, and explained that the process was organized on a first-come, first-served basis, emphasizing the general impatience and desire to get started as quickly as possible. She reminded that the speed of preparation directly affects the time of access to the labyrinth, emphasizing that the speed of preparation will ensure early entry. She asked, confirming her understanding that they didn't need to worry about gathering the others themselves. The boy confirmed that they should simply wait for the right moment and then set off immediately. The young man clarified that there should be 4 members in the group, emphasizing that there were already 3, and inquired about the whereabouts of the last one. Just as he was beginning to think about her appearance, the girl announced that she had already arrived. Another girl noted with satisfaction that the situation was excellent and emphasized that a 5th person was now present. The guy pointed accusingly at the girl and sternly ordered her to return to her duties immediately. The girl demanded an explanation, asking the reason. He reminded her that she was a teacher, which she sadly confirmed. Then he asked if she had anything else to do. The girl remembered and exclaimed that he was right. She approached him, asking if he intended to recruit these members for his group. He explained that working and interacting with people he already knew was always much easier and more effective. She informed him that, despite his arguments, he was required to be in the same group with his friend Aina. The young man, perplexed, inquired about the reason for this requirement, noting that, according to his information, no restrictions were imposed on the group formation process. The girl confirmed that being in the same group with Aina couldn't be considered training. At that moment, another girl asked Camilla in surprise if she was there too. Camilla replied that she'd decided to come in case she needed to explain anything. Additionally, it was clarified that Soma and Sheila are not allowed to form parties with anyone from the vanguard, while Aina is barred from teaming up with members of the rearguard. One girl said she should only work with the vanguard, another said only with the rearguard. Camilla confirmed this, explaining that teaming up with someone of the same role would prevent them from showing their true potential, depriving them of all opportunities. The young man agreed to the terms, but tried to justify himself by emphasizing that his role was that of a magician. Camilla questioned his words, asking what kind of magic it was. The girl said she'd have to find a group because she needed 3 people for avant-garde before time ran out. Another girl confirmed that she needed to look too. The guy added that he needed to look for people too, asking if anyone was available. The girl asked why her brother couldn't find a team, believing he had to attract people. Camilla explained that the other 2 had renowned skills, while almost nothing was known about her brother, and emphasized that this was the key difference. She bowed her head and expressed sadness at the situation. The guy urged her not to stop, but to continue actively searching for the group, and then, turning to Helen, asked if she had already chosen her companions for the hike. Helen was completely confused. Seeing her reaction, the guy admitted that he thought she was still standing there because she wanted to team up with him and asked if he was mistaken. The girl, frightened, began to justify herself, asking if she would be a nuisance and a burden to him. He was surprised by her fears, asking why she would be a hindrance to him, and stated that he himself was being avoided, while he, on the contrary, wanted to create a group with her immediately. The girl, embarrassed, said that only now did she understand the true state of affairs and gave her consent. Extending his hand, he politely asked her if she would like to join the same group with him and asked her to give her consent to work together. After the girl shook his hand, the guy expressed his trust in her. The girl hesitated and said she didn't know if she should mention it, but warned him that someone was standing there and watching him very closely. The guy said that he also noticed the surveillance, turned to the stranger and demanded that he give his name and explain who he was. Lars Hoffman Starr angrily introduced himself, ordering him to remember his name. The young man retorted, pointing out that he'd never heard that name in conversation before, but immediately added that, despite this, they were looking for a new member for their band. Lars awkwardly began asking if they were asking him to join, hinting at other invitations. The guy quickly replied that in that case, he'd look for someone else. Lars then agreed, declaring that he had no choice but to join. The young man said they were missing one member and added that finding him would be difficult, as most had already formed groups. Lars, gesturing, noticed that there was still one person left and offered to include him in the team. The guy asked for clarification on the man's whereabouts. Lars pointed, saying there was a girl standing there alone. The girl, moving closer to her companion, confirmed that they had indeed found her. The guy agreed with his interlocutor, noting that he could try to approach, hinting with a smile at the need to complete the formation of the team. He asked Helen if she was against it. Helen, frightened and hesitant, replied that she was fine. The guy said that if that was the case, he would go and talk to her himself. The guy came closer and asked her if she wanted to join their team. The girl responded with utter confusion, looking at him in bewilderment. He repeated his invitation, asking her to speak up, but added that he wouldn't insist if she was already in another group or didn't agree. The girl quickly replied that she wasn't at all against their team. A girl approached the team and announced she was joining. The team members expressed excitement at her arrival. The guy asked if they were ready to tackle the maze as a group. The girl asked if the 4 of them could handle it, noting that the guy was very strong. The guy explained that he was proposing to try going with the current team, provided everyone agreed. He outlined a plan according to which, if difficulties arose, they could abort the trip, return, and take on additional members. Someone called the teacher. She immediately switched to Soma, asking what happened and whether she had any difficulties or questions. The boy announced that they had decided to go to the maze. The girl noted with surprise that this meant they had decided to go first, adding that she thought someone else had already gone. The teacher replied that this was usually the case, but this year everyone was being extra careful. Lars angrily asked what caution had to do with it, expressing the opinion that everyone else was just cowards and fools. The girl hesitantly asked if that was truly his firm opinion. The teacher said it was difficult to say for sure, but admitted there might be some truth to his words. She stated that while a pre-departure discussion was necessary, the most important thing was to gain practical experience. The teacher also noted that the others' behavior was logical, as they were completely unaware of the specific threats lurking within the maze. After receiving the explanation, the young people understood the situation. The teacher gave the command to go into the maze, turning to Kurt and telling him it was his turn. Kurt confirmed that he understood the instructions and was ready to go. The young man, after greeting them, announced his name was Kurt and that he was a third grader in high school. He announced that he would be acting as their group's guide and expressed his pleasure at meeting them. The young man introduced himself, stating that his name was Kurt and that he was a third grader in high school. He added that he was acting as a guide for their group and expressed pleasure in meeting them. The boys expressed mutual pleasure at meeting Kurt. The girl inquired, noting that the boy's appearance was consistent with their age. Kurt didn't respond, limiting himself to a smile. Then another member of the assembled team stated that the time had come to move. He announced that he was going to demonstrate an imperfect feat of clairvoyance, and immediately set to work, making a cut, moving the weapon vigorously. The boy, grabbed by the monster's throat, mentally noted that the monster was surprisingly weak. Then he saw the girl appear and exclaimed in great surprise, calling her by name, Sylvia. It was clear that the young man and his team did not stand aside. He immediately approached and beheaded the monster. Lars thanked them for their assistance. They assured him that the help had arrived in time and added that similar situations would not arise in the future. Lars thought to himself that the boy's fencing skills were high and couldn't understand why he also wanted to master magic. Lars, watching the young man, mentally wondered why his paths had crossed with this particular guy and declared that he would be the one to attack the next monster, heading towards the target. While the boy dealt with the monster, Sylvia stood right behind him and watched the battle. She thought she probably wouldn't have to intervene and remarked that was wonderful. She concluded that the boy was protecting the rear guard while skillfully and clearly giving instructions, and concluded that since he had already explored the labyrinth, he had the necessary experience. She continued to ponder, noticing that the three seemed unaware of his experience and wondered how good his personal skills really were. The guy announced that all the enemies had been eliminated and they should move on. He inquired about the group's condition, admitting that he himself was already a little tired. Lars confirmed the slight fatigue, explaining that they had been fighting or walking for an hour. Sylvia echoed the previous sentiment and inquired about the other girl's condition. She admitted feeling tired but expressed willingness to walk a little further. The man ordered them to keep moving, warning them not to push themselves too hard. The group was reported to have moved through the labyrinth towards a certain entrance, and one of the participants or observers emphasized that they had chosen the right direction. When they saw the monster, Lars stated that it was the only one there and expressed his intention to deal with it himself. When the monster was cut down, the boy apologized, citing an accident and a desire to get it over with quickly. Lars replied that there was no point in arguing, but demanded the next target. The boy agreed, asking Lars to be careful. Sylvia said she understood everything. She paused, concluding that this was a higher goblin, a larger species that wasn't particularly strong, but given its type, it shouldn't be on the first floor of the labyrinth. Lars wondered if the boy had really done his action by accident, noting that he had assumed it would be boring, but now he had come to the conclusion that he could have a little fun. It was reported that on weekends, the girl spent her time lying on her soft bed, sighing. The fair-haired girl approached and expressed surprise, asking why her interlocutor was lying around again and asked if she had even opened her eyes today. She asked a rhetorical question about whether such behavior was appropriate for a lady's status and received a questioning answer in the form of a sound from the girl lying on the bed. She said they should continue and inquired about what was going on. Taking the book, the fair-haired girl discovered it was a forgotten novel by Mrs. Shi Lavia, in which her companion was the main character. The girl lying on the bed instantly stood up and snatched the book from her. She declared with a grin that it all looked cute and stipulated that if she took a serious approach, she would not be able to hide anything. Her companion objected, declaring that she was wasting her talents. The girl sitting on the bed emphasized that her friend used to be kinder. The blonde expressed surprise, asking what she was talking about, and declared that she hadn't changed, demonstrating this by lifting her dress. The girl from the bed corrected her, reminding her that she had always been like this. She asked Maria the purpose of her visit. Maria replied that she had come to fulfill her duties of making the bed. Maria added that she came not only for work reasons, but also because it seemed to her that her interlocutor was in a bad mood, so she decided to cheer her up and asked if something had happened at the academy. The girl, clutching her dress with her hands, confirmed that her words were true. She turned to Maria, asking her to listen, to which Maria quickly responded, asking what was wrong. Maria offered advice on the consequences, pointing out that it was best not to mention her complete lack of talent in front of others. She warned that this could end badly and frankly stated that these words made her want to punish her friend. She began explaining that it certainly makes sense to have intermediate-level general skills. She also noted that it's nice when your favorite skills are also developed to at least an intermediate level. She continued speaking, emphasizing that many at the academy had already achieved advanced levels of skill, and asked how she could possibly compare. She added that even specialized professionals who didn't have her average level were stronger. Maria assured her friend that she shouldn't worry so much, emphasizing that she was much stronger than she thought she was. The girl thanked her for the support and acknowledged that Maria might be right. She continued, slightly offended, asking if her words made sense since her interlocutor was ignoring her, and finally allowed her to proceed as she saw fit. The girl agreed and thanked her for the guidance. She said, going to the window, that she was allowed to visit the house once every 2 weeks. She noted that this was a privilege due to her belonging to the royal family and declared that she should not take advantage of these advantages, but needed to change. Maria offered her advice, wishing her to give it her all. The girl responded with a smile and expressed her gratitude. The girl told the guy that he'd just been teaching her all sorts of things. The guy, puzzled, asked what these all sorts of things were, clarifying their nature, and wondered what her so what meant, whether she was presenting him with a fait accompli. She made it clear that her actions were motivated by revenge. The boy made a long sound, expressing fear or shock. His companion from behind asked if he had committed any misdeeds again. The boy asked if he wanted to get to know Sylvia. She replied that she wanted to learn as much as possible to be more helpful, and explained that, first, she needed to figure out how to get through the maze, and then she wanted to know his opinion on their recent lesson in general. The young man motioned for the girl to come over, and she did. He said he was prepared to point out important details, emphasizing the need for constant vigilance and anticipation of the worst-case scenario. She agreed with the boy, stating that they had already heard this information before the lesson and pointed out to everyone that they should be prepared for danger that could arise suddenly. She agreed with his words, emphasizing that it was probably true. The boy explained that since he'd only visited the labyrinth once, he was unsure of his ability to fully assess the dangers they faced. Another girl asked if it was really possible to feel what he was talking about. He asked what she meant by that. The girl desperately replied that she considered it useless for explanation. She agreed with the previous thoughts, assuring him that despite the possible difficulties, her brother would overcome them without any problem. However, she expressed doubt that they would be able to sense the labyrinth. After this, another girl asked if the only way to gain the necessary experience was to act without Soma. He refuted her claims, assuring her that he didn't have the ability to do everything at once. He added that in practice, things usually don't go as planned. The girl agreed with Sylvia, saying she was right, and that something unexpectedly bad usually happened. The guy confirmed her words. In response, the girl looked at him questioningly. He emphasized that such events are impossible to predict in advance. He explained that when visiting unexplored places, it's normal for reality to be harsher than the worst-case scenario they'd created due to a lack of data. She asked whether his words implied that predicting even the worst-case scenario was pointless. The guy replied that this doesn't mean you shouldn't prepare. He said you should always assume the worst-case scenario, but be prepared for something even more unexpected to happen. He reminded everyone that the main thing is to be ready to act, no matter what. Sylvia smiled and said she understood, thanking the guy for teaching her. The guy replied that, frankly, he wasn't sure how useful the information he'd provided was. He continued, pointing out that choosing the best path requires considering all possible scenarios. He emphasized that, fortunately, 3 of them possessed special skills. The girls watched him closely, concluding that he was behaving like a true teacher. They encouraged Sylvia to feel free to let them know if there was anything they could teach her. Sylvia expressed her appreciation for the offer and assured them she was looking forward to the opportunity to learn. It was reported that one girl approached Sylvia and began a demonstration, manipulating a ball of energy on her finger, while her companion demonstrated fighting techniques. During the second lesson in the labyrinth, while the girl was fighting, the boy remarked that it seemed the lessons hadn't been in vain. The girl agreed, admitting she was a little surprised. Ivis asked if it wasn't logical that such a result was achieved thanks to her efforts. Lars suggested that she should have these skills by default, and therefore there was no reason to praise her. She confirmed his point, apologized, and expressed disappointment. He tried to find out the reason for the apology. The girl explained that she was asking for forgiveness for the moment when he saved her, and she was unable to protect herself. Lars expressed his displeasure with a hiss. He told Sylvia outright that she was wrong. Sylvia clarified what exactly he was trying to tell her. Avia. She explained that Lars probably didn't want her to apologize. The girl sheepishly admitted that she realized her mistake, agreeing that apologizing for help seemed odd. She turned to Lars, thanking him for his help that time. Lars said that the girl might not have said these words, emphasizing their non-obligation. Lars addressed the team members, demanding they stop talking, as they hadn't yet exited the labyrinth. The boy responded, expressing complete agreement with his words. Following the training, the group reportedly reached the second floor on the second day, ahead of average. It was noted that they could have descended to the third level, but chose to continue training on the second. It was noted that the monsters on the third floor are different from those on the second, and they quickly deal with the unprepared, which is why the third floor always has the highest number of victims. He said that the overconfidence gained on the second floor leads to dire consequences. He assumed they had gotten complacent too. He added that his boyfriend had then told him about the guys. Things would get more interesting and challenging from here. And he said he was glad he had been assigned to this group. It was reported that Soma entered the boss room of the labyrinth. Soma led the fight. The girl watched with fear, and the boy worriedly asked her if she was okay. The girl said all he had to do was reach the end of the dungeon. The boy asked if there was any treasure to be found there. She completely refuted the previous assumption, explaining that it was not treasures at all, but fragments of the evil god's powerful power that were sealed in the very depths of the dungeon. The young man anxiously asked if her goal was world domination, and immediately insisted that he simply needed to inform his father and King Alexis of this. The girl immediately refuted this, asking him on what basis he had come to such a conclusion. The boy, trying to draw the line, clarified that, in his opinion, the discovery of a fragment of the evil god's power was bad news in any case. The girl responded with laughter and declared that the situation didn't match his understanding. The girl offered to explain that the power leaking from the fragment was causing the monsters to mutate, and if the mutated monsters were removed, the leaking power would disappear. The reason for sealing the fragment was to weaken this power. She warned that the deeper one goes, the more intense the monster mutations in this area become. For this reason, only half of the dungeon's 100 floors have been explored, and all lower levels are considered too dangerous. The boy suggested that his own power was too destructive. The girl confirmed that, due to the lack of absorption by monsters, this power overflows the upper floors, and sometimes dangerous creatures begin to appear on the shallower levels. The girl nodded approvingly and noted that he was lucky to have appeared just as the situation in the dungeon was deteriorating. He immediately asked if he needed to go deeper and kill the monsters there. The girl answered curtly that that was exactly it. The girl expressed surprise, saying that nothing like this had ever happened before. She added that the dungeon's rapid progress made the process seem too easy, emphasizing that they had already reached the 85th floor. He decided to tease the girl by asking her directly if she thought that if she were in his position, she could easily deal with absolutely all the monsters on the floor using just one attack. She accepted the comparison to a man of bygone days, but clarified that she was in a special class, different from him. She warned that despite this fact, they had penetrated quite deep into the dungeon, so they needed to be extremely careful and cautious. He asked what plan she had prepared in case he hadn't come to the dungeon. She admitted that she would have had to ask his parents and several renowned adventurers for an escort. He expressed irritation that all the other teams had already begun descending into the dungeon. He immediately noted that since this guy was missing, they might as well begin their own advance. The woman admitted that they couldn't change anything in the current situation. She explained that she'd heard he'd temporarily taken leave because the organization's director was about to formally request his continued work on the current project. Lars noted that this was the director's personal request, although he didn't know the details, and immediately asked what was happening to him. Sylvia replied that it was pointless and suggested they go practice to prepare for the next descent. Avia said that was impossible, since there were only 3 of them. Lars, lying down, interrupted her, exclaiming that this was bad and asking if they had any other option. He suggested that since the guy hadn't shown any activity until the very end of yesterday's descent, He didn't think anything bad would happen if their team limited itself to just the first floor. Avia hesitated, frankly admitting that she had some doubts about this. Sylvia immediately interrupted, noting that she had her own doubts, but that the situation didn't seem impossible or critical. The boy stated that he didn't consider it impossible if they succeeded, but he was worried it would be too reckless. When he asked about his presence, the senpai replied that he had stopped by the academy on business and then spotted them. The guy decided to check if they were really serious about the expedition. Lars admitted that their plan might be too reckless and risky, but asked his interlocutor not to worry about it or allow himself to worry unnecessarily. The boy said he'd be happy to accompany them. He explained that he was extremely curious to see how far this team could advance in the dungeon, considering they were without the help of a strong player like Soma-kun this time. The guy asked if they had permission from the academy and added that he would take responsibility and accompany them. The boy complained that they'd searched diligently but couldn't find a treasure that would allow them to use magic. The girl replied that they'd found grimoires, but he was one of those who refused to learn magic the easy way. One of the group members, unable to bear the silence, turned to the others, asking what exactly had happened and why such a tense atmosphere had arisen. The girl spoke loudly to Director Soma, clearly agitated. When he asked about the cause of her commotion, she reported that Sylvia had disappeared and could not be found. He apologized, claiming it was his mistake, and explained that when they were just the three of them, everything was fine, and he thought he could back them up. The girl interrupted him as soon as they reached the third floor, suggesting they not panic for now, but think about what they could do. She demanded, using a commanding tone, that he take her to the place where he had last seen the missing woman. After they reached the spot, the girl noted in disbelief that it was the 40th floor and asked if they really believed Sylvia was there. Another girl noted that the highest record was the 30th floor, and going any deeper would be a bad idea, even with instructors. Avia emphasized that there were bosses every 10 floors, so Sylvia wouldn't be able to survive on the 40th floor. Camilla assessed the situation and said that only she, Sylvia, and the director had a chance of success. She noted that such a sharp contrast to everyone else had provoked this situation, which she considered a negative. She said that even if they could overcome the resistance, Sylvia would be impossible to reach. The doors on the 40th floor were likely locked, as this was a function that prevented multiple groups from entering at once. She concluded that Sylvia could not be saved by conventional means. The guy declared the discussion over and finally suggested they get moving. When the girl asked where exactly, he replied to the 40th floor, perplexed by the problem. The team members looked at him with obvious fear. He politely asked her to accompany him, explaining that he was confident in her ability to know the quickest route from here. The girl replied that she had intended to ask him about it herself, adding that she could rely on him regarding the brothers. The guy said they could just cut the path and asked who else looked at all the guys. He approached Aina and Sylvia with a personal request to accompany him. They agreed, saying it was a good idea, but immediately asked if he really needed their help. He said that maybe they weren't necessary, but it was better for them to be with him. Aina replied that she understood that. The boy asked the sir to bring everyone remaining in the dungeon out, as he feared something bad might happen. Camilla agreed that, since the student was in trouble, it would be best for everyone to return. The boy promised to remain under their supervision. He expressed agreement, but commented on the situation, noting that he was surprised that in this case it was necessary to activate and take measures so quickly. She mused to herself that she hadn't expected the director to be able to detect someone so deep down on the 40th floor. She also wondered if they really hoped to save Sylvia with just this small force. She suspected the reason was due to the presence of 2 of the 7 heavenly lines here. She also assumed that, as before, a demon general might be present. If it turned out to be the wrong opponent, that would be extremely curious. The guy said it was time to put these thoughts aside and start making plans. The girl mentally wondered why this had happened. Convinced of her own guilt, she believed it was because it had happened on the 3rd floor, and she knew she had become too involved with magic. She admitted she had made a mistake in relying on other people's abilities in her calculations. She noted that she had clearly overestimated her own capabilities, and that she was essentially useless. She reflected on how her goal was to be useful to this country, as well as to those she called family. She studied magic so she could simply be at the Royal Academy. She was contemplating passing the test, even though there were so many people around her who were superior to her in every way. She wondered why she hadn't finished speaking, and at that moment, the girl suddenly became frightened and covered her mouth with her hands. She distinctly heard the monster's footsteps as it passed right next to her. The girl, her eyes tightly closed, desperately thought to herself, begging the monster to go away and ignore her. The girl mentally listed intermediate class, general skill, and intermediate environment skill. She confirmed there was no one nearby and activated her extreme ESP. Suddenly, the monster began rapidly approaching her location. The girl was frightened by such a sudden appearance and, as she began to run, questioned herself as to why this had happened, saying that this shouldn't have happened. The monster's claws tightened around her. At that moment, she realized the hopelessness of the situation and silently told herself that the fateful moment had arrived and that death would overtake her here. The girl expressed her regret by saying, "What a pity." Immediately after, something happened, and she heard a voice that assured her that she would not die anytime soon, and therefore she should stop worrying. She realized that her savior was the guy who dealt the decisive blow and cut the iron monster with his weapon. He frankly admitted that the academy hadn't actually been all that bad. He added that he'd even started to like it, but apparently that was the end. Lars, apparently having identified the cause of the problem, clarified whether it was indeed a fragment of the evil god's power that lay before them. He pondered two questions at once: why no one had returned, and what had caused this situation. The girl responded by suggesting that perhaps they had decided the journey back was too difficult. The girl, crying, apologized for this. The stranger apologized and asked to be let through, promising that everything would be fine if he did. He also expressed support, telling them to stay put for now. The girl told the boy that she had asked them not to enter the labyrinth and assumed they were carrying a person. Suddenly, the girl saw someone and shouted Soma's name. He began asking Helen what had happened to her. The girl, with difficulty and stuttering, explained that she had seen the man being carried get injured. The boy immediately asked Helen to pull herself together and calm down. The girl who came running reported that they had found Kurta-senpai with irreparable injuries. The girl relayed the academy's official position on the incident, claiming that Kurt had initially fallen straight from the third floor. The boy responded that he found it incredibly difficult to believe that a third year could have made such a mistake on such a shallow third floor. The girl expressed her belief that someone, whose intentions were certainly far from benevolent, was involved in the incident. The boy added that at the same critical moment, Lars, one of the suspects in Sylvia's teleportation case, disappeared. The guy noted that Lars was currently a suspect in two separate cases. The girl immediately corrected him, stating that these weren't isolated incidents, rather, they were connected and part of a larger chain of events. She noted that in the Sylvia teleportation case, Lars is a suspect in causing her physical or emotional harm. The young man agreed, saying this was logical, especially given the circumstances Helen had informed him of. It was noted that only Sylvia, who was in the guard, was able to notice the trap's presence. This is especially odd considering the trap forcibly teleported only one person to an unknown destination. The girl noted that everything seemed too well planned to be a mere coincidence. In her opinion, it was unlikely that such a complex trap could have gone undetected on the third floor, despite a thorough investigation. He stated that it was only natural that the primary suspicion would fall primarily on her party comrades. He logically explained that if the culprit were indeed within her team, they would have easily been able to escort her directly to the trap site, as there were many ways to accomplish this. It was emphasized that despite all suspicions, one of her party comrades was found with a very serious, even fatal wound. Analysis revealed that the injuries to his face were clearly inflicted by a monster, but his right arm showed signs of having been broken by a human. He noted that the suspect now looks like he has run away from something. He claimed the culprit was obvious. He suggested that Kirk had figured out Lars's plan but was attacked during an interrogation attempt. He accepted this theory, but noted that it was unclear how Kurt could have lost to Lars. The girl expressed complete agreement with his words, recalling that Kurt was the strongest student in middle school. She asked a logical question: how could a first year defeat such a strong man? The boy speculated that, since Lars's family were high-ranking aristocrats, they might have used some rare magical weapon. He believes Lars stopped the teleportation trap for the same reason. The girl agreed that if Lars was indeed the culprit, then this was the most reasonable explanation, and the difference in power was now clear. He stated that the main question was his true purpose. In Sylvia's case, he was clearly trying to kill her. It would be more logical for him to understand the motive for kidnapping, not murder. He couldn't understand why someone so far removed from the line of succession would be killed. The girl acknowledged the lack of evidence, but suggested the incident was related to the incident involving a heretic. The boy praised her point of view, noting that it was logical, since after all this, they would turn into fragments of the god of evil. The girl pointed out that, although it wasn't publicized, he had been involved in a number of incidents with them, and he should understand that they had become noticeably more active. The guy replied that she might be right. The girl briefly agreed. The guy thought that they were on the 90th floor of the labyrinth, where the main boss was, and they needed to quickly get through the labyrinth. He declared that they had successfully eliminated the threat posed by the boss on the 90th floor. The girl agreed, noting that one major obstacle to obtaining the evil god's fragments had been removed. He suggested clearing the map for greater security. He warned that trouble awaited him if any incident occurred. The girl replied that they would have difficulty clearing the labyrinth today, but they should reach the bottom tomorrow and urged them to hurry. The guy said the skeleton had disappeared and asked what it all meant. He grasped the situation, noting that the skeleton was weaker than the evil dragon, and called himself lucky. He realized that his actual presence here had no effect, so he couldn't have defeated the skeleton, which had been damaged without his intervention. There remained one last key. The girl lay there, dejectedly wondering why she'd failed to keep her cool. She couldn't calmly report the trap at the right moment and deal with it immediately upon discovering it. Suddenly, her train of thought was cut short. It dawned on her that what had happened to her wasn't, in fact, a teleportation trap. She agreed, but this item was noticeably different from all the magical teleportation tools she possessed. The boy confirmed that he had seen her use these items, and their appearance was indeed completely different. The other girl, perplexed, asked under what circumstances Soma could have witnessed such a situation. He said they used an object to skip the 50th floor. The girl said it was supposed to be a secret, but if he kept it, that was acceptable. The other girl was surprised, asking how she could do such a thing, as she didn't think she was capable of it. He apologized, saying that because they'd missed floors, the 40th floor boss was still alive. The girl asked him not to apologize and explained that it would have been a trap containing a certain formula that would activate it. This formula, in her opinion, was very similar to teleportation. He told the girl that she was probably extremely lucky to have escaped this trap. He added that otherwise, both she and Helena could have ended up like Kurt, or dead. The girl, resting on her bed, reflected bitterly on how ultimately she had been unable to do anything. A feeling alerted her, and she stood up. Looking behind the door, she discovered a box there. She wondered, pondering, what kind of box it was. She examined it carefully, noting that it didn't look like a magical instrument. She wondered if it was meant for her. She opened the box and saw a letter inside, and again wondered if it was from Maria. She realized that this was a choice she was giving Maria, and that it was, indeed, a letter. She questioned the meaning of what was happening, but then came to the conclusion that she had no choice but to follow the call. The girl mentally repeated the instructions. She was to go to the 3rd floor of the labyrinth and find the trap there. Using a mid-level stealth presence would allow her to reach her goal unhindered. She saw a brightly glowing orb and mentally decided that this meant she needed to go inside. She walked up and picked it up, after which everything around her suddenly and quickly began spinning. The girl was startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger. The man said it had been a while since they last met and, calling her Sylvia, added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl then asked for Kurt's name. The girl wondered if Kurt Senpai was on the verge of death. He declared that he was very glad he was able to see her and that he had put everyone through a series of obstacles. He honestly said that in his opinion it was quite obvious and that she could easily be fooled if she didn't notice such things. He complained that he was speaking in such a disgusting tone again and asked what his former self was thinking when he used that tone. To be sure, the girl asked if he really was Kurt Senpai. He suggested she answer for herself by looking at him. The girl reminded him that Kurta Senpai had been hospitalized. He told her she still didn't understand. He claimed that the guy wasn't him. The girl asked again, if not him, then who? The guy smiled, saying she finally noticed. He explained that the guy was the same height, so he simply put his clothes and ID on him. He mocked them for allowing themselves to be fooled by such a simple ruse, calling them naive. He said it made everything easier for him and was helpful. He suggested not to spoil the show and asked if they had anything else to worry about. She realized the problem and began screaming, asking for Maria's whereabouts. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the girl lying on the floor, and she screamed her name in terror. He asked her not to worry, saying he hadn't injured her, but rather that she had injured him. He added that she had behaved as expected, as someone serving royalty, and had tried to bite off her own tongue without hesitation. He showed his hand, saying he'd even hurt himself because of Maria. When Maria tried to say something to the girl, the guy interrupted her, declaring that she wasn't taking it, and demanded that she listen to his demands. The girl asked what exactly he wanted from her. He said he didn't need anything substantial, but simply asked her to drop her blood on the black pearl lying on the altar. Stuttering, the girl tried to ask him the reason for this demand. He, in turn, asked if he was obligated to answer her and warned that if she refused, they would both die. The girl was terrified. The girl stuttered, agreed, and walked up to the black ball to drip her blood onto it. When everything started spinning, the girl asked what was going on. The guy, with a wild grin, laughed loudly and admitted he doubted it would work, but it turned out the seal opened only thanks to this action. She asked what seal meant. He was surprised that she, a member of the royal family, hadn't been told about it. He explained that a fragment of the evil god was kept there, and royal blood was the final key to breaking the seal. He burst into loud laughter, admitting he hadn't expected such an abundance of the evil god's power. He declared that now he could do absolutely anything he wanted. The girl looked at him with a crazed expression. He declared that now was the time to test his newly acquired power. But the girl suddenly interrupted him, loudly ordering him to stop. Someone said he was depressed and disappointed by how predictable he was. The girl replied that there was nothing easier than dealing with predictable people and warned him that he would be the only one who would say such a thing after what he saw. The guy asked what. The other replied that letting their guard down would be their undoing, and he believed that expression applied to everyone. The girl looked at the guy in surprise. He asked a girl nearby if Soma was real. He then turned and greeted him, saying it had been a while since they'd seen each other. The girl, also turning around, replied that the time had passed completely unnoticed. Laughing loudly, he admitted they were right, declaring that he had been careless and should not have revealed his presence. He glared at the boys and demanded to know how much information they knew. He replied that he understood the whole situation from the moment he saw the body and knew Lars was behind it. However, he decided not to share this information with the rest of the team. He pondered, wondering how this could be understood, and chided Kurt Senpai for his lack of appreciation. He laughed loudly and asked why those were his first words after she saw such a monster. Kurt assumed the boy was using humor to numb his fear. The boy decided to ask if Kurt's true reason for being there was to master a powerful force. The monster laughed loudly, confirming the obvious, and thanked the hero for defeating all the necessary bosses earlier. Lars claimed he'd helped him break one of the seals. The boy calmly replied that he knew, and the monster looked at him questioningly. The girl intervened and said she'd told him about it herself, as their shared goal was precisely this power. The monster, turning to the boy, incredulously asked if he was claiming to have removed the seal himself. The girl continued, saying it would be more accurate to say he was a great help to them, even with the seal broken. She explained that power is an ambivalent substance. She explained that, in order to dispel the power, it had to be inside someone's body. The monster laughed loudly, admitting that he had been used to the fullest, but immediately declared that they had made one mistake. He declared that they had made a mistake by underestimating the true and immense power of the evil god. At that moment, a black, ominous dust began to actively disperse around the transformed monster. The girl looked at him with fear. Another asked if the evil god's power was linked to death. The boy replied that it was, but it was only a fragment, so its primary abilities weren't activated. However, the power of this fragment was sufficient to manifest other powers. One girl was indignant, asking how the two could remain so carefree. The boy calmly replied that, after all, it was just a fraction of the total power, and there was no need to worry about such a small amount. Another girl said that only he could make such self-assured statements. The villain turned to them and declared that it seemed they were seriously underestimating his capabilities. The boy declared he was done wasting his time and intended to end this quickly. The villain threateningly replied that he would make him deeply regret underestimating his true strength. It was noted that they joined forces and engaged in combat. The boy found himself gripped by the tentacles of this terrifying monster, but he displayed incredible speed and immediately began methodically cutting them off with his sword. The monster indignantly said that this was impossible because it was the power of the god of evil and asked why he was retreating. The boy declared it was merely a fragment of the evil god's power. He rebuked the monster, saying he shouldn't have been so proud of the power he'd borrowed from another. The monster, enraged, ordered him not to dare mock him. The boy closed his eyes, apologized, and declared that he was completely finished using the monster's abilities. He declared that he intended to deal with it right now. As the boy swung his sword, the monster shouted at him not to look down on him, with an expression of bitterness that although he had received a huge amount of this power, he did not understand at all why everything was not going as it should. The boy replied that he understood his desire for power, but the path he had chosen to achieve it was false. He emphasized that someone else's power always remained someone else's. The monster, enraged, ordered him to shut up. The boy declared that his movements were terrible and that he could become capable if he were diligent. The monster began screaming, demanding silence and praising his strength. The boy interrupted him, announcing that it was over. The monster became furious and declared that since his opponent was determined to play with him, he would be forced to play along with him in this game. The monster began to wrap itself in tentacles and spun into a black hole. The boy apologized to the girl, acknowledging that his actions had led to a mistake. The girl reassured him, saying it was inevitable, as no one could have predicted the situation would turn out so unpredictably. Another girl inquired about what had happened. She was told that the enemy had removed the limiter on his power just before he died. It was noted that this power had now become truly insanely powerful. The disappointed young man expressed regret that he hadn't been able to kill his opponent faster. The girl reminded him that no one could have predicted such a scenario, but acknowledged that it was certainly a bad thing. It was said that if this phenomenon didn't stop, it would only last a little over an hour, and in the worst case, it would completely engulf the entire country. Another girl, hearing this, was completely horrified. The boy, thinking, came to the conclusion that he essentially had no other choice. Another girl called out to him, pronouncing his name questioningly and anxiously. He turned his head and, apologizing, stated that all future responsibility lay with them. When the girl tried to object, he interrupted and explained that he had no intention of sacrificing himself, but was saying this in case something unexpected happened. He declared that the time for action had come, and he could not foresee the overall outcome. The girl tried to interrupt him, but another supported her, continuing the sentence and saying that she had made a good point about Hildegard. The girl said she had no intention of explaining the situation to his comrades. She demanded that he return and tell them everything in person. She also added that she owed him one. The guy confirmed it and assured her that he would definitely give it his all. The girl, filled with anxiety, loudly and questioningly said his name. The girl turned to Sylvia, declaring that they should leave immediately. Afterward, she said goodbye to the boy, and he agreed that they would see each other soon. Left alone, the boy reflected, very curious about how things would play out next. He swung his sword and activated his powers, chanting, "Sword of the Mind, constant battle, blessing of the dragon god." The next day, looking through the hole, the girl commented that a thick aura of death was emanating from it. She added that the aura persisted all day, which was astonishing. She reflected on how what was happening demonstrated the incredible power of the evil god. She recalled that the evil god was one of the pillars of God, participating in the creation of this world, and suggested that such power was natural. The girl confirmed her knowledge, but asked if they couldn't have been given at least some respite. She emphasized that she had no intention of praising the power of the god of evil. The girl, closing her mouth, noted the aura of death thickening. She wondered what would remain of the random victims. Then she wondered if everything here had really been so thoroughly investigated, and added that that was precisely why she respected her. The being from the hole said she also didn't understand something. She hoped she wouldn't be asked to come down here, and that she had been awakened without any apparent reason. She ruled out the evil god, as the time difference was too great. The girl hoped this wasn't a bad sign. The girl, full of hope, asked a question, asking if her Ni-san was still alive. Someone asked if all this was true. The girl, noting that it had taken her a great deal of effort to obtain this information, asked if they were going to doubt it. The elf asked if the book's contents really concerned the forest god of the forest. The girl asked him not to ask her such questions, claiming she had no knowledge of the matter. The elf, astonished, replied that this was absurd, since she herself had given him the book. She declared that only they, the elves, affirmed the existence of the forest god. The elf became angry and asked how she dared insult them. The girl replied that she was simply stating a fact, and it was not an insult. He declared that there were only two pillar gods in the world, the god of evil and the goddess. The elf internally refuted this, believing that the forest god existed. That's why the elf was trying to find a way to put the forest god, who would soon awaken, to sleep. She declared that she had no doubt of his existence, but was unsure of his divine status. The elf indignantly called her a scoundrel. The girl replied that, be that as it may, the method to seal the forest deity was described in that book, pointing a finger. The girl explained that, in short, he must sacrifice one of his friends. The elf reacted with shock and tried to object, but she interrupted him, declaring that he probably had no reason to hesitate. She emphasized that this was an elven specialty. She reminded him that 100 years ago he had performed exactly the same ritual to seal the god of evil. The elf, shocked, flew into a rage and asked how she knew this information. The girl noted with a touch of irony that it must have been a secret, and she'd let it slip. The elf, escalating the tension, sternly demanded an answer. The girl said that, unfortunately, she, like him, had secrets of her own. She offered him information in exchange for her secrets, saying she would tell him something. The elf immediately asked what it was. The girl replied that she knew he was harboring a witch. The elf reached for a small weapon, but the girl stopped him with her hand, saying this reaction was expected. She warned that killing him wouldn't change anything, as too many people knew about it. The elf objected. Letting her go wouldn't change their situation either. The girl replied that if he let her go, she would help spread false information, which would buy him time. The girl asked if he really needed a sacrifice, why not use a witch? She added that this way he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The elf grumbled irritably, ordering her to shut up. She said that even if he protected the witch, he couldn't stop her forever. At worst, he'd have to find a new hiding place. She considered the choice obvious: sacrifice the race or 1 witch. The elf shouted in rage at her to shut her mouth. The elf held a small spear to the girl's neck, but she declared that she considered it better to choose 1 meaningful death than many senseless ones. She emphasized that he was being offered the same choice, and he had to decide. The girl stated that she was merely sharing her personal opinion, and that he didn't necessarily have to follow her. Then, smiling, she asked if he would let her go and pushed Elf's hand away. The elf turned and began to leave. The girl asked him if his silence meant consent. He replied that he had paid her for the goods, received them, and that they had no further business together. The girl briefly confirmed his words, saying, "Fact." She thanked him for his patronage, and after that they parted. The girl walked and thought. The attempt to revive the demon lord had failed. The evil dragon, although revived, had soon fallen. Furthermore, its mission to collect the fragments had also failed. The girl stated that the same person kept interfering in every situation. She thinks it's no longer funny. However, she expressed hope that this time no one else will interfere. She wondered how long this body would last and whether there would be 3 of them, as they always traveled in 3s. She added that they would meet soon, and until then she would have done everything in her power. It was noted that the girl entered the room and approached the window. After the voice called out to the girl named Ina, she immediately turned around. She responded by stating that she wasn't doing anything. Closing her eyes, the girl said she had to say she needed a break. She insisted there was no need to worry about her, as she would be fine. She would soon be taking a long vacation. One of the girls replied that she wished she could treat people like Saima. Another girl replied that treatment wouldn't work on mental exhaustion and asked if she knew that. The girl noted that his healing skills were above average, and he was able to cure Lars despite his very serious condition. She said that, thinking about it, she believed he could have overcome mental exhaustion as well. Finally, she asked Sheila about her vacation plans. One of the girls replied that she was thinking about going home. The second girl clarified this, asking if that meant where Doris was currently located. One girl clarified that she was planning to go to that forest. The second girl asked if that was where she was born and raised. The first girl confirmed this, saying she had a lot to think about after what happened and wanted to review everything in detail. The girl added that, among other things, she wants to improve her fencing skills so that she doesn't have to stay on the sidelines in the future. Sheila responded by saying she now understood what was going on. She expressed interest, asking where the man was and what he was doing. The other girl briefly confirmed her words. The girl spoke sharply and said that he always makes them worry. Someone told him to hurry up, go back home, and call him a fool. It was reported that the wanderer was walking, across a field, and in the process of this movement he suddenly noticed some object or phenomenon that he could not understand. After the wanderer noticed something, he began an internal monologue expressing surprise. How did a person, especially such a young one, end up here in such a place? The wanderer brought the boy and carefully laid him on the bed. The boy, opening his eyes, said he had apparently been saved by some kind person. He added that he felt a cut and concluded that he had deflated. He described his condition by saying that he felt like he was overexerted, but overall his condition was not critical and everything was not that bad. After someone knocked on the door, a girl peeked in and immediately apologized. The guy was startled by her appearance and immediately turned his gaze to the girl. The boy asked if she was his savior. She hesitated, as if unsure of what to say, but then confirmed it, saying she'd seen him lying in the field. The boy understood and expressed his deep gratitude. The girl replied that it wasn't a problem. The man apologized for appearing before her in such a disgraceful state, explaining that he was unable to move properly. The woman assured him it was no problem and didn't bother her at all. She asked if he had sustained any injuries, as she hadn't found any during her examination. The guy said he only felt some muscle pain, and that was the only problem. The girl asked if his condition could get worse. He confirmed this, but added that if he caused her any discomfort at home, he could force himself to move. The girl said everything was fine, and, as she had already said, he wasn't bothering her. The girl advised the guy that he needed to rest, and suggested they resume the conversation the next day. The guy agreed and said that, despite this, he should at least introduce himself. The girl responded with understanding. The guy introduced himself, giving his name as Soma. The girl introduced herself as Felicia Aria, but then stopped mid-sentence. She corrected herself and asked to be called simply Felicia, after which she said it was nice to meet you, Soma. As the girl left, she wished the boy a rest. At that moment, the boy was contemplating her distinctive features, her white hair and red eyes. The guy suddenly realized that this girl was a witch, who was considered the enemy of the entire existing world. Witches, in his view, were forbidden creatures. They could be easily identified by their distinctive features, red eyes and white hair. These creatures possessed the power to plunge the entire world into chaos. He began to think that if he caught this witch, he would gain unforgettable honor, but if he sheltered her, his family would be executed. He asked who was capable of killing them and came to the answer, the Church of the Holy God. It was noted that the Church of the Holy God is the most popular and widespread religion in this world, and 80% of all inhabitants of this world are its followers. He knew that the saint who led the church also held the title of the fifth queen of the seventh heaven. This led to the decision to consider witches an evil of this world. Anticipating the question, why, he answered himself that it was because they were capable of using cursed techniques. These cursed techniques are unique abilities of witches that have the potential to plunge the entire world into chaos. It occurred to him that the phenomena created by cursed techniques bore a strong resemblance to magical phenomena. He recalled how, upon hearing about this earlier, he'd been greatly intrigued. Now was his chance to study them. He came to the conclusion that he disagreed with the idea of declaring all witches enemies of the world based solely on such vague information. He also asked himself what course of action he should take in this situation. The girl sighed, then thought about how, although he still looked like a little boy, he was carrying a sword and was most likely trying to hunt witches here. She concluded that it was probably too late to speculate about that now. The girl was a little uneasy about the way he looked at her. She wondered if he was going to kill her. She decided she'd have to think about it after she crossed that bridge and looked out the window. The boy got out of bed and stretched. Soon there was a knock on his door, and he allowed entry. The girl greeted him, wishing him a good morning, Soma, and asked how he was feeling today. The boy reported that his health had improved significantly and expressed his gratitude. The girl immediately became modest, saying she had done almost nothing to save him and restore him. The boy asked what she was talking about. He reminded her that she had not only saved him but also provided him with housing and food. She countered that he couldn't be so sure and admitted that she might have done it for her own gain. The girl placed her hands on her chest and clearly declared herself a witch. The boy replied that he hadn't expected her to confess so easily and added that, given the circumstances, he no longer needed to restrain himself. The boy stated that his encounter with the witch was very opportune. The girl clarified his statement, asking if he implied he had any dealings with witches. The boy confirmed this and explained that his presence in these parts was merely a coincidence. The girl replied that she had expected as much. She explained that this place was called the Witch's Forest, where no one could penetrate. The boy realized with surprise that this forest actually existed. Soma concluded that this fact explained why absolutely no one could penetrate here. The witch, in turn, made a request, asking if he could tell her what he knew. The young man explained that this place was displaced relative to the spatial continuum. He concluded that this was why it was impossible for the outside to penetrate here. The girl confirmed his correctness and said that this was the main reason why no outsider could get here. The boy thought for a moment, then said that he'd probably ended up here completely by accident. He suggested that perhaps he'd created the breach in space himself. The witch confirmed his words, expressing great regret that things had turned out this way. She said that since this place, as he had said, was isolated, she feared he would not be able to return. The guy said he'd try to think of something. He also noted that being in an isolated space wasn't particularly important compared to the fact that he'd met a witch. The girl asked why he'd said he wanted to meet a witch and why he wanted to do that. The boy stated bluntly that his goal was to learn cursed techniques. The girl responded to this statement with a look of surprise and incomprehension. She asked him why he needed it. He said because he wanted to use magic. The girl stated that even after learning cursed techniques, they wouldn't be identical to magic. The boy asked if she had any techniques that could help him master magic. The girl categorically replied that it was impossible. The boy suggested that learning cursed techniques could give him the key to mastering magic, as the two phenomena are similar in nature. The girl asked if he was willing to become the enemy of the entire world just for that. The boy responded that he understood her hint and clarified if he could use cursed techniques, it would make him a mage. The guy dismissed her words as nonsense. The girl countered that she wasn't exaggerating, as the world would literally become his enemy. She sternly asked if he realized this fact. The boy declared that he wouldn't understand what it was like until he tried it himself, and he was unlikely to regret it. He noted that, judging by her reaction, there was a way she could teach him cursed techniques. The girl, closing her eyes, responded affirmatively. The girl was stirring something in a pot. The guy asked her if it was ready. She replied that it wasn't yet. The girl was pouring something and stirring it, and the guy asked if she was ready. The girl replied that she wasn't yet. She asked him to sit down and threatened to ask him to leave if he continued to be so pushy. The boy admitted his behavior could be problematic. The girl sighed and asked if he was sure he wanted to do this. She warned him that she didn't know the consequences of consuming the potion and that in the worst case, it could be fatal. The boy reminded her that he'd said he was ready for it. The girl, closing her eyes, said she didn't know why she was thinking about it and thanked her for waiting, saying the potion was probably ready. The boy said he heard her say something, but she interrupted him, saying it was just his imagination. The guy said he'd had a bad time asking about death. The girl took the bottle. She said it didn't matter and explained she'd simply decided to change the bottle. The girl pricked her finger with a needle and dripped some blood. The boy asked if this was necessary. The girl said it was definitely ready now and gave him a jar. The boy said that the fact that he had found the key to learning magic made him nervous. The girl replied that it was only a possibility and that he shouldn't expect much. The guy wished himself bon appetit and took a sip from the can. The girl watched him. The guy reported that he felt no effect. The girl suddenly covered her eyes with her hands and loudly exclaimed in despair that she was sorry and had probably forgotten something. The guy countered that she had previously said that this was merely a low probability of success. The girl explained that she had a book with instructions on how to make the potion and expressed regret that she hadn't looked it up right away. The boy asked her point blank if she couldn't read, which she confirmed. The girl explained that the book was written in a language understood only by witches, and therefore no one else could read it. She hadn't inherited the ability to understand this language. The boy asked if she could show him the book, if it wasn't too much trouble. The girl readily agreed to the request and pulled the book from the shelf. The boy asked if it was the Book of Witches. The girl confirmed it, noting that the title's inscription in that language meant the rest of the text was written in the same way. The guy asked her if she knew about the ancient holy heroes. She replied that she had heard of them, but had never seen them herself. The boy said he understood everything. He suggested that, judging by the information presented on the first pages of the book, it probably contained a recipe for some kind of elixir. He noted that, upon closer inspection, the book appeared more like a collection of articles, presented in no chronological order. He noted that the handwriting in each article was different, and suggested that the book must have been passed down through the family of a certain witch. The girl asked if there was a possibility he had the ability to read this book. The guy nodded affirmatively. The boy entered the room where the girl was. The girl turned and said, greeting him, that she wished good morning to Suma-san. The boy concluded that this respectful attitude had developed after he translated the Book of Witches. He asked why she hadn't noticed her lack of materials the day before. The girl agreed, but the boy interrupted her, advising her to put things aside, rest, and that tomorrow he would help her gather everything. The girl said that's what they'd do then. The guy asked her to make sure she got a good rest today. She agreed. They set off together to gather the necessary ingredients. The boy expressed his surprise, saying he'd expected to see many more ingredients there. The girl said it was just a forest, and there should be a lot of things here, but she only knew this part of the area. The guy asked if this was true even though people called it the witch's forest. She replied that they called it that because she lived here. She explained that she couldn't claim to control the entire forest. However, there weren't many monsters in the area that could pose a real threat to her. While gathering ingredients, the girl suddenly stopped and pointed out a blue flower. The boy responded, noting that they'd spotted it faster than he'd expected. The boy silently noted that this was exactly what one would expect from a witch. He knocked on the door and then walked in. The girl said she had returned home. The boy confirmed this and welcomed her back. The girl hesitated, saying then yes seemed odd considering they'd returned at the same time. The guy retorted, asking if it wasn't sad when there was no one to answer that way. The girl explained that it was her habit. She did it even when she was alone. The guy said he just wanted to respond that way and that she should just accept it. The girl, using an exclamation point, called him annoying. She offered to get something to eat. The guy came over, looked at the food, and made a vague sound. The girl stuttered as she asked what was wrong and if he was dissatisfied with what he saw. He replied that he wasn't, but inquired why there was no meat or vegetables on her table and whether she ate them at all. The girl replied that she didn't receive these products at all. The guy asked again. She explained that she asks people to bring her food once a month. The guy clarified, so in the end, they only bring her fruit. The guy scratched his head, concluding that perhaps she simply didn't know how to cook. He informed her that he now understood the reason why she chose fruit. A guy asked a girl if she'd ever tried frying food. She replied that she'd never done it. In response, the guy made a vague, thoughtful sound. During their walk through the forest, the girl asked him if he could go out on his own starting tomorrow, reminding him that he'd been demanding she get more sleep. He replied that they hadn't packed enough yet, and she needed a good night's sleep to stay in shape. She agreed with him, saying that everything matched his words, but she had a limitation. She was only able to recognize those ingredients that she already knew. The boy exclaimed that it was a mandrake. The girl, confident in her words, asked if he knew what would happen if these plants were pulled out of the ground. She reported that the mandrakes would begin to scream, and anyone who heard that scream would inevitably die. Therefore, she concluded it was impossible to collect them. The girl called out the boy's name. He picked up a branch from the ground. The girl couldn't figure out what he was about to do. The boy said it hadn't worked, and the frightened mandrake simply ran away. The girl asked him to stop, questioning the meaning of his actions. She couldn't understand how he'd managed to move the earth using only a stick. The guy flippantly declared it was simple. The girl responded, clearly furious that it wasn't, not at all. The boy suddenly pulled out the plant and proudly declared that he had succeeded. The girl responded with an exclamation of great surprise. The boy, slightly disappointed, apologized, saying he had missed 3 mandrakes. The girl remarked that this shouldn't be surprising, but he seemed to have demonstrated something interesting on his last day. The boy asked what she meant by last day. She explained that tomorrow he would have the opportunity to leave the forest. The girl was walking and met Elf. She said that he was punctual as always. Elf said he was extremely busy. He explained that being late would impact his schedule, so he offered to finish the job quickly and offered a month's payment. The girl pulled out a package and expressed her deep gratitude. He said he'd already reminded her that there was no need to thank him, as it was simply the price he had to pay. The girl insisted she was still grateful to him and noted that she had survived so long solely thanks to him. The elf responded that he accepted her position and asked her to hand over the goods. The girl agreed. The elf opened the pouch, checked it, and declared that everything was in order and that everything necessary was there. The girl apologized for disturbing him and asked if she could clarify something with him. He told her to say what she had, but keep it brief. The girl asked what would happen to a person if they accidentally ended up here. The elf replied that he didn't quite understand what she was talking about. The girl became embarrassed and said she was just curious. The boy explained that they would catch the man and, depending on the circumstances, they might kill him. The girl, horrified and stuttering, asked if there was any real need for that. The guy suggested she didn't fully grasp the gravity of the situation. He explained that if anyone found out she was living there, it would be catastrophic, and therefore no one, absolutely no one, must know her whereabouts. The girl stammered that she now understood. He added that such was the fate in store for the entire elven race. He changed the subject, asking if he had satisfied her curiosity. She confirmed it, expressing her deep gratitude. He said that if she had no more questions, he would leave. The girl agreed, saying they'd see each other in a month. The elf hissed back, confirming that it would be until next month. Suddenly, a voice behind the girl commented that this guy was very interesting. The girl, stuttering with surprise, asked Soma-san what he was doing there. He replied that it was because he was so curious that he couldn't resist following her. Consumed with rage, she asked him why he did it and what would happen if he were captured. The boy, in turn, declared that he was completely confident in his camouflage skills. The girl put her hand to her forehead and expressed her opinion, calling his actions extremely stupid. The guy said his curiosity hadn't disappointed him. The girl agreed and admitted she'd been too naive. The boy noted that, on the other hand, he wanted to learn as much as possible from the Book of Witches. For this reason, he hadn't planned to leave, even after being given the chance to leave the forest and considered it best. The girl quoted him as saying, "best," and expressed her emotion with a sigh. He announced his decision to stay, saying he'd only be there for a short time. The girl responded, "Oh," and noted that since he'd been so helpful, she had no grounds for complaint. The guy offered to continue working together, and the girl accepted. The young man thought for a moment and came to the conclusion that the elf did seem strange to him after all. One girl noted that she understood everything and understood the situation. Another girl agreed, adding that, looking at her progress, she always realizes she has a long way to go. The first girl said she didn't think so, but acknowledged that her opinion wouldn't change the situation. The blonde woman repeated the phrase that her words couldn't change anything. They told her not to apologize, but she admitted she was a little jealous. One girl mentioned something she was curious about and asked if she could ask a question. The blonde responded by asking what exactly it was. She asked a hypothetical question. If she had to choose between the elves and Soma in the company of others, who would she prefer? The girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise.